at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome in. Good to be with you. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. What a day to talk sports. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello.
Hello.
My friend. How are you?
I'm good. I'm, as you said that, what a day to talk sports, it occurred to me that on this, your birthday, happy birthday, Sean
Thank you,
Pendergast.
buddy. I appreciate that.
It's been an awesome 37 years you've been on this earth.
I know.
And you're wise beyond your years. But there really is, I think, the NFL offseason right this moment is way more intriguing to me than the conference championship games.
Yes.
I haven't thought about the conference championship games hardly at all, except to think, oh, I haven't thought about the conference championship games yet.
Do you think some of that is a defense mechanism? We talked about the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief. Could it be that you were actually still in the first stage, denial?
No. That does happen to me in baseball. I mean, partly in baseball, I just lose interest.
Yeah.
I'm just pretty damn interested in the playoffs, even after the Texans are eliminated in the wild card round every year. Mm-hmm. But I usually pay attention to the conference championships more. This is the first morning I really consciously thought about, we should probably start breaking these games down, I guess.
Well,
I don't care about the only thing I care about is the Seahawks, really.
Yeah, well.
Okay, so there's a little bit of denial with the Patriots because Drake May is obviously a good quarterback.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'm a little bit of denial about them. But they're not fit. They're facing Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, I think it's possible to be in two stages at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, I think you could be in denial about certain things. I've accepted certain things, you know. I think at the end of the day, the thing that I'm still processing here is why did C.J. Stroud throw 4 interceptions in the most important game in franchise history?
It was a horrible decision from a career standpoint.
It was a bad choice by him.
You know, if you could go back in time and say, you know what, today I'm not going to throw 4 interceptions. I think that would be a better look for both the team and myself.
Day, yes.
Then, it's just these are the things you learn as a young athlete.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? 4 interceptions is not the road for me.
Oh, my
okay?
God. Oh, my God. Yeah, the other thing, too, and we'll get into this later in the show, the other reason the offseason is so intriguing is that the head coaching carousel is about as interesting as it's been in a long time because the very first 2 hires were 2 guys that got fired within a week before getting their new jobs. Mm-hmm. The fact that John Harbaugh and evidently Kevin Stefanski, very highly thought of because he got a job right away, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, and Sean McDermott are both out there. I mean, McDermott's out there. Tomlin is sort of out there, I guess, if you wanted to trade for him. He quit. He didn't get fired. But you've got these owners, I should say, Seth, and we'll play this audio later. You've got these owners that are trying to justify to the media why they kept their GMs. Like the whole Pagula thing in Buffalo yesterday was fascinating. And Jimmy Haslam did the same thing with Andrew Berry like 2 weeks ago when they fired Stefanski but kept Andrew Berry. Remember, Jimmy Haslam did that long monologue at the beginning of the press conference where he signed a kicker who was above average last year, and he signed Malik Collins, and this is why we keep this guy here.
Yeah.
There's some really interesting soap opera drama going on that I, as a Texan fan, I would normally be somewhat ambivalent towards, but it's just such good theater.
The Bills press conference was. I've read 3 long-form articles about the Bills press conference already by people up in Buffalo about just how weird not it was, mostly because the owner just kept jumping in. Terry Pagula just kept jumping in. Was simultaneously blaming the officials for the loss in the divisional round because of the Brandon Cooks stripped catch, but at the same time also citing the loss as the reason that Sean McDermott was fired.
Yes.
So people are like, so what? With a good call, then Sean McDermott still has his job. Well, I'm not getting into all.
Yeah. We'll get into it later. We've got all that audio We'll do it later in the show. So Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday, and we'll get into some of the stuff about the offense, about C.J. Stroud. 7 o'clock today, Seth and I are going to we're going to kind of go win probability style on C.J. getting an extension based on Nick Casario's answers yesterday about C.J., extensions, how he played, turnovers.
This is what I worried about as I was going through and kind of rewatching it yesterday. Man, I feel like depending on which clip they see of Nick Caserio talking about C.J. Stroud, you could either think, oh, he's 100% getting an extension, or he's 100% going to get traded tomorrow.
Yeah.
Caserio was both, I think, appropriately critical of C.J. Stroud for his performance in the game, but multiple times also basically endorsed C.J.'s career so far and pointed out, and I think gave a loftier assessment of C.J. Stroud's season than he had than I think most people would.
Yeah.
And it was hard to say. At any given time, you might have thought, oh, yeah, they're definitely they're gonna try to get rid of him, or wow, they love him, they're gonna give him a 10-year contract.
Yeah.
They're gonna give him a baseball style contract.
It was very up and down. At the end, in the end, which is a phrase Nick used about 15 times yesterday. In the end,
the love you give.
In the end, the love you take. I think he handled the whole CJ topic pretty well. I think he was appropriately critical, and I think he was appropriately loyal to CJ yesterday. But I don't know where to land on the whole. 7 o'clock.
There were really two things that stood out as far as the game itself. Was basically he was blaming the game on CJ. Really, multiple times, Caserio said, it's the quarterback's number one job to mitigate risk.
Yep.
You can't turn the ball over. And then multiple times said, basically, you can't win a game when you turn the ball over 4 times. Like, so 80% of that is on CJ.
Yes.
20% is on Woody Marks.
That's right.
And then he also pointed to technique breakdowns in the secondary.
Yeah.
That each of those touchdown passes had guys playing with the wrong leverage. So, that's what we were concerned about going into that game, was breakdowns in coverage technique or blown coverages. So, beyond that, they're really it's hard to judge one way or the other exactly how they feel about the sum total of CJ and how much they might be more concerned than he let on yesterday about the fact that he had 2 bad playoff games in a row. Because Nick was only talking about the Patriots game. He didn't really talk about the Steelers game.
No, you're right about that. Okay, so let's get into some of the Caserio. This is basically the one, I would say, the biggest news item to come from the Nick Caserio press conference. The one thing that's just it's not opinion, is that it looks like Nick Haley will be back for another year as the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I would anticipate Nick being here next year. I think Nick learned a lot. First opportunity as a play caller. I'd say offensively, probably the last 2 to 3 months of the year, played pretty good football and did a lot of good things. Improvement. There's always areas that we can improve and get better, and that's what D'Amico mentioned the other day. Next couple of weeks right after the season is kind of looking at everything, go through the coaching staff, go through other aspects of the staff. Is there anything that we have to do? All right, then we'll look at some things schematically, start to go through the self-scout, try to figure out, all right, what are some of the things that we did well? We know kind of where we are as a team, and I think sometimes when you're working on one side of the ball, you maybe see it through one lens. Sometimes when you're on the opposite side of the ball, you see it through a different lens. And I'd say the rapport amongst the staff's really good, so we can communicate honestly and openly with each other. So it says a lot, and honestly, it speaks to who D'Amico is. So that's what we're going through right now. So, yeah, I would anticipate Nick being here, next year. And all of us are just trying to improve and do what we can to make the team and the organization better.
I think we're on staff watch now on the offensive side.
And, when Nick says I would anticipate him being here, I was trying to read too much into that. It's our job to read too much into things.
Yep.
He did go on to explain at more length about how they do kind of an internal evaluation of each other. The defense looks at the offense looks at the defense.
That was really interesting. That's the first time he's told that story.
Well, that's I told you about that company Afterburner yesterday that does like the former military people who consult with businesses. They call it red teaming, which is going back to the Cold War days. You have a red team that looks at your game plan or looks at your mission plan and kind of shoots holes in it, tries to figure out what's wrong and everything. So I think that's a little bit of retroactive red teaming there.
Yeah.
Which I like, but I also like the dynamic What if report? He's like, I'll tell you what. Nick Caley really botched this whole thing.
He was
man.
horrendous.
He
yeah,
shot you up full of holes.
And it'd be
he went
great.
down in flames before he barely got off the runway.
And it would be great if he did that, not so much for football reasons, because like Caley stole his lo mein out of the fridge in the coach's room or something like that.
He's got a grudge against him. Burke's watching this offensive film with a sneer.
Oh, I'm going to get him. So it looks like Caley will be back. How do you feel about that, Nick Caley being back for another year?
I'm cool with it. I think he did show growth. I thought, Nick's assessment of the offense, I thought, was a little
generous.
More positive. Generous is the right word. I think, at one point, Jonathan Alexander was saying, the offense didn't make huge improvements, and Nick got a little testing and said, wins are the only thing that matters. And I'm like, yeah, but there's things that go into it.
Okay,
like Nick spoke at length about turnovers. Like, okay, let's talk about turnovers in the Steelers game or any other.
If wins are the only thing that matters, then C.J. Stroud should get a big contract extension this offseason. And I'm being serious right now.
Yeah.
If wins are the only thing that matters, then C.J. Stroud should get a big contract extension. He's won more games his first 3 seasons as an NFL quarterback than practically every other quarterback in the history of the game.
Yeah,
I
know you're being.
You seem no,
right.
no. I'm not being like I'm like if I'm just using. I'm not saying CJ.
You're not saying that.
I'm not saying give CJ an extension. I'm saying logic dictates. If you're Nick and you're just evaluating the offense based on wins, which he did in an answer yesterday, like you just said, logic dictates that's all that matters. Then you should go ahead and pay CJ Stroud. He was the quarterback for all those wins. If the offense being good is dictated by the number of games that you won, not the number of touchdowns that you're scoring, then C.J. Stroud should get an extension. I'm not saying I would give him one. I'm saying the logic dictates that.
Yeah.
And I'm saying I disagree with Nick that the wins are the most important thing. That's what I'm saying. I think he was generous with the offense yesterday.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know. And honestly, if you're evaluating the quarterback, and Nick's not going to get up there and just, completely throw C.J. under the bus or anything, but he did. He made multiple points about how ball security is the only thing that matters. The offense was really good this year in terms of not turning the ball over.
They were.
But the different performance in the playoffs, and not just one game, but in the playoffs, and how sloppy CJ was with the football, when you combine that with the fact that he was notably and verified by statistics skittish after his concussion, that's a big hurdle. That's not something like, oh, that kid needs a haircut or something and then I'll like him. Is this a potential barrier and something that should prevent me from giving somebody $250 million?
Right.
That's a big deal.
Right.
And I don't think CJ can answer that question until he gets out and plays a few games next year.
Yep. Okay, the Joe Mixon stuff is wild. And we know that Joe Mixon a couple of days ago and gave much shorter answers than Nick gave yesterday. This was one of the very first things. Nick actually, it wasn't even a question. Nick did sort of a monologue, Caserio did yesterday, and within the monologue said, hey, look, I know you're going to ask about a couple of things. Here's some information on ... And one of those things was Joe Mixon.
So as it pertains to Joe, here's what I would say. It was a very unique situation. I don't think anybody really had any clarity, honestly, from the start of the year until now. I'd say Joe worked very, very hard to try to get himself ready to play football. It just never manifested itself and came to fruition. So probably have an opportunity to kind of see where he is in the offseason relative to next year. But again, it was as unique a situation, an injury as I've been associated with, and it's just, I don't want to call it a freak thing, but it's just kind of a freak thing. And Joe worked really hard, put his best foot forward. It didn't work out.
Okay. Now, a little later on in the press conference, Aaron Wilson, I'll give credit to Aaron Wilson for asking the question. It was basically something along the lines of, hey, now that the season's over, what exactly, we're all still wondering, it feels like anytime Joe Mixon gets brought up, Seth, there's a lot of tippy-toeing that goes on around whatever this injury is.
Yeah.
I'll give Nick credit. He goes deeper than D'Amico will on it. D'Amico will just give two-word answers about Joe Mixon. Nick tries to give answers, and he's done it on this show before. And ultimately, they protect players, so I think there's part of that going into this too. But here was answer question about Joe Mixon in the press conference.
Yeah, no, I would say he didn't do anything off the field. It wasn't like he was riding like a snowmobile or anything like that. I would say it was just more of a medical condition or situation that just it really didn't improve maybe as much as everybody would have hoped. I mean, I'm not trying to like evade the question. I think that's the reality of the situation. So like he didn't jump off a building, like he wasn't cliff diving or anything like that. He wasn't doing anything irresponsible. It was a freak thing. Honestly, I've never seen it. Just the condition.
Hope that situation will improve before next summer.
We'll see. I mean, believe me, I'm not smart enough to be a doctor, so I mean, I'll leave that up to the medical experts. And once we going back to some of the other questions, we get a little bit more clarity, more information, then we'll kind of see where we are moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the situation we're in with Joe Mixon, we're at the end of the line with Joe Mixon.
And if they're still unresolved, and he at one point was asked about Joe Mixon being back, and Caserio said he's under contract. I mean,
yeah.
I read that as him they're not having any planning. They don't have any plans on them being the ones that push him away or anything, but they got to figure out exactly what's going on with this.
Yeah.
We've talked about the various conditions through use of various articles we've read and or just Googling it.
Yes.
But, there's just, again, just much like Nick, Sean and I are not doctors, but whether it's compartment syndrome or whether it's some kind of like a nerve issue or circulation issue, there's multiple different things that you can get in your lower leg and your ankle and foot area there that just it make it impossible to do athletic things. You hear about people getting drop foot from various conditions. Sounds like it's something like that. If Joe Mixon wanted to go into more detail about it, I'm sure they'd maybe let him do it, but for whatever reason, he probably doesn't want to. And I put it into that bucket of mysterious, ongoing, unresolved conditions that sometimes happen. It was nice to hear, I guess, that it wasn't from a jet skiing accident or something like that.
Well, it's been categorized. He's been in the non-football injury category all year long. So I think that's where Aaron was getting at with his question.
Yeah.
Like, what caused it?
Yeah, sometimes that can happen, though. They can put you in there just basically with anything that happens away from the facility.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
But obviously there's two categories. There's the stuff Nick was alluding to that Joe didn't do, and then there's the stuff I think you're talking about.
Right.
He's working out at a non-sanctioned Texans gym.
Yeah, it could be anything. Right. But if somebody gets cancer, that's a non-football injury. So likewise, if this is just some condition that popped up, it's obviously related to his training for football and his years of abuse.
It relates to his ability to average 4.5 yards a carry.
Yeah, but it's not a classic, he twisted his ankle and now he's got a football injury.
But I think for some people that was what Nick answered there. Did provide at least a little degree of clarity is that he wasn't doing something that would have got him sideways with the organization.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't doing something that his contract maybe prohibits him from doing.
I had something once when I was a player. It went on for about a season and a half, and for the life of me, I can't remember how I resolved it, but they couldn't fit. My wrist would just lock in place.
Yeah.
Like it would lock. And I couldn't at all. It was like I was.
That's weird.
It's like I was. Dang it! Who am I forgetting? The old politician that had the war veteran that had the hand that was Bob Dole. That was like Bob Dole almost.
Okay.
They put me in a Bob Dole position.
Okay.
And I couldn't. Luckily I could. It would snap out of it if I just bashed it against something or something.
That's a little scary.
They couldn't figure out what the hell it was, and we were talking about having exploratory surgery and everything. I think just a boatload of massage, and then I went to basically any alternative treatment possible, and I couldn't have told you which one worked. I had a massage therapist working on me while an acupuncturist was stabbing me with needles, and then some Hindu or some voodoo doctor was doing incantations over me. Somewhere along the way, something worked.
That's crazy. All right, we got a couple more updates from Nick Caserio we'll get to in the next segment. We've got headlines later on this hour. Also, we had texts yesterday. For those of you that think C.J. Stroud is cursed right now, where did the genesis? We have people hypothesizing when C.J. Stroud got cursed to throw these 4 interceptions. I counter with 4 other hypotheses. We'll do that in the next segment coming up next. Stay there. But first, let's get you guys into a new luxury vehicle. West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I don't see the cuts on our cut sheet here for this.
Oh,
because it was a quick report at the end.
Yeah.
And there's a lot from Nick yesterday, so I didn't have a chance to sift through everything during the break. I did watch the press conference though live, or listened. I actually listened to it here on Sports Radio 610. You're home for Texans football. It sounds like good news on the two tight ends.
Oh, yeah.
Dalton
Yeah,
Schultz and Cade Stover.
I'll send that to Ben. We'll see
Okay.
if I can pull this off. You know how I am with multitasking.
Yeah.
But I'll send the clip of him saying that it looks good for both tight
Okay,
ends.
yeah, well, we can play it in headlines if you get it to him in
Yeah.
time. We don't need to play it here, but if you're a Texan fan, the Dalton Schultz calf injury, which the internet immediately started speculating was the beginning of a shredded Achilles, or knee injury, which I think was probably a little more justifiable to speculate about because it looked bad.
Yeah.
And he had to be carted off the field. It looks like the ACL managed to make it through that play, and no structural damage done to the knee.
Yeah, that was an ugly one, too.
Yeah.
I wasn't as worried about Dalton Schultz. I guess anytime anybody has a calf injury these days, they worry about the fact it usually gets initially reported as a calf.
They showed him walking to the locker room.
I know. Without really much of a hitch or anything.
Right.
Like, people have walked with torn Achilles, but you can tell it's like they're walking with a peg leg.
Yeah.
He didn't look like that at all.
No, I'm watching him. I'm like, okay, I guess he might have the poops here. He's got to go to the bathroom or something. Like, he was walking fine. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday with his update on Tank Dell.
Tank's doing awesome. He's been in the building every day. I mean, matter of fact, he's here today. He's got a great attitude. We would anticipate him being ready for the start of the offseason program. So he's a great spirits, got a great attitude, good player. So, I'm sure he's excited. He can't wait to get started. Saw him yesterday, and he had a big smile on his face, like basically like, all right, now it's time, now because we're focused on 2026.
Yeah, all signs have been pointing up for Tank.
They've been pointing up, but the second clip we'll play, too, I think, just urges the appropriate amount of caution that you just don't know until the guy gets out there.
Let's hit that here.
It's a good question, TBD. He's worked very hard. I think our performance group, they do a really good job, and I think the players feel that. So we have the resources available, and each player is a little bit different. So what might be different for Tank and like his situation, but I would anticipate him being available for the offseason, and then really April, May, and June, you probably have a better idea. Like once you get on the field, you probably have a better visual representation of what that looks like. And then if you clear that hurdle, then training camp is more of like, okay, what does this actually look like? So knowing Tank, Tank's probably cautiously optimistic that he's going to be able to go out there and be Tank Dell. I think everybody's hoping that's the case, but you never know. Injuries are like none of us control injuries and kind of what happens. So, but I think everybody's rooting for Tank. He's worked very hard. He's had a great attitude. So excited to kind of see him out there moving around. I think nobody's more excited than he is. So it'd be good once we actually start moving and getting on a field, getting on the grass to see what that looks like.
Thank you to whoever asked that question, because that's a big thing I wanted to know. Is okay, we know he's done enough now to be an NFL football player again. Do we have any inkling that he's going to be Tank Dell again? And the answer is we won't know until he gets out. And that's an acceptable answer. We won't know until he at least gets out there and runs some routes in OTAs.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing with an injury like that is if you look at Nick Chubb, it was 2 years after his catastrophic knee injury, really in that Steelers game, where at least I saw anything that looked close to the old version of Nick Chubb. And I watched all of his runs last year. Obviously we've watched all of his runs this year, and I thought that's the closest, and that it took 2 years for him. Now, he's a heavier guy, he's a bigger guy, he's an older guy. All of that factors into it, and everything's going to be different, and guys are going to respond to it differently. I guess the thing I'd be optimistic about with Tank Dell is his youth and his size. It's not necessarily as taxing, but the downside of it is, man, he was good and could get away with being as small as he is because he was so blisteringly fast.
So fast and twitchy, too.
His change of direction and everything. He just didn't look human out there.
Right.
He looked like everything was sped up to 1.25 speed.
Yes.
And does he get that back? And I think he can. I think it's 100% possible. It's in the realm of possibilities, but it might be something that takes another full season for him to really get back to it. So I'm not I'm excited that he's going to have the opportunity to do it, but I'm going to try to be patient as hell and not expect him out there week one.
Well, and he's getting dropped back into an offense, too, that the last thing we saw out of the quarterback was a bunch of turnovers. The team can't run the ball. You know, he's not getting dropped into the Rams offense. He's getting dropped into whatever this Texans offense is, too. So if he is slow getting out of the gate, how much is the whole offense still being the 20th best offense in football?
But that's also, and they didn't have Nico Collins. So, Jaden Higgins is going to be better next year, and he was good this year by rookie standards.
Yep.
Nico Collins should be healthy and available. Jalen Knoll hopefully will come along, and hopefully Tank can be just a part. At the very least, he can start off and ease his way into it as a complementary piece.
Yep.
The thing about Nick Chubb is that, there's a difference between he's strong, and he had his weight room strength back and everything. Yeah. But there's that's pure strength. That's force power. You got to add the strength and the power to that speed dynamic to actually have power.
Yep.
And it really wasn't until that Steelers game where it started to look like that same old guy.
Nick Chubb, yeah. So, all right, I have not heard Derek Lewis's theory on C.J. Stroud.
So Derek Lewis, the MMA fighter, who's apparently a Texans fan. I did not know this.
Yeah, I think he's from this way, if I'm not mistaken.
So he was asked in a press conference about how he feels about the Texans.
What moves would you like to see the Texans make for next season?
I guess we got to see what's going on with C.J. I think ever since we seen him show up with Amber Rose at the softball game a few years ago and Kim Kardashian and all that, and I'm like, man, that might be like a curse for him.
Okay, to be clear, he didn't show up with her.
Right, yeah.
That's
a good point.
He gave her reportedly gave. We know they got into the same vehicle.
All we know for sure is that he spent at least a couple minutes in a car with Amber Rose.
At least
is that enough? Is that enough to infect him with the curse of Amber Rose?
Right,
I don't know.
Right. And
is it airborne or is it?
Like the movie Outbreak. Oh my God, the Ebola, the Amber virus. It's airborne.
I remember the time I saw Amber Rose at the Whole Foods on Kirby. It was right after a story had come out about maybe things that she and James Harden did together, and she had been looking over the peaches, and I wanted to go look at the peaches after her, and
the Whole Foods right across
from
my.
I'm not gonna touch those peaches. I'm gonna go.
It's just like the Whole Foods right across the street.
Oh, not on Kirby, on Waugh.
Damn. I was like, man, that's pretty. She was right across the street from my building. Wow. Oh.
I'm not going to handle these peaches that may have handled other peaches.
Yeah. Those are James Harden peaches now.
I might become a pomegranate guy all of a sudden. Never had one, but I'm going to check it out. Food of the gods.
Do you buy Amber Rose as the curse? I think there's a handful of things. I think if we're looking at the genesis of the curse, if we're looking at patient zero of the curse of the virus that hit C.J. Stroud, I think Amber Rose is viable.
That was the first time we worried about this. Boy, this seemingly innocent young man is running in different circles now. He's at the Whites party up in Long Island and everything.
He's at Michael Rubin's place. I think putting himself in the top 5 of quarterbacks in the NFL is a big one.
I think that was because
that's a sign of some delusion a little bit.
Well, and he's confessed to this. Yeah. This was before his second season,
right
after his first season, and after his, in the second season to go as smooth as the first season. And afterwards, he said, I didn't know what I didn't know.
Yep.
You really don't know until you face some of these challenges.
Hanging out with Micah Parsons for an entire offseason.
Yeah,
I think that
that's an infection.
That's an infection.
I feel like like some guys can get away with being Micah Parsons.
Yeah,
like Micah Parsons.
Some
guys need to operate differently. Yeah,
like C.J. Stroud. Yeah. The other two that happened during his second season that I think people trace the curse back to, Big Bro. I know this is a Nick Wright theory that the second he Big Bro on the field, he was cursed.
And at the time I was treating that with kid gloves. There are some things about that exchange that were just especially cringeworthy. Yeah. The fact that he was mic'd up. Then B, don't worry about those mistakes you made. That's a very, honestly, if somebody says that to me, comes up to me and says flat out, don't worry about those mistakes you made. I'm like, whoa, bro.
Yeah. It's football, man.
This is how we're opening up?
Has AI reversed that exchange yet after the Patriots game.
We've seen CJ giving that advice to Aaron Rodgers last week with AI. And then somebody built on it with Aaron Rodgers punching CJ in the face.
Oh, really?
It's a pretty good one. Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
I alternate between loving and fearing AI so much.
I know.
As long as people are transparent about it being AI.
I think eventually a law gets done where if it's AI, you've got to put some sort of watermark on it.
Oh, my gosh. Did you see the one with Cignetti? I sent it to you. Cignetti from the scene from Airplane.
Yes. He's just wrecking shop.
When he's walking through the airport and punching all the people that are approaching him for a second. Oh, my gosh. But it's Cignetti's face.
It's so good, and it looks so real.
And you wonder, though, too, kids who have never seen the movie Airplane might look at that and wonder for a second, is this something IU did? You know, is this something Indiana University did with Kurt Cignetti himself?
Oh my God, no. Kids, Airplane was this movie back in 1970. All right, let's get to headlines coming up next. We'll hear from Nick Caserio. News update. If you're just getting in your car, he had a couple updates, both injury-wise and staffing-wise that we need to get to. And a signing in baseball that gives us a chance to play some old audio to get us nice and petty and riled up this morning.
I am petty.
Yeah, baby.
He's making the petty cast for
sure. But in the meantime, Seth, I know people are loving this lately that you and I are saving them a bunch of money on their property taxes.
They love it when we save them money. They hate our horrible sports takes, but they love
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Thank you, Men's Tea Clinic, for powering the following headlines. Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday, and the one big news item to come out of that is that he expects Nick Caley to be back as the offensive coordinator next year.
Yeah, I would anticipate Nick being here next year. I think Nick learned a lot. First opportunity as a play caller. I'd say offensively, probably the last 2 to 3 months of the year, played pretty good football and did a lot of good things. So there was growth and improvement. There's always areas that we can improve and get better. And that's what, D'Amico mentioned the other day. This next couple weeks right after the season, is kind of looking at everything, go through, the coaching staff, go through other aspects of the staff.
We're good. So Nick Caley coming back. I agree. He said last 2 to 3 months of the season. I would pinpoint it at about the time, like after that Seattle game. They looked like they figured some things out in that San Francisco game, Seth, and then CJ gets concussed. Davis comes in and wins 3 games after that, and they start on that winning streak. And the offense, big shock that, and Nick kind of alluded to this during the press conference, when they started winning games, it coincided with the offense at least being competent out there.
There's a few things that they need to build on, obviously. One, the run game, and that some of that comes with just having a running back. I think Woody Marks still has some growing to do, and I think he can be really valuable to the team.
He needs help.
But he's not your classic 3-down back. And then actual personnel on the offensive line. They made improvement. D'Amico the other day said, hey, they got better on the offensive line. I agree that they got better, but it still wasn't good enough. The Colt Popovich, the O-line coach, Trent Brown, your veteran offensive tackle, both those guys this year said into microphones, we're not good enough. We're not where we need to be. And it wasn't like false modesty or anything. You could tell that they were frustrated that they weren't better than they are. So they need to get better, and I think some of that comes with personnel.
They were kind of disgusted at being asked the question about improvement.
Well, it's kind of like, it's almost like it's like, hey, telling a kid, like, hey, you didn't make varsity, but you got better, right? Good for you.
Yeah.
All right, no, I want to be on varsity.
I want to play football.
You're like, hey, good for you.
Yeah.
It's hard to make varsity, even as a senior.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Here's Nick Caserio. We talked about this in the previous segment. Here is Caserio, though, with his update on Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover.
Both of those guys, Dalton's going to be okay. It was kind of a calf. I don't think it's anything major. Cade, I think he avoided serious injury. Think he's going to be okay. So, probably going to be ready for the offseason programs. Probably not as bad as it looked. It looked pretty bad, right? Think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't use my term, non-contact hospital ball. It's so true. One thing we'd prefer that our quarterbacks not lead the receivers into danger,
right?
Even if that danger is simply AstroTurf, we would prefer that he not throw hospital balls.
That was wild.
Like that.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Probably, but not in this. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's the sum total. If it was one errant thing, you wouldn't think anything of it. But it was that CJ was so lucky not to have 8 interceptions in that game.
I know.
Sean, I was going back and watching it again yesterday because I'm a masochist. And I just.
Yeah, what the hell?
How many of those deflections on errant footballs that in those conditions, when you're rifling it, I don't. The old rules of, hey, if it touches the receiver's hands, he's got to catch it. No, not when it's his fingertips in those conditions.
That's right.
And it's rocketing up skyward.
Yeah.
As multiple Patriots defenders are scurrying to it. There's so many heart attack moments in that game.
Lands in between 5 guys.
It could have been so much worse than it was.
Yep.
It was one of the worst playoff performances this century by a quarterback, and yet he was lucky that it wasn't worse.
He was. Baseball yesterday, the Yankees re-signed Cody Bellinger. 5 years, $162 million. Opt-outs after years 2 and 3. I tell you, Seth, on the one hand, I want to give Cody Bellinger credit for coming back from being literally the worst hitter in baseball for a 2-year period.
Yeah, it coincided with when they cracked down on sign stealing.
It did.
Enough. Yes,
He had an OPS in 2021 of below 600.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking like high-level pitcher hitting OPS. And then he was back into the mid-6s in 2022. But when you combine the 2 seasons, there was no worse hitter in baseball for a 2-year period. In the entire Bellinger by OPS standards, 611 OPS. And now he's back to making $30+ million a year. On the one hand, I want to give him credit. On the other hand, he's Cody Bellinger, and at one time he said this.
I think what people don't realize is Altuve stole an MVP from Judge in 17. Everyone knows they stole the ring from us. I don't know what human hits a walk-off home run against Aroldis Chapman to send your team to the World Series. And one has the thought to say, don't rip my jersey off, but two, go in the tunnel, change your shirt, and then come out and do your interview. Like that makes no sense to me. It makes zero sense to me because I know me. Gary Sanchez said yesterday, you can rip my shirt off, my pants off. I sent my team to the World Series off Aroldis Chapman in the ninth inning at home. You can do,
Okay.
Yeah, this is like in such bad faith. The part he said about going into the dugout to change his shirt was just a stupid conspiracy theory that was debunked multiple times, even by the time that Cody Bellinger was saying that into a microphone. B, because Jose Altuve had already hit so many walk-off home runs in his career, he knew the deal. They were going to try to rip his shirt off. That was and he always fought it. It wasn't like that's the level of uninformed nonsense that Cody Bellinger spewed out of his stupid mouth in that moment is still unforgivable.
Choke on your 162. Your $162 million, Cody Bellinger. Choke on it.
29. Well, he'll be 30 this year.
Bellinger?
He's been around a long time.
I was going to say he feels older than that, doesn't he?
His rookie year. He's 21 years old his rookie year.
Yeah.
He's just been around forever. That's why he sounded just like a dumb stoner kid early in his career.
Yeah.
He was a young kid.
He was a dumb stoner.
I don't know about the other part, but yeah.
Yep. Seems like he's a stoner. It just seems like. That's all. I'm not saying he is.
Yeah, not the fun kind. Kids or adults out there who are yelling at me right now.
Yeah.
No, the kind the annoying kind.
That's right.
It just says stupid stuff and then insists and then needs you to acknowledge. No. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Dude, no. No, you don't get it. Judge should have been. No, man. Yeah. That
all right. Rockets in Philly tonight to face the Sixers. 6 o'clock tip-off. And I think we can all commiserate, everybody listening right now, along with me and Seth. We're all people that have to get up early. We love the 6 o'clock tip-off on a Rockets game.
Thank you, Rockets and the NBA.
Good job.
Yes. Thank you, Adam Silver. I love you as much as everybody else does.
You're the best. Yeah.
You're just so huggable.
Just cancel the in-season tournament. That's all I ask. All right. Those are your headlines for today. All right, let's go through this exercise. Nick Caserio yesterday was asked a bunch of questions about the offense, about C.J. Stroud, about contract extensions. He talked about turnovers. Seth and I are going to kind of treat this win probability style here. Is C.J. Stroud getting a contract extension? What is the percentage chance based on Nick Caserio's cuts from yesterday's press conference? Stay tuned. Long segment coming up. We're going to go through that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Hey, look, if you want to
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Before we get into Nick Caserio talking about the team, the offense, C.J. Stroud, turnovers, contract extensions, all those things, Seth and I are going to try to use our brains here to come up with a percentage chance that C.J. gets a contract extension. Based on Caserio answers from yesterday.
If you're listening to the 45 minutes, give or take, that Caserio spoke yesterday, there were some you might, wow,
yeah,
they're definitely giving him an extension.
Yep.
There were others where you think there's no chance in hell. They might try to trade him tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah. So we're going to go through this. We're going to give you the exact percentage chance at the end of this exercise.
And to be fair, just the overall tone of the press conference to me was that Nick was being very critical of CJ in the playoff game, but very complimentary of him about how he played this season and over the course of his career.
That's what makes it such a conundrum.
Yeah,
he was on both sides of it. I thought Nick addressed the overall CJ situation pretty well yesterday, but we'll go through it and we'll see if you agree with me on that. Before we do that, you and I were talking during the break. You pulled up, was it PFF you pulled up these numbers?
PFF, because they have their turnover-worthy play statistic.
Yeah.
And because I thought, man, it could have been 8 interceptions in that game against the Patriots. And so I was curious what they said. They said that he had 6 turnover-worthy plays.
Sounds
low.
So
that stat doesn't mean that he had turned the ball over, but it was a bad throw or whatever. It could have easily been an interception. I think that it does sound low. I think part of it is that they might not have accounted for the elements because an errant pass, one that's kind of off target or bad, but the receiver gets his hands on it. In that game, that's on CJ in my book. You can't be rifling into Xavier Hutchinson to where he has to leap for it and it goes off his fingertips. So but then if you look at the season, so by and large for most of the season, he would only have 0 or 1. Pretty good, right?
That's pretty good.
He had, of his 23 turnover-worthy plays this year, according to PFF.
That's the total for the season, 23.
16 of them came in 3 games. The Patriots, the Seahawks, and the Steelers.
So the 2 playoff games, and what I would say might have been the 1 regular season game whose atmosphere mirrored the Steelers and the Patriot games. That Seahawks game on a Monday night, right?
He's proven to be one of the best teams in the league.
Yes.
The Chiefs game felt bigger than it actually was.
Yeah.
There's a lot of emotion packed into that and a history with the Chiefs and everything.
Yes.
But by and large, they're a non-playoff team.
Correct.
But yeah, he's so over half of his turnover-worthy plays came in 3 really big, important games versus good opponents, good defenses. But 12 of them came in the playoffs over the course of 2 weeks.
I think you said 10 before it came in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, 10. Sorry, 10.
Yeah.
10 came in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So nearly half of them came in the 2 games in the playoffs.
6 against New England, 4 against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, sorry, I've got it ranked by total number
all good.
from high to low here.
Yeah, all good. So that's bad. That 23 on the season is a good number. That's well done, I think. That sound like for CJ a 14-game season. In 14 games to only have 23 turnover-worthy throws feels good. I don't know. I don't follow those advanced stats super close to know where that ranks.
I think in the Seahawks game, I would ask as the offensive line was really having a rough go of it. The O-line had a rough go of it in the Patriots game too.
They sure did.
But CJ reacted more extremely to it than he had for most of the season. He's dealt with bad offensive line play or push up the middle before. This one, as we've seen since CJ came back from the concussion, he looked really frazzled when it might be a situation where he'd have to scramble or something. And he starts forcing throws that he shouldn't be making.
Yep. All right, so let's get into these cuts here. This is Nick Caserio. The contract extensions and individuals were a big topic yesterday. Let's lead in with this one. Nick Caserio saying, we build a team here. It's not about one guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the end, we're trying to do what's best for the team. Like, this program's not about one individual, so we're not building a team based on one person, one facet of anything. We're trying to look at the big picture. Yeah, it doesn't affect, how we look at the team. So what do we need to do to build the best team possible, put the best team together, and then give ourselves the opportunity to compete on a weekly basis, which we've certainly done that. We put ourselves in a good position. In the end, I'd say our shortcomings come down to execution. When you go back and look at the game the other day, can't turn the ball over 5 times. We control that. I'd say the 3 touchdowns that New England scored, we didn't play the coverage or the technique the right way on calls that we've done countless times. So in the end, we've proven that we could do it, but in games of that magnitude, the margins are as small as any, and you either make the plays and do the right thing or you don't. So in the end, and end up fucking some players on Monday, they know it. And when they're articulating it, that's what you want to see and that's what you want to hear, which tells you you're on the right track. So in the end, it's about the team. Let's build a good team. And in the end, get the best 53 guys. And like we talked about it in October, we talked about it before the season, whoever comes in this building at some point, they're probably going to have to play. So, and that's where we try to build as much depth throughout the roster.
Okay, we're good, Ben. We got what we needed. That's a long time right there.
So
Seth's going to rip his microphone off of the stand, I think.
That was in response, I believe, to a question about how do you build a team around C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And one of the big themes of this press conference was really Nick kept either directly or indirectly pointing to the turnovers on offense and then the technique errors on defense that allowed those big plays. Yeah. I think Kalen Bullock in that first touchdown. Jalen Reed, I think, was supposed to have inside leverage on the Stephon Diggs touchdown.
Yep.
Like all of these things where there were just these breakdowns on some of these big plays. But he didn't. Boy, he didn't.
He brought up the turnovers.
He brought up the turnovers.
Yeah.
He's talking about building a team, really saying it's not about one guy, which would be your quarterback.
I mean, this is definitely a cut that has a low percentage chance of the contract.
I don't know. This one might make me feel more like it's – I would say this one gives me for me, 30% chance of them extending it.
30% chance. And we're just going to average these at the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're saying these percent chance that CJ will get an extension this offseason.
Okay, so you feel like after hearing that cut, that's all we had from Nick yesterday. You feel like there's basically a 1 in 3, so 30% chance.
30%, and it would be lower, except that I can't tell whether really he's actually trying to say the quarterback isn't as important as you're making it out to be, or vice versa.
Okay, so I'm going to roll with you on these. So 30%, Payne and Pendergast, 30% chance of that after hearing that. All right, next one. What can the organization do to help C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I think every player, the offseason is about improvement. What are some of the things that you can do better? C.J. had a really good season. He's done a lot of great things. He's done a lot of great things for his team, a lot of great things for this organization. I mean, anytime that you pass John Elway in terms of, what you've accomplished in a short period of time, I mean, talk about Hall of Fame quarterback. So CJ played good football this year. Honestly, it wasn't our best day as a team. When you go back really and look at the game from Sunday, can't turn the ball over. And you look at the divisional round, the teams that turn the ball over, they lost the game. Buffalo turned the ball over, how many times? 4 times. Brock Purdy, the Niners turned it over 3 times. Caleb threw 3 interceptions. So in the end, the most important, our ball security, I think this is a franchise record for least amount of turnovers. So we've shown that we can take care of the football. We did a poor job of it in the game the other day and ended up costing us.
All right, so that's good. I think we got the gist of that one.
You did a poor job of it in the Steelers game, too. And you got lucky on some of those fumbles. But he did a really poor job of it over the course of the entire playoffs.
Boy, that is a polarizing cut because he compared him to John Elway.
Also said that he's done something. What stat was that? I refuse to look it up. I refuse to look up which stat he was talking about where he surpassed John Elway.
There's one that I saw that I think it was something along the lines of most wins by a quarterback drafted in the top 2.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah, it was
great.
If I'm not mistaken. It's John Elway, Seth. What
I know,
the hell?
And he just out of nowhere he brings up John Elway.
John Elway, man. All right.
And he said he's done some great things here.
Yes.
And he's also pointed out the fact that he did a good job during the team set a team record for fewest turnovers.
Fewest turnovers.
That's with an extra game too, Sean.
Here's where, Seth, when we look at this through the prism, and for those just getting in their cars, Seth and I are playing Nick Caserio cuts from yesterday and trying to come up with a percentage chance that CJ gets his contract extension. I think any cut that has elements to it where David Mulligetta can go, hey, but you said.
Yeah,
that's got to be a high percentage.
Not even John Elway has done.
That's got to be certainly a greater than a coin flip chance that he gets a contract extension.
And yet John Elway didn't win his first championship until he was well past his
John
prime.
Elway was trash his first couple years.
Well, no, but he was also that's another part of it too. Let's not forget that it used to be kind of normal for even first round quarterbacks to not start right away. They were awful. Eli Manning was awful his first 3 years.
Yeah, man.
So the time frame or the schedule has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
Boy, but he also again brought up the turnovers. This one I would still say 50.
Okay.
Should I go higher than that?
I think all the stuff at the beginning is really strong. And not even.
But then he criticized CJ too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say 50%.
I think it's a coin. I think you're spot on. I think you got that good half and the bad half of that cut. So
okay.
50%.
Okay.
All right, so we've got 50%.
That was an inadvertent ding, by the way.
All right, next one is an extension with CJ this offseason, a goal.
Yeah, I'd say contractually, we haven't really talked publicly about anybody's contract. I would say every situation with any player is kind of case by case. So we'll handle business how we handle business. So, everybody's in kind of some different categories. So we kind of take it case by case and kind of deal with, one player at a time.
Okay. Now, the one thing I haven't heard about CJ, I'm curious about this. I don't want to read too much into this. At various points with other players, we've heard them gush about how this guy does everything we want him to do in the building, in the meetings, everything, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
It's the Will Anderson. Will gets that treatment all the time.
I'm trying to think if Nick himself has ever said, we really want this guy to be in the organization a long time. I feel like he said that with Nico, but I can't remember for sure.
Yeah.
But he didn't really – he said that's something we'll get into. Standard GM response.
Yeah.
But there hasn't necessarily been the same gushing about the process and everything about CJ. I mean, at times this year, D'Amico – talked about how certain things needed to be better in the preparation and everything. I'm going to give it a 20% chance.
20% after that cut right
based
there.
On an overall also just absence of gushing about.
Yeah, I like that. That
not
makes
the
sense.
same as like a Jalen Petrie or a Will Anderson or guys like
Kamari
that.
Lassiter's a big one also that they talk about. They unprompted talk about those guys.
And gush about it.
Gush
about how they are in the building and everything else.
Culture
and
centers.
We don't hear that same level of gushing about CJ.
We
Stroud.
don't.
20%.
Right. So 20%. All right. So next one. Could the team have done more? Could the front office have done more for the offense this year?
I mean, I'm not really sure the question. I'd say we had one of the best teams in the league. So, I mean, we went out there and competed with every team in the league that we played. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the question is.
I can specify. The offense, according to their statistics, didn't take a huge jump offensively. And I'm wondering.
The most important statistic is winning games. So that's what we're focused on.
100%, but you lost in the divisional round again. You ultimately want to get farther. Do you feel like you could have done more to get to that point? Or were there circumstances that you felt were out of control?
We had a good enough team to win any game we played. In the end, we didn't execute well enough. You can't turn the ball over 5 times in a divisional playoff round. I mean, taking care of the football is this single most important stat correlated to winning. I mean, look it up. That's the truth. If you don't turn the ball over, you enhance your chances of winning. It's 85, 90%. I mean, so that's the most important stat. Turnovers, taking care of the football, look around the league. So in the end, we had a good enough team to beat anybody. We played with every team in the league in front of us. And in the end, if we execute better, we'll still be playing. I mean, I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but that's the truth.
It's
3%.
It's
3%. 3%. Did you do enough to win? Did you do enough to improve this year? And they got a lot of wins, but they couldn't advance beyond the divisional round. Their stated goal, take it to new levels, specifically because the thing that gives you an 85 or 90% chance of winning, the 80% of the damage done to it was done by your quarterback. And he's lucky that it wasn't more than 4 turnovers.
He's very lucky it wasn't more than 4. As we outlined at the beginning of this segment, he had 6 turnover-worthy throws, according to PFF, in that game. It's a fascinating answer, Seth, to me, because the beginning of it, when Nick pulls out the shield with the big W on it for wins and says, hey, we won a bunch of questions about the offense. Like Jonathan Alexander asked a question. The offense didn't get better noticeably this year. They did some things better, but it's still not a good offense. And the beginning of the answer was almost like Nick protecting the offense.
Yeah.
And then he's like, you can't turn the ball over 5 times. It's a fascinating answer. It really
3%. 3%. And I'm not in the mood for anybody that wants to bring up these other stat lines of other quarterbacks who threw interceptions this weekend. Go watch those games.
They all did.
Tell me.
They all did things. Sorry, Seth. They all did things to counterbalance those turnovers.
No, and they weren't as egregiously bad.
No.
The turnovers weren't as bad. Yeah. The Drake May's turnovers weren't as bad as C.J. Stroud's turnovers.
All right, we got a couple more here. 3 more. How important, this is the very next question in that press conference. How important is next year for C.J. Stroud?
I mean, every year you kind of start from scratch. And everybody is focused on individual improvement. So CJ's played a lot of good football, won a lot of games, done a lot of great things for this organization. And I think all of us are excited about the opportunity in front of us for the 26th season. It's a year-to-year league. I mean, that's where we're focused. So we're focused on the 2026 season, trying to put the best team together and hopefully put ourselves into a position that we can go out there and play pretty good football and, win a bunch of games. So that's where our focus is.
This is the question I have. When it's a year-by-year league, let's say you don't have a quarterback this year.
Okay.
And you've got multiple different scenarios. Let's say maybe there's some trade options. Maybe there's something going up in Buffalo, and Josh Allen is actually available for trade or something. Or Lamar Jackson, for instance, who may or may not have been available for trade in the past.
Right.
Where's CJ on the power rankings of guys that you would want to trade for in this year-by-year league? This is a guy. If you're saying we need somebody who can come in here and help us get over that hump and push into the next round of the playoffs, CJ right now might be at the bottom of the list in terms of how's this guy going to show up and how is he going to make it a different team in the playoffs.
He's below guys on the list who haven't been to the divisional round of the playoffs right now.
Right,
because he's been there and failed 3 times, and the last time he failed – the last time the team lost, because Nick's making this about the team as much as it is individuals, CJ was the biggest reason you lost that game.
2%. Yeah, year-by-year league. He's asked about CJ getting an extension. He said it's a year-by-year league.
Yep.
Or how important is next year for CJ was the question. And it's a year-by-year league.
Yeah.
They didn't, he's been cited multiple times in this press conference as basically the reason they lost that game. And if what your goal is to be a better football team next year, one that can win the divisional round, CJ just hasn't shown it. He egregiously didn't show it here.
Yeah.
And then what does Nick say? Wins are the most important thing.
Right.
He doesn't care about the offensive stats or anything. Wins are the most important thing.
0-3 in the divisional round.
All right. Well, if we're going to go there, if we're going to go caveman on it, well, that quarterback, if you want to be simple about it, which I'm not. I don't like thinking about it this way because there's multiple elements that go into it. But if wins are the only thing that matters in your stats, then that quarterback that you're talking about is the guy who hasn't gotten them past the divisional round.
He to the extreme, negatively impacted your chances to win on this past Sunday for sure. All right, 2 more. If you're just getting in your car, this is important science going on this show right now, this very minute. You turned on the radio. You walked into the right room. If you're listening to 2 people coming up with a percentage chance of C.J. Stroud getting a contract extension.
It is scientific to the same level and degree of witch dunking.
Yes,
science.
Incredible science. Yes, witch dunking. Okay, this one is about C.J. and the AFC South.
Yeah, I think, and he said this. I mean, it was hard, and I think anytime that you deal with difficult situations, adversity, it's just in the end you're leaning onto it. And our job as an organization is to support our players and give them the resources that they need and feel like they have a good environment to come to work. Look, I'd say players that come in this building love being here. They know what we're about. They know what D'Amico's about. They know what I'm about. So, I mean, in the end, we're just trying to win football games with the right people and, understand this league's hard. I mean, it's really hard. I mean,
okay, I'm not getting anything CJ out of this cut right
Yeah, I
here.
don't think. Yeah, I think we probably just.
I don't even know why CJ's name is in the cut.
I'll punt on this one.
Yep.
I don't want to.
That's a null
besmirch
set.
our pristine data.
No, because I'm looking at I'm tracking the percentage, and it feels like we're onto something here.
Yeah, this is like we're doing a drug trial or something. And we find out that one of the subjects is like, also been doing heroin the whole time.
Yes, yes. All right, this one is definitely specifically about CJ. This is the last cut. So Seth, this is the last chance for CJ to get his percentage up.
Yeah.
On the contract extension. This is about CJ in particular games this year.
Yeah, look, if we want to go game by game, like we don't win a Kansas City game without CJ Stroud. I mean, so again, like that's one game. All right, look, he'll be the first to tell you he didn't play well on Sunday. All right, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he played well either. Like he knows that. So in the end, all right. Got to learn from it. What can we do better? All right, and then we're moving forward. All right, I mean, see, look at his body of work. This guy's been a damn good quarterback in this league for 3 years. I mean, it's the truth. So, again, you wanted to look at everything in totality, and then every player will look at their situation, and it's always case by.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. Do you not win the Kansas City game without CJ? He had a great fourth quarter, made some great throws and plays in the fourth quarter. He also completed 48% of his passes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that kind of goes into the whole. All right, when you give a quarterback credit for digging yourself out of the situation you were in already, I think one of the best things CJ probably did in the Kansas City game was he was careful and conservative and took care of the football.
Yeah.
And they were in a position to do the things they had to do in the fourth quarter because they kind of weathered the storm.
Yes.
Where they literally couldn't weather northeastern storm versus the Patriots.
You're going to give me a number here in a second as to how you feel about that cut, giving him a contract extension. What I will point out about that Kansas City game and in general is I think with this particular Texans team, I think CJ's executing the assignment in a game like Kansas City.
Yeah,
like, just don't screw up.
Yeah.
Let the defense eat. And if he had done that against New England, we would be doing what they're doing on TV right now in the studio, talking about Jarrett Stidham in the AFC title game right now.
Yeah. And he did the things he was supposed to do in the Kansas City game. He managed the game properly.
Right.
When you've got a really good defense on the other side of you. And to give CJ a little bit of a break here, when you don't have a good rushing attack, there's certain things you can and cannot do, and you got to realize that there can be zero hero ball in your game when these are the circumstances, and that all flew out the window in the playoffs. So it's the Steelers game too. We had these same concerns after the Steelers game, and then he went out and played worse. So
give me a number
after that one, based on that reply and that reply alone. I would say 65% chance.
So that's the one that. Of the I'll call it 6 that we played because we null setted one of them. That's the one that gives you the highest percentage in your mind that
they would actually give him an extension.
That CJ gets an extension. Okay, so 105 plus 65 is 107. 105 plus 65 is 170. Divided by 6 is 28. Okay, you ready, Seth?
Yes.
28% chance he gets a contract extension this offseason.
That feels high.
Feels a little high. Feels a little high. Not super high.
Yeah.
But a little high.
Well, the whole thing is, if the NFL weren't in this weird place where it almost becomes expected that you give a quarterback an extension after the third year, partly because of the economics of it, partly because of the leadership part of it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just stupid. It's dumb. I hate it. I try like hell not to be a grumpy old man about it. But my God, so many mediocre quarterbacks have hamstrung their organizations by being given this third year extension that if it weren't for all of that, I would say it's about a 3% chance.
Yeah.
But you're in this world where teams don't want to kick it down the road another year and end up having to pay that much more. But I feel like if ever there was a year to just wait, this would be it.
I agree with you. We need to understanding you and I aren't making this decision. The fans aren't making this decision. They're not doing a Pender poll and taking a look and saying, well, if 65% say yes, let's give him a contract extension. There may very well be the possibility that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio view that New England game as a bad day at the office. and that they are looking at the body of work, and they do look at this as, man, the quarterback market, it's been stuck at $60 million for a couple of years now with Dak at the ceiling. It probably is ready to break through that ceiling. Now, I'm not saying give him $60 million, but I could see a scenario where he gets, say, a 3-year extension that's for way more than fans would give him right now on the heels of that game on Sunday and the previous game on Monday.
I guess if it's one of those things that are, if it's a modified contract, then I guess everybody can kind of claim that they were correct, whether they said he would or wouldn't get a concussion or get an extension.
Yeah.
Because that's my other big question I have, too, is, all right, let's say they don't give him the extension, but he gets another concussion next year.
Right.
Like, what do you do then?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of concussions in modern times for an NFL quarterback.
It is.
I know back in the day, guys played with multiple concussions and everything. You can't get away with it anymore.
No.
Like, that's just not going to happen. And then this is a quarterback who's shown to be frazzled after he's gotten his second concussion. I don't know what happens after a third one. At the very least, if they give him an extension, it can't have whatever the clause was in Tua Tagovailoa's where he could have retired and all that money was guaranteed.
Yeah.
There's got to be a concussion clause in that. That if you
or
retire,
an insurance policy or
yeah,
something.
yeah, that's what you can.
Yeah. Well, you need to do that because and actually, if you end up having to use that insurance policy, you get salary cap relief.
You can call it. Yeah, you get the salary cap space back.
Yeah. So I would imagine that's a given. Even. I would do that with CJ even if there weren't a third concussion. I would do that regardless. All right.
Google doesn't tell me which quarterbacks have had the most concussions, because Tua keeps popping up with 3.
HIPAA.
Yeah.
Google is adhering to the laws of HIPAA.
I get stories about old-time quarterbacks who estimate how many concussions they had and everything, but I don't have any actual data other than Tua.
This press conference yesterday, shifting gears a little bit. So if you missed it, 28% is the scientifically arrived at percentage that C.J. Stroud gets a contract extension.
And in which trial fashion, what we'll do to see if we're correct or not is bounce our quarterback's head off the turf and see if he see if he pops
and
up.
Dunk 3 witches.
Yeah.
This press conference in Buffalo yesterday was pretty fascinating. I'm going to skip around here a little bit, Ben, on the cuts, if it's all right. Because Terry Pegula, the owner of the Bills, talked about why he fired Sean McDermott. Brandon Beane says, "Oh, I can't believe people would think." Brandon Beane, who not only got retained but promoted to president of football operations as well as being the GM, was like, "Huh, I was the first one to defend Sean McDermott."
Yeah, people are speculating that, okay, this is he must have been the architect here. He schemed against Sean McDermott.
Yeah, a little bit of Littlefinger stuff from Game of Thrones going on. The part got the most attention yesterday was Terry Pegula, the owner, sticking up for Brandon Beane. Someone in the media there asked about the drafting of Keon Coleman early in the second round of the draft a couple of years ago. And the Keon Coleman pick has not worked out. He was a healthy scratch for a bunch of games. He's been late to meetings. Seems like a great kid, but just not real professional right now. Terry Pegula jumps in as Brandon Beane is asked a question about drafting Keon Coleman and says that wasn't even Brandon's decision. He let the coaches make that one.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Okay, the true story according to who?
The true story about why we drafted this dud.
Yeah.
A guy who's a current player on my team.
In a vacuum, and we've got a follow-up to it that's amazing.
Yeah.
But in a vacuum, holy crap. Like, Keon Coleman had to be looking at his phone yesterday, like, why am I trending right now? You know?
You know what, though? Keon Coleman, I believe Terry Pegula was calling out Keon Coleman like that. He sounds like a kid who needs tough love. He just flat out hasn't shown up to meetings and what have you. Makes some of the most – I don't watch that much Bills football, but when I do, I see Keon Coleman having some ridiculously bad drops and lapses in concentration.
Now, so that part of it is just kind of funny.
Yeah.
But then the internet went to work and found there were 2 videos that surfaced. Only one makes for good radio because the audio is not very good. But they showed there was a video that they showed of Brandon Beane with what looked to be a few other Bills front office people at the Combine doing the thing that Nick said he does sometimes. When you asked him about this, you asked him about Kamari Lassiter and his slow 40 time.
Yeah.
And you said, do you even root for some of the guys that you really like as players to run slow 40 so you can get them a little bit later? And the Bills people were doing that with Keon Coleman. He ran a slow 40.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, that's good. He might be there for us then. Then there was this. You're going to hear the audio. This is Brandon Beane talking at the end of the first night of the draft on what I'm guessing is an in-house production for the Bills about how excited he was to get up that next morning and draft Keon Coleman.
When I went to bed that night, I was like, it's Keon unless someone just blows us away. We didn't feel anything was attractive enough for us to pass up on Keon.
All things considered, get the guy who's so special. Yep.
Okay, you can't really hear the end there, but the key part is the beginning where Brandon Beane.
so special?
I don't know.
That was somebody else. That wasn't.
I don't know. Yeah, I just. But that first part is the one that people are going, liar.
Yeah.
Liar, Brandon Beane. You're a liar.
He seemed to be now. Was their strategy though? Was that fueled by the coaches feeling passionately about him, even though Brandon Beane didn't feel passionate about it?
Well, and at that point too, we should point out that video is probably shot when Keon Coleman was on the team at that point.
Yeah.
So Brandon Beane probably had no idea, obviously, when he's sitting down to do that video, that this was going to get brought up in the court of law that is Twitter.
Plus, it's one draft decision. The whole dynamic here that's so curious is that the owner gets up and multiple times is saying that, Sean McDermott just hasn't done enough. We need to get out. We need to break through all this other things. And it's been him and Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane the entire time.
Yep.
So the question is like, okay, well, how come Sean McDermott hasn't done enough, but Brandon Beane has? Meanwhile, Josh Allen has no receivers.
Right.
Remember, so Keon Coleman is one draft pick. Yep. He doesn't have any receivers. He had Stephon Diggs for a little bit, but even Brandon Beane was stupid when he talked about when they traded the pick for Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
He had an idiotic comment where he's like, well, you can't just go out and draft the Stephon Diggs necessarily. The draft pick you traded away for Stephon Diggs was used to draft Justin Jefferson.
That's exactly right.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you blame fool?
Here was Pagula yesterday, the owner of the Bills, on why he fired Sean McDermott.
I did not fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision. If I can take you into that locker room, I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. 13 seconds, missed field goals, the catch. So I just sensed in that locker room, like, where do we go from here with what we have? And that was the basis for my decision.
Okay, you're a former player, Seth. I am fascinated by this. An owner coming in, and he doesn't seem like somebody who played ball back in the day or spent a lot of time in locker rooms. Maybe he did. I don't know. But an owner looking at the mood of a locker room after a playoff loss and saying,
excited that Josh Allen didn't say anything to him.
Gotta fire
didn't say
my
hi
coach.
to him.
Right.
Yeah.
That's scary. I tell you, that would scare me if I was looking at the Buffalo job right now as a head coach.
It feels like trying to judge somebody's emotional state in a situation by a still frame photograph.
Yes.
Where you're just taking one little sliver and saying, oh, clearly this person was miserable or clearly this person was happy. It's one moment after, okay, everybody's devastated or whatever it might be. But then also, multiple times in this press conference, he says that the officials are the reason the Bills lost that game. So apparently, if the officials were the reason, I don't know if it was that Sean McDermott was doing the right things, except that the officials screwed him over. He cited against the Chiefs, or was that the Ravens? Whichever one it was. That's
it was the Chiefs. Yeah, it was the
I guess Sean McDermott didn't inspire the kicker enough.
Yeah. Well, in the 13 seconds was the game a few years ago where they left Mahomes 13 seconds and he went down and got a field goal.
Yeah.
That's probably the closest one that you could have to putting it on the coach.
Yeah, I think the biggest, honestly, thing that I took out of all of this was owners just got to be careful about when they show up in press conferences. Because they don't have a whole lot of experience doing it.
Yeah.
And they think because they tend to be billionaires who have a certain amount of confidence, they don't realize how ill-prepared they are for handling an NFL press conference. They really don't have a clue.
To wit, as an example, real quick on the way out because we're up against it. It's a shortcut. Brandon Beane, the GM, gets asked the question, what went wrong in the Denver game on Sunday?
And led to the group falling short of that.
I mean, Jay. A bad call.
Pagula jumps in.
That was Pagula. The question was for Beane because you can hear Beane start to answer the question. And you got Pagula over there like some fan sitting in the bleachers going, bad call!
And then later, Brandon Beane would go on to try to not blame Sean McDermott for the Keon Coleman draft pick.
Yeah.
Pagula kept jumping in.
It was
and it is. As Pagula's up there giving answers about why they just hit the wall and it was time to move on and everything, he's blaming the officials for why they lost that. They fired Sean McDermott for not winning that game, and yet also it was the officials' fault for not winning that game.
Yep. All right, as long as we're doling out blame for things, the Texans, a generational defense at any point leading up to that loss to the New England Patriots, you are to blame for the loss. We have the audio to prove it. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, treacherous winter weather is back in Texas.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with good along for the ride with you. Appreciate you tuning in. The New England Patriots are going to be playing in the AFC title game on Sunday. We just have to face the facts. That's going to happen. And I believe it's a game you can hear on Sports Radio 610, if I'm not mistaken. Be a whole lot more fun if you were hearing the Texans and Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware and John Harris doing that game, but that's not the case. And it may not be the case because of those of you, us, out there who were calling the Texans a generational defense leading up to that Patriots game. Mm-hmm. That got under the skin of one Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah, it did.
Who walked the walk on that Sunday. We know he was talking his game leading up to that. He met with the media yesterday, and he said that all those compliments that you people were giving the Texans defense, that fueled the Patriots.
Last week we sat there listening about how good the Texans defense is, this, that. Obviously we know they good, but was hearing like Legion of Boom, comparing them to Seattle, and there's just a lot going on, but I think that was fuel to us, we like the underdogs, underdog story is always good.
He sounds a little like Nico Collins to me.
Yeah,
kind of that same Southern vibe. Nico's from Alabama.
Nico doesn't talk slow like that.
But he says a lot. He's like, hey, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways.
I think that's 100% the correct attitude to have when you're watching TV all week and you're seeing every single analyst gush about the Texans defense. They went out and they look, CJ's turnovers are the big story in that game, but the Texans allowed 3 touchdown drives. One of them on a short field, but 2 nice long touchdown drives by Drake May, and we just flat out got beat in coverage a few times.
Yeah.
So you got to wear that. And I think as much as we've talked about CJ, putting himself in the top 5 on that podcast a couple of years ago and all of those things, you got to remember that this is a young defensive backfield, and that these guys still have some lessons to learn too. And they still have some lessons to learn about playing in big games and against good quarterbacks and everything else. And it's probably going to be a good learning experience for them. Nick said that those guys all took ownership of it, without any prodding or poking at all.
Yeah, they're accountable,
those guys knew where they'd messed up.
Yeah.
But it's just not so simple. And the generational thing I was never comfortable with, just because it takes to actually ride a defense to a Super Bowl is an exceedingly rare thing.
Yes.
It is hard to do, especially when you have to go on the road and do that over the course of 3 or 4 playoff games. And the Texans defense they weren't good enough to carry an incredibly awful quarterback that day.
Yep. Here's one more. This is Stefon Diggs, old friend, Texans legend, 8 games. We know he's in a relationship with Cardi B, and he was asked, how supportive is Cardi B?
I got to holler at her about one recently, but it's cool, though. I just appreciate the support. She's been the Patriots. She wasn't a football girl before I converted her over, but I'm just thankful to have her in my corner. She's an amazing woman, and, continue to build that relationship. I don't talk too much about my personal life, but she's an amazing woman. I just appreciate her, and hopefully I can build on that and, I guess watch that tree grow.
Robert Kraft was talking about her yesterday or a couple days ago.
What I really want is a Giselle-type moment. Remember after the one Super Bowl where Giselle said, "My husband cannot throw and catch the ball himself."
Yeah, she was blaming Wes Welker, I think, or somebody.
And it was it was
one of those little white guys. I can't remember which one.
It was her. Cardi B would be way more entertaining doing it. Just spit some bars after like in a choice fashion.
Yes.
I need that.
I do too.
I need that occasionally in my life.
No. I need it this Sunday.
Yeah.
I can't. I need the Denver Broncos to win this game. I'm going to tell you right now, Seth, I'm starting to get over the Texans' loss. I'm starting to. I'm not at acceptance yet. I know Lopez said yesterday of the 5 stages, he's at acceptance. Good for him. I am not at acceptance yet, and I'm going backwards because of all the coverage now. I mean, we're a Thursday before the AFC title game. So everything that's on TV is wall-to-wall conference title game. So I know some of you may be listening going, well, Sean, just turn off the TV. This is my job. I can't escape it. Tomorrow, Seth and I are going to have to talk about the AFC title game, and I'm going to tell you right now, if the Patriots go into Denver and they do the Broncos, like not just go in and beat them, I'm not saying go and beat them, kick a field goal at the end and go to the Super Bowl. That'll be, if they go in and they completely flummox Jarrett Stidham and they win this thing like the Texans did in Pittsburgh 30-6.
Yeah.
It's going to put me right back at square one, because that would have been the Texans. If the Patriots could do that to Jarrett Stidham, then the Texans and their generational defense sure as hell could have done it.
I don't know.
Stidham.
The tricky part of that is that it's hard for me to believe that the Texans would do that to the Broncos defense. I don't. What version of C.J. Stroud am I looking at after those two games? Let's say the Texans had pulled it out and won that Patriots game.
Yeah.
What part of me feels like, oh yeah, they're going to go into Denver and just shred that defense?
No, I'm not. I'm saying like if they played, like if it looked like the Steelers game.
Oh
the defense scores a couple of touchdowns.
Sorry, I was thinking about the way that the Patriots beat the Texans. Yeah, so if they just destroyed them like that, then you could easily see the Texans being there.
Yeah.
If Jarrett Stidham never gives the Broncos a chance to take advantage of C.J. Stroud falling apart in
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Playoffs.
Yeah, C.J. goes and throws 4 interceptions, you'll lose to the Raiders. But if you just play below average.
What if the Texans had won that game? C.J. goes and has another similar performance to the Steelers game and the Patriots game, but the Texans win because the defense just destroys the Broncos offense. You get 2 pick sixes or something.
Yeah.
We're still having conversations about whether or not you give him an extension, right? Even if they go to the Super Bowl? Even if they win the Super Bowl?
You and I are having them.
Yeah.
Again, the conversations you and I have, you and I went through the exercise earlier this hour, kind of having some fun with things that Nick was saying. They go win a Super Bowl. Nick said yesterday he deferred to wins a couple of times in that press conference. So I don't know, man. Like if CJ continued to perform below average throughout the playoffs, but the defense just carries him, then I would still be in a spot where I'd be very skittish about giving him a contract extension, because the fact of the matter is this defense can't stay at this level forever.
Yeah.
You're going to have to make some hard decisions on guys. It's hard to maintain that level. The biggest thing short term is you may not be nearly as healthy next year as you were this year. So you've got to factor into how your quarterback is playing when you're giving out a contract extension like that. You can't give CJ $60 million because your defense is good.
Right. Right. Yeah. And that's where, when Nick earlier said that, wins are the only thing that matters, and that the offense was good enough because they had all these wins. Like, you can't translate that directly into, okay, well, then you're going to extend all of these guys.
Yeah.
That must mean that Jake Andrews deserves $20 million a year over 5 years or something. There's still weaknesses on that offense, and we just don't know how much of a strength C.J. Stroud is anymore.
Nick did have an answer yesterday, and I'll find it later. I'll find it during the break. We'll play it later. He did have an answer yesterday, though, that was like, you can kind of do anything with the salary cap. It was almost like, if you need to make it happen, you can make it happen.
Well, you can make it happen. But it's within reason. It's like you can't go out and spend whatever you want every single year. At some point, you got to pay the piper.
And he knows that, but the internet hears that, and they're like, see, it's just this thing.
The cap is a myth and all that. The cap doesn't exist. It's just way more complicated than. But
we're always the spoil sports on that too. You and I, we're like, hey guys, the cap is real.
We see teams making decisions every year specifically because of the cap, and yet anytime somebody spends aggressively, people want to act like the cap doesn't exist. The New Orleans Saints are currently in a multi-year pickle because of how they acted like the cap didn't exist for years.
Yep. All right, let's circle back to Caserio as we get to the top of the hour here. Updates on the coaching staff, updates on injuries, including the weirdest injury of the DeMeco Ryans era. We've got all that for you coming up next.
Another year. Of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Good to be with you on a Thursday. So let's reset here. Those of you coming in on the back end of the show here, if you missed Nick Caserio yesterday, meeting with the media, the one big news item to come out of that is it looks like Nick Caley is going to be back as OC for a second year. Here was Nick Caserio saying just that.
Yeah, I would anticipate Nick being here next year. I think Nick learned a lot. First opportunity as a play caller. I'd say offensively, probably the last 2 to 3 months of the year, played pretty good football and did a lot of good things. So there was growth and improvement. There's always areas that we can improve, and that's what D'Amico mentioned the other day. This next couple weeks right after the season was kind of looking at everything, go through the coaching staff, go through other aspects of the staff. Is there anything that we have to do? All right, then we'll look at some things schematically, start to go through the self-scout, try to figure out, all right, what are some of the things that we did well? We know kind of where we are as a team, and I think sometimes when you're working on one side of the ball, you maybe see it through one lens. Sometimes when you're on the opposite side of the ball, you see it through a different lens. And I'd say the rapport amongst the staff is really good, so we can communicate honestly and openly with each other. So it says a lot, and honestly, it speaks to who D'Amico is. So that's what we're going through right now. So, yeah, I would anticipate Nick being here, next year. And all of us are just trying to improve and do what we can to make the team and the organization better.
So that's I've seen that referred to as red teaming before, where you have when you have people in your own organization kind of look at you, give an assessment of it. Some people do it, or some teams will do it. They have people on staff, like, retired coaching consultants or whatever. I think this is kind of what Vic Fangio is doing in Philadelphia. Yeah. A few years ago, not now when he's a defensive coordinator. You kind of look at Vic Fangio, defensive-minded guy, is a consultant with the team, but looks at the offense's game plan and maybe shoots holes in it or sees where there's potential weaknesses or anything. So I do like the idea of, after the season, the defensive staff taking some time to look at the offense and think about maybe how they would have attacked it, what they think they could have done, all of that. That takes you got to really keep your ego in check when you sit.
Should we be doing that here? Should we be
various shows?
Should we be listening to In the Loop? Should we be
Yeah.
listening to In the Loop and saying, I don't know, guys.
Probably.
Could use a little more of this.
Probably.
A little more of that.
Probably.
Maybe a few more confessions. you
Yeah.
know? Yeah.
I don't know. We're probably all too sensitive for it, though.
Yeah.
It would end up
No,
creating
I don't want anybody
infighting
doing
and
it with
everything.
our show. I want to do it to the other
I
shows.
just want to do it to them.
Yeah,
Hey,
no.
I'm going to bring this up at the next meeting. I came up with a plan whereby Sean and I criticize everybody.
We're going to red
You guys
team
don't
everybody.
criticize us,
Right,
okay?
right.
But just for the good of the team, we're going to criticize everybody.
We're going to get better as a team if we do it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep. I think we need to do that. I'm going to.
So with Kaylee, a lot of it was over the entire course of the season. It felt like they were just trying to figure out what they could and could not do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Kaylee got better at it in the second half of the season. I think some of the things they were doing where they were, they felt like they were experimenting with outside zone runs at times, and they were building some bootleg off of that. We know they spent the first half of the season trying to insist to themselves that they were a tough physical football team that could just double team guys up into the lap of the linebacker, and that never really came to fruition.
It was so bad that what you're talking about, like running British Brooks and Woody Marks into a brick wall,
yeah.
It was so bad that when they finally started scoring touchdowns in the red zone by running outside zone or doing some misdirection toss and then throw back, it would make me angry.
It would make
they
you
would be
angry
scoring
retroactively.
touchdowns. They would score touchdowns. I'd be like, why did you do that? The Denver game or whatever.
It was like they were a boxer who thought he was ready to fight a contender who wasn't. And his trainer should have been telling him, like, no, man, you're not ready. You're not ready. But in this case, D'Amico and Nick it seemed like it was D'Amico. D'Amico flat out said, I can't remember which game it was, when he said that he was the one that said to run the same play a second time to try to get it. I was on the tush push in one of those games.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I forget which one. I think it might have been Denver.
And I felt like, man, there's some things you can will into existence, but there's other times where you got to maybe use some judgment on it. That, all right, gumption and want to, it only takes you so far when you're facing trained killers on the other side of you.
Indeed. Someone has a text here. As long as we're talking about coordinators, I'm curious if you agree with the sentiment of this text, Seth. I feel like I haven't heard enough talk about the very real outcome of losing Matt Burke, if not this offseason, then next. He is starting to get some head coaching buzz. I think he actually got an interview with Arizona. He's got history in Arizona. He was on the staff there a few years ago when J.J. Watt was there. What's your feel about Matt Burke right now?
I think that we're at least a year away from that, and I don't worry about it as much just because it's D'Amico's side of the ball. It's when Kyle Shanahan loses an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Do we see massive op-eds about, like, what's Kyle Shanahan going to do without Mike McDaniel? What's he going to do without passing game coordinator Bobby Slowick?
Right.
It's when it's your own side of the ball. I think and the other thing is D'Amico has done a really good job, and Matt Burke has done a really good job of coaching their coaches.
Yeah.
Because the one thing I've always said about this type of defense that the Texans run, where there aren't a whole lot of bells and whistles, they try to keep it relatively simple. That only works, yes, if you have talent to do it, but also B, the really good coaching.
Mm-hmm.
And because it does, you've got to be nails on everything, and everybody's got to be running everything with precision for offenses not to take advantage of your simplicity. So that's more than just Nico and Matt Burke. That's them coaching the assistant coaches really well. So I don't worry about it as much. And I don't say that to discredit Matt Burke at all. I like Matt Burke a lot. But it's also just that's D'Amico's side of the ball. And D'Amico was the defensive coordinator for a couple of years. It was great that D'Amico spent more time with the offense this year, but I also don't think that's the thing that's going to fix the offense and that D'Amico has to stay over there all the time.
That would be the question, because there was, he gave play calling duties to Matt Burke while they were losing games earlier in the year, and it seemed to have a positive effect. It certainly didn't have a negative effect on the defense. The defense continued to be elite. I guess that would be the one thing, if you bring in somebody new Is it somebody that you immediately trust to call the defense? And is that guy going to call it as good as Matt Burke has been calling it? That would be the one question mark, would be just the burn-in period early on for, is this guy good enough? Does D'Amico need to pay more attention to the defense again?
You know, the other thing, too, is that sometimes it's hard to envision guys as head coach and their coaches, and the role suits them. Like Liam Cohen. Man, guy didn't look like a head coach to me. He lost 40 pounds. And he turned Trevor Lawrence into something, and all of a sudden, boy, he looks a lot like a head coach. I don't know. This guy seems to have it. He's got a chip on his shoulder.
It sounds like you saw JJ talking about Liam Cohen yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't realize that he had lost that much weight.
I didn't either.
We have the audio.
Yeah. Oh, do we?
Yeah. Ben, do you have that audio? Perhaps I didn't actually send the audio.
Oh, we got it. Yeah.
This is J.J. Watt on the McAfee show talking about how and why Liam Cohen lost weight this year.
Plenty of insight into Liam Cohen's weight loss. I mean, it's a ridiculous topic to have a lot of knowledge on, but I do. We had him multiple times this year, and it came up multiple times. It was Baselli when he got there. Like the very first day that Cohen got there, Baselli was like, "You got to get in shape. This is ridiculous. You can't look like that."
Love that. You look like a fat idiot right now.
And he got him in the gym with him in the mornings, and he was like, they went through like a gym routine and like nutrition and stuff, and then Cohen he switched it to the afternoon because he was working in the morning, but he worked out all year long, and I think he said he's down 40 pounds.
Damn. Dog.
Saleh, I don't know, bro. You're coming into a different AFC South jungle down there in Duval.
Saleh is a brick house.
Yeah, and his head.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The minions on McAfee show crack me up.
So either Matt Burke or Nick Caley, if you think, I don't know about those guys as head coaches. I feel like more football teams need to do just actual leadership training programs.
Yeah.
Don't just talk about leadership. Do like the military does, where they train their leaders how to lead. There's a systematic approach to it. You don't just toss them a book about the 7 habits of this or that.
Mm-hmm.
Just go through an actual leadership program. And I started thinking, I was like, I don't know, can I picture CJ as like a Marine Corps officer?
Oh,
and I couldn't really do it. I couldn't do it.
Couldn't quite get there.
Listen, I had AI put a picture of CJ into a military officer uniform, and other than the hair, I got to do something about the hair.
Yeah.
I don't know. It suits him.
Really?
It suits him. I put him through the program. He went to boot camp, and then he went to, and then he, I don't know, did an ROTC program or something, and lo and behold, there I have staring at me, CJ Stroud, Marine Corps officer.
Are you going to post that? Are you going to post
I don't know.
the picture?
I fear that it might be disrespectful to the military or something.
Yeah, that's a good
I don't want to.
point.
Yeah, I don't want to step on that. I don't want to step on the wrong side.
Did you share it with
protocol.
me? Is that the text I just
sent
got
it to
from
you? Yeah.
Okay, let me take a look at it here and react to it. Oh man, he looks like he's ready to go off to military high school, like Culver Military Academy.
Well, you know what he has, because I only did the face. I said put it on the body of a Marine Corps officer.
Yeah.
He has the posture. He has the body language.
Yeah.
He looks like a leader because he has the body language of a leader.
He should be using this sort of posture all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
100%.
Yeah. That's a good picture. I think it looks good, man.
I think he looks like a fine young.
Can we
I definitely wouldn't get
send
dragged by his own
thousands of
soldiers.
CJs up to the world?
He's got to do something about that hair, though. It doesn't pass muster.
He will have to do something about that.
I'll see if AI can do something about that.
Yeah,
it doesn't look ridiculous.
Yeah, give him a buzz cut. Man, that's good. Hey, by the way, breaking news on the television here. The 5 finalists for the MVP award in the National Football League were just announced. The 5 finalists. I'm going to tell you who they are, Seth, and you tell me who you think wins this thing here. Matthew Stafford. Drake May. Christian McCaffrey. Josh Allen.
Now, they vote on this during the regular season, at the end of the regular season.
It's been voted on. These are the 5 finalists.
It's already been voted upon.
Yeah. It's been voted on. These are the 5 finalists. So the NFL honors will be that Thursday before the Super Bowl out in San Francisco. So they'll name the winners. So these are the top 5 vote getters. So Stafford, there's an interesting one for Texan fans.
Yeah.
Stafford, McCaffrey, Drake May, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence.
God. Oh.
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Is 5th.
Oh.
Well, I don't know if he's fifth. He's among the five. He might be fourth or third for all we know.
We don't know where he stands.
Yeah, he might have won it. Trevor Lawrence, we might live in a world where Trevor Lawrence and that long horse face of his and that flowing locks walk down the aisle and picks up an MVP
Chloe
trophy.
Savini is about to win an MVP.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Matt Stafford.
I do too.
He gets it's a combo MVP achievement award.
I do too.
I think a lot of voters are like, okay, Drake May. I mean, you cannot get around that schedule that the Patriots played. And I'm not saying this to discredit Drake May or anything like that. When it comes to awarding the best performance of the season, yes, Drake May played incredibly well, but it wasn't nearly against the same schedule that Matt Stafford faced.
Yep.
So I think Matt Stafford gets it.
I think he wins the award. Who do you think, independent of performance for this year, who do you think is the most valuable player in the NFL?
Christian McCaffrey could make a great case for it. Just because of nothing seems to work without him.
He's so central to what they do there.
Yeah, and it comes then people
in the
start
running
debating
and the passing. He caught 100 passes this year.
Yeah,
mine would be Josh Allen still, even with the bad performance against Denver. He does more with less. Teams in it every year. They could have easily won that Denver game. They went to overtime. He did, as bad as he was all day, he had 55 seconds to go drive and get them in field goal range to tie the game, and he did that. Mine would be Allen. I think Stafford is a deserving winner of the award if he gets it. How would we feel if Drake May won it?
I would feel like, man, it's almost like when a kid wins an Oscar.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, you're almost like this is too much too soon. What's that?
There's good child actors out there,
right? But that's still not at the same level of they're not as good an actor as the people who should actually win the Oscar.
Right.
They're very promising. They had a hit movie or whatever it might be, but they're still not as good as the genuine. Great. Oh, that's where it feels like with Drake May, because of the strength of the schedule. And I'm not saying it to hate on Drake May. I'm just saying he didn't face the same challenges that those other quarterbacks did.
No, and this is like getting plunked onto a movie with Tom Hanks or something like that. If you're a child actor, you're immediately going to get more attention. It's probably going to be a good movie. I don't know if it'll be a good movie, but it'll be critically acclaimed.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of the easy schedule. A kid actor getting plunked onto a Tom Hanks movie. That's what it is.
The youngest competitive winners, Tatum O'Neal.
Oh, what movie was that for? Not
Paper Moon.
Oh,
remember
really?
Paper Moon?
No, I remember.
I don't know what the hell that's all about.
I remember her in Bad News Bears back in the late 70s.
Anna, how do you pronounce her name? Paquin?
I don't know. I don't even know who she is.
The piano. She was a little girl in the piano.
Oh, okay. Never saw it.
And then Patty Duke won it at the age of 16 for The Miracle Worker.
Okay, when was that? 1953 or something?
You would know Anna Paquin if you saw her.
Would I? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's that woman. She's like one of those actors where you're like, oh, yeah, that woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that guy.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I got it.
He's in all those things. Yeah.
So she's made it as a, but she's not known as one of the greatest actors.
But she was nominated for an award back in the day? Is that what you're looking at?
She won an Oscar.
She won an Oscar. Okay.
Yeah, those are the ones that won an Oscar.
They won it. Okay. I didn't hear you. Yeah.
You Paper Moon hating fool.
I know. Well, I loved Tatum O'Neal in Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
She was great.
Well, and her father was what? Is her father that guy? The guy from The Thing? Is it Ryan O'Neal? Who's that?
You talk like you're in the mob. The father's the guy with the thing with the guy, that thing.
You would know Ryan O'Neal if you saw him.
I would know Ryan O'Neal. I know Ryan O'Neal.
It's her father. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Especially though, man, if you're a child actor who wins an Oscar and your parents are in showbiz,
Nepo
that
baby.
feels especially dirty. I hate that.
Nepo baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Question for Seth. This is on the text page. Put yourself back in deep steel blue. You're on this defense. What are your raw emotions about what happened right after the game on Sunday?
What are my raw emotions right after?
Are you
the
mad
game?
at the offense?
That's a tough one, man, because they seem like a pretty tight-knit bunch. I think if anything,
they're asking you how you would feel about it.
Yeah, I don't know. For one, Jalen Petrie had a great quote afterwards where I excused him for using the third person because it was in a self-deprecating fashion. He said Jalen Petrie didn't make enough plays to win this game.
Yeah, he had a good quote. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I always tried to have that approach after big losses. It didn't matter if I had an incredible game. I always felt like, man, if I would have just made that one play.
Yeah.
Or if I could have just gotten that. It goes through your mind. You're like a time and opportunity where you had to cause a fumble or something and you didn't make it. They really do seem to genuinely love CJ. So that's the part where if I'm one of these guys on this team, I probably still believe in CJ. I don't think it's gotten to that level of, there's some teams where you wonder, man, well, how do guys on defense feel about this guy?
Well,
it feels like they genuinely love CJ.
It goes to of playoff games versus regular season games.
Yeah.
I mean, CJ, in 6 days, Seth, he went from being a guy who's in the argument for being the best starting quarterback in the division to a guy who Texan fans are out on now. They're just out on CJ. It's just it is the weight of playoff games is crazy.
Now, if it started happening again, I got to go find this Pac-Man Jones audio talking about when they were playing with Andy Dalton, because that's the ugly side of it. So thank you, listener, for reminding me of this. We'll play that in the next break.
Okay.
Pac-Man, I got to add some bleeps. I'll have Ben do it this time because he's much faster. It's him. This is how players can feel about a quarterback if they just don't trust him. I don't think the Texans are nearly to that point yet.
So we'll do that later on this hour. We didn't get to Nick Caserio on the voodoo mystery injury with the Texans. We will get to that in the next segment. And also, there's still 6 openings in the NFL. Which one is the juiciest one right now of all the job openings, the head coaching openings, through the lens of a Texan fan? We'll get to that coming up next.
After another rough performance, C.J. Stroud took responsibility for the Texans' 28-16 season-ending loss.
I just feel like I let people down, and I'm, not happy with that, and it hurts. Our team doing great, our defense, getting stopped.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
A texter makes a very good point, Seth. I just asked you a question in the previous segment on behalf of a texter, like, hey, Seth, when you were a player, how would you have reacted as a defensive player? How would you have reacted to your offense throwing the game away like CJ did on Sunday? And you basically said, you're a team guy, you're in it. You would have looked at what you could have done better, kind of like Jalen Petrie did.
But also because it's not a long-standing situation. It wasn't like CJ had thrown 40 interceptions this year or something. That's where it's easier to just look at yourself and think about where you could have done more.
Yeah. Texter brings up a pretty good point. We've heard how Seth sounds after losses by a bad offense. You guys have a recording of it.
I know you guys can't see me, but that. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about the offense there.
Potty mouth. A little unhinged, I would say.
I was PO'd that I had gotten the Player of the Game award after a bad loss. I don't think the defense played all that great either. We sucked as a football team.
We don't play that enough. Play it one more time. I just want to hear it again.
I know you guys can't see me, but that. Oh, jeez.
Seth said that on the post-game show.
And I was just saying it to try to correct the record on something.
Yeah.
That my dear friend John Granato had said.
Oh,
It wasn't his fault whatsoever. It was me just being pissed. That's why I was just.
What did he say? He said you look really excited about getting this gift.
He was like, "Hey, it was a tough day, but your eyes lit up when you saw that Zadok gift card." And
I know you guys can't see me, but that.
Yeah, in my mind, I was like, "Man, you just painted a picture of a spoiled professional athlete. No one cares about getting that.
Yeah.
Just give me that bling."
Damn, Granato.
Hey, we might have lost, but I got my bling.
Hell, Granato.
And then I threw it on the floor. I talked to Gilad Zadok about that and asked if I could get some credit for it. Look, I don't know if you want to go back in the books to 2003.
That's fine.
But there should be a hefty sum that I'm still owed.
Probably like written books that they added in back then.
I apologized to Granato about 7 times for that.
You did?
And I suspect he probably just pocketed the gift certificate himself. And,
So you didn't keep it. You literally gave it back to John. You didn't.
Yeah, I just left it there on the floor and stalked off.
Man. That's wow. Just tossed it down. I love that. We'll have Pac-Man Jones talking about this.
It was a nice gift certificate too.
Yeah,
it was
jewelry. It better be. You can't go You can't go into a jewelry store with a $50 gift card.
There's 25 penny purchase over $10,000.
Awesome. This now only costs $1,975.
Brenda, we can finally get married. Call your parents. We can do it, girl.
That's what I should have said.
Brenda.
Hey, thanks, John. Finally make the wife an honest woman, and
I gotta get married.
Now my wife will respect me.
So we'll get to in the next segment. Seth talked about Pac-Man Jones talking about his quarterback back in the day. We'll do that in the next segment. It's bleeped and ready to go. This was Nick Caserio yesterday, doing his best, I guess, to explain where we're at with Joe Mixon right now.
So as it pertains to Joe, here's what I would say. It was a very unique situation. I don't think anybody really had any clarity, honestly, from the start of the year until now. I'd say Joe worked very, very hard to try to get himself ready to play football. It just never manifested itself and came to fruition. So probably have an opportunity to kind of see where he is in the offseason relative to next year. But again, it was as unique a situation and injury as I've been associated with, and it's just, I don't want to call it a freak thing, but it's just kind of a freak thing. And Joe worked really hard, put his best foot forward. It didn't work out.
At the end of the day, I think it just based on all the tea leaves and everything, the way this thing has been handled, it's just there's some chronic condition here that's just not resolved. Whether it's circulation, nervous system, drop foot, whatever it might be, and they don't want to give the full details on it. But I've seen this happen with athletes before. A lot of times it's the thing that does end their career, and you never hear about them again. So that's I'm not optimistic that we're going to see Joe Mixon. I'm really not optimistic that we're going to see the best version of Joe Mixon.
No.
But who knows?
No.
They might figure something out. I don't know.
And I've got another thought on it to follow up with that. But one more from Caserio here. Aaron Wilson essentially asked Nick Caserio, because it's a non-football, it's categorized as a non-football injury.
Yeah.
Is there any light you can shed on how the injury happened?
Yeah, no, I would say he didn't do anything off the field. It wasn't like he was riding like a snowmobile or anything like that. I'd say it was just more of a medical condition or situation that just it really didn't improve maybe as much as everybody would have hoped. I mean, I'm not trying to like evade the question. I think that's the reality of the situation. So like he didn't jump off a building, like he wasn't cliff diving or anything like that. He wasn't doing anything irresponsible. It was a freak thing. Honestly, I've never seen it. You know, it's just the condition.
Hope that situation will improve before next summer.
We'll see. I mean, believe me, I'm not smart enough to be a doctor, so I mean, I'll leave that up to the medical experts. And you know, once we going back to some of the other questions, as we get a little bit more clarity, more information, then we'll kind of see where we are moving forward.
So the one thing you and I we played this is the second time we played this cut on the show, and earlier when you and I were talking about it, we talked more about the medical side and the mystery of this whole thing, and the fact that it's not getting better. It's going to all of a sudden magically get better in time for next season. The one thing we didn't point out, and this is the harsh reality of it, is in the NFL is the Texans can save like $8 million off the cap by cutting Joe Mixon.
Yeah,
you know, there's a financial component to this that is crucial, especially as the Texans continue to pay higher and higher salaries to some of their guys.
Plus, the other thing too, regarding it didn't happen, you know, when he was out water skiing or something like that. I mean, there's more and more credence to the notion that it didn't happen through anything weird the longer it goes on, because it's obviously some kind of long-standing condition. It's not something where he's been laid up in bed for 3 months after a catastrophic accident or something. We've seen him walking around without a boot, etc. So it's just, there's whatever the hell the condition is, they can categorize it as non-football just because it didn't happen in a football game or at a football practice. It doesn't mean that it can't be a physical ailment.
Yep.
I had a teammate once who had gout. That was his cross to bear. And we made so much fun of him, which I'm sure was politically incorrect and what have you. I apologize to any gout sufferers out there. But it's hilarious when it's a 27-year-old having this old man's rich man's disease. And he got it. He never started coming down with gout until after he'd gotten his first contract. The rich man's disease it is.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Joe Mixon had gout. He missed the season with gout. That would be something.
I guess they used to call it a rich man's disease because, only rich people could eat seafood and it wasn't that much of a...
Oh, really?
There's overindulgence in some respect. You know, it wasn't until like the last 50 years that it became so easy to get fat.
Yeah.
You used to really have to work to find those calories, you know? You had to be pretty wealthy to be super fat.
I've never gotten the gout. Have you gotten the gout before?
No. Yeah. God, I hope I never do.
Me too.
Not that everybody who has it is fat.
No.
Sorry.
No.
But you've got a reaction to certain foods.
Yes, that's all it is.
But if you have that reaction to foods and you can afford a boatload of that good, red meat and wine and everything, then you might exacerbate it.
We'll hear from Pac-Man Jones and his quarterback take in the next segment. So there's 6 openings now. Arizona for head coach in the NFL. Arizona, Baltimore, although it sounds like Jesse Minter is getting more and more likely there. Buffalo, Cleveland, Vegas, and Pittsburgh. Other than Arizona, these are all AFC jobs. So these all factor in, other than Arizona, they all factor into the Texans to some degree.
We got to hope that all these teams make horrible hires.
That they make bad decisions, yeah.
Grant Udisky is the interesting one. He's the offensive coordinator in Jacksonville. He's known as a whiz kid. A lot of the buzz around him sounds a lot like Sean McVay type buzz.
Yeah.
That he's this, don't let his youthful appearance fool you. He actually really knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So that could go one of two ways. Either he's going to be a cocky, brash, young, knows he's a genius type of guy, and he goes down in flames, or he's a cocky, young, brash guy who genuinely does know what he's doing, and he ends up being awesome.
He is the favorite in betting favorite in Cleveland, and as you know, I dip in on Cleveland more than most markets to listen in the morning because I think the morning guys there are excellent.
Oh, I do not want a 30-year-old handling that Shedeur
They're
Sanders
talking
scenario.
themselves into Udinski right now.
I mean, the pressure that's on that guy immediately on however the hell that organization is dealing with Shedeur Sanders, whether the organization themselves actually like Shedeur Sanders or not, but how the fan base is divided over Shedeur Sanders, everything else, man, you are walking into a buzzsaw.
Yeah.
Good luck, 29-year-old.
But you're also 29 years old making a head coach's salary in the NFL. That's
a good point. That does offset a lot of it.
And we learned from Cleveland that if guys are truly well thought of, we just learned it with Stefanski. Stefanski got fired in Cleveland. It won 3 games last year in Atlanta. Couldn't wait to hire him. I think there's a lot of blame that goes on in the, I think around football, I think people look at certain jobs and go, all right, well, that's Cleveland. The guy's not a bad coach.
Right. It
won't be a death
honestly,
sentence.
The money's like Udinski can get another head coaching job somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's not, at some point in the next couple of years, most likely. So I don't think that the money's the thing that makes you step into a situation where whether you love Shedeur Sanders or hate Shedeur Sanders or somewhere in between, I think we can all agree. Can we all get together in a group hug, Shedeur lovers and Shedeur haters alike, and say, boy, the Browns have made this 10 times worse than it even needed to be.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of having a baker's dozen quarterbacks on the roster at the beginning of the season and everything else. It's just it seems like the team that's least capable to actually get the best out of the Shedeur Sanders situation.
Is that the juiciest one of these openings right now, Seth, for you? Is that the one you're most interested in?
I think Baltimore is the one. Baltimore and Buffalo. They have their quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Like they are ready-made. They're the ones that on paper it looks like you should be loving to get in there, except for there's all these questions as to why did it go south for John Harbaugh and Sean McDermott, 2 of the winningest coaches over the last decade. Why is it that they have these quarterbacks? Am I the guy that's going to fix what John Harbaugh and Sean McDermott couldn't fix?
2 of the last 3 MVPs of the league have head coaching job openings right now.
And that's when I say that, it's not because of a lack of confidence or anything that those guys might not think that they're the guy. It's that what all of these head coaches, the advice they give to other young guys who are thinking about becoming head coaches is that you got to really figure out if that organization is a match for you.
Yep.
Because there's some things that you can step into that it's just not the right fit, and you might be doomed from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you gotta look at it and wonder, all right, what exactly was holding Sean McDermott back, John Harbaugh? They've got these quarterbacks, supposedly everything that you want.
Yep.
Multiple MVPs between the 2 of them. Why could they not make it work?
Indeed. All right, coming up next, we talked about how defensive players feel when their quarterback plays terribly. We've got one former player with bleeps talking about one of his quarterbacks. And also, I think we've got a new leader in the clubhouse for the pettiest coach. Pete, he's a petty recidivist from last year. We've got that for you coming up next. But first, we're talking about all these head coaches and these
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. We were talking earlier in the hour about how does the defense feel when the offense has a performance like they did against New England on Sunday. How do defensive players really feel? But he had C.J. Stroud's back, and it seemed sincere. I saw Jalen Petrie. I saw Will Anderson. Now, Will went a little over the top. Maybe it's how he feels. He said he told C.J. that he thinks Will still thinks he's the best quarterback in all of football.
Oh, okay.
So Will might have ruined his career as a scout, but he is definitely a 100% A-plus teammate and friend. I would say that. Because I don't think C.J. is the greatest quarterback in football right now. In there somewhere is a really good quarterback, but it did not come out on Sunday. So how do defensive players react? I have not heard this Pac-Man Jones audio yet.
Okay. So this was on Julian Edelman's Games with Names podcast, and they were talking about a Bengals roster from back in the day, and Edelman was commenting like, "Oh, that's a good roster," and Pac-Man said, "But with one exception."
There's one thing that's on there that's up.
One thing?
What do you think, Wills?
Let me see.
Quarterback.
Hey. The red rifle.
Red rifle. Could not take the pressure, bro.
He looked good in the regular season, though.
Yeah, he did. But when that pressure get on him.
He always had good numbers.
Look at the receivers he had. Even 14, when Andy got hurt, we should have just stuck with McCarron. Should have never went back to Andy.
Halftime, what are you guys thinking? Just keep it close?
Andy, don't the game up. Please, Andy.
Look, this year's Bengals team, like, the offense is putting up crazy numbers, but how many games did they lose from the defense? Like, does that start to, like, eat at the locker room?
I haven't been in a situation really like that.
I have, with Andy.
Does it eat the locker room apart?
I ain't gonna say eat apart, but we in him. He just not turn the ball over.
Why couldn't these teams get over the hump?
Red Rifle.
Oh, here it is.
Red Rifle was horrible.
That's politely raw.
That's politely raw for you.
He's killing him.
So that I think they were talking about the 2014 playoffs game where the Chargers won 27-10.
Okay.
Like that's where I think people, and maybe the person that asked that question might have seen that clip of Adam Pac-Man Jones talking about how they just didn't trust Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
I think that CJ took care of the ball really well this year. I think that's the difference. And they won the Steelers game, so as a team, I don't think anybody's pointing fingers or anything or worried about anything at that point. I think those guys on defense or on the team seem to very much love C.J. Stroud. So one bad performance isn't gonna do anything. I know what it's done to the fan base and the sports media talking head types.
It's crushed the souls of the fan base
and us because those are big games. I don't think you're anywhere near a situation where in Houston, the defense, is starting to point fingers at C.J. Stroud or anything, or whatever Pac-Man Jones was just saying about Andy Dalton there.
Yeah, honestly, my biggest thing with the failure on Sunday is just how the rest of the field looks right now. It's the big picture opportunity. I'm used to losing division games. I'm not used to losing division games. I'm even used to losing division games where the quarterback has played horribly. Maybe not 4 interceptions, but I was there for T.J. Yates throwing 3 in a game they lost back in the day in 2011. It's the fact that you would have been a favorite in Denver.
Yeah,
in the
this
AFC
was a
Championship
golden
game.
opportunity.
This was
to
a
go to
golden
Super Bowl.
opportunity,
an
yes.
incredibly golden, and it was. I mean, if they had just randomly decided to kneel the ball once they had a lead and do a Cade Stover, if they had done nothing but Cade Stover tush pushes the entire game offensively, they had a better chance of winning that game than CJ going out and doing whatever the hell he was doing and throwing those 4 interceptions.
Yeah. Boy, Pac-Man just killed Andy Dalton dead. Now, Andy Dalton, because as he's talking that, I'm like, wow, there are some similarities here. Like, Andy Dalton was a really good regular season quarterback. Now, Andy Dalton didn't win any playoff games. He didn't win any playoff games.
Well, okay, so is CJ at risk of being at what was once called the Dalton line, which was, man, you're like he's good enough that he's your starter and that's who you're rolling with, and yet it feels like he's not enough to really get you over the hump and be an elite quarterback.
Okay, that's a great question.
I think that's where he was as a quarterback this year.
Yeah.
And the question is, all right, I think his ceiling is much higher.
Than Andy Dalton, yes.
Yes. But for whatever's holding the offense and C.J. Stroud back right now, it's not always a given that you just forge on through and make a steady line progression.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we'll hear Nick Caserio talk about the offense at 9 o'clock today. We'll play some of that audio. He was getting chippy at the end of that press conference yesterday, having to talk about the offense.
I tone of... I almost like feeling like he was defending the roster construction. Because a couple times they were asked about could you have done more to improve the offense this year, and then he points to the wins and all of those things. But at the same time, I don't yes, they could have done more. You could always have done more. I mean, that's almost a football player when asked that question would say, yeah, you can always do more. You can always do more.
If you're in the bottom half of the league on a side of the football. Yeah. By definition, you have to do more almost to get to where you need to get to. If you ask an individual
player, could you have done more to prepare yourself for the season?
Yeah.
It's an easy answer.
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is always yes. I could have done things differently. It's a constant change, and I'm constantly tweaking and trying to learn things and everything. And on the offense this year, for one, the offensive line, that could have made a big difference. The running backs, the things that were bad luck, really bad luck. But this is the type of bad luck that happens is you lost your running back and you lost two of your three tight ends during training camp.
Yeah.
But that does happen.
It's the NFL.
Could he have traded for Breece Hall? Could you have done something more aggressively in replacing Joe Mixon once you realized that it was going to be whatever kind of issue that it was?
The truth will come in the offseason. They're not running it back on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah. I mean, that's so the most hilarious thing last year was the fan base almost unanimously in the draft wanted either a wide receiver or an offensive lineman. And it depended on which barbershop you went to, whether it was offensive line or wide receiver.
Yep.
And we did that. We know from our own research that it was wide receiver and offensive line largely that people wanted. Hey, the Texans don't draft for need. All right, they drafted two wide receivers and an offensive lineman
with their first 3 picks.
Yeah. They moved the hell around all over the place to be sure they were taking him at the right slot.
Yep.
So again, I'll be surprised this year, especially if they don't draft and sign a free agent onto the offensive line.
Do you think Nick torpedoes the draft party again this year?
I don't think there's a chance in hell they have a first-round pick. I think they're
picking 28th. It's easy enough to move back.
Especially at 28, that's where exactly what happened last year with the Giants. That's when it happens. Teams, they get up, they're willing to trade up aggressively into the back of the first round if there's a quarterback there that they like Jackson Dart.
And Nick likes to trade aggressively back into the second round.
Yeah.
So
now he did reportedly try to. I think Nick himself said they tried to trade back into the first round or had discussions about it.
Yep.
So I would say there's a 73% chance that they don't have a first round.
I can almost get. They won't pick 28th.
Yeah.
They might move up and go get somebody. They might move back. They won't. Nick moves around. That's a safe prediction.
Yeah, and I do think that some of those offensive. Remember Nick himself had said they started to try to trade up when it was around the mid-teens.
Yeah.
And that's when there were a lot of really enticing, Ted McMillan was still there.
Yeah.
And Gray Zabel was still there.
Yeah.
There were a few guys that they didn't want to be that aggressive to go get them.
All right, this is the pettiest person in all of sports, I think. Mick Cronin, the UCLA head coach, he's been on the Pettycast many a time. You guys know he's the bald-headed dude, used to coach at Cincinnati. Now he coaches at UCLA. And he is once again bitching and moaning about the schedule that the Big Ten handed his basketball team.
And I want to thank the Big Ten for giving us 5 of our first 7 on the road, bringing Purdue here on Thursday night, where we don't get back in L.A. till Saturday night, and giving us the team pick to win the league on a 2 days rest after 5 of our first 7 on the road. I want to thank the Big Ten for that.
Yeah. Whiny.
He is so whiny, dude.
Whiny, man.
Well, here's the thing. We all agree with you on one thing, Mick Cronin. It's stupid that UCLA and USC and all these West Coast teams are in the Big Ten.
Yeah. I want to thank the Big Ten. Why are you not thanking the Pac-12 for merging with the Big Ten?
For disintegrating.
Basically?
Yeah. Thank your administration for saying yes to go to the Big Ten.
I want to thank the organization that geographically can't do a damn thing about where they are because of all these West Coast teams just cuckolded themselves and decided to join a Midwestern conference.
Yeah. How about the part that he only got – these kids are 18 years old. They only got 2 days rest for the Purdue game.
Yeah.
What do they need, 5?
Right.
These kids play 6 AAU games in a day.
There's nothing that grates at me more than whining football coach hypocrites.
Oh.
They demand that their players not whine about anything at all, but then they whine and whine
crazy.
and whine.
Well, in college basketball, Cronin and the college basketball ilk are the best when it comes to the pettiness right there. So yeah, that's there you go. Bitching
I
and
do
moaning.
feel bad for the non-basketball and non-football teams. Those athletes that have to make all these cross-country
got like the softball team of UCLA playing Rutgers.
Well, it's the kids who are actual student athletes too. You know, like the kids that actually give a damn about their classes and stuff. And some of those are football players. I get it, but you're only playing one game a week.
Right.
You're traveling every other week across the country. It's not as big a deal.
Expensive too.
Yeah,
man.
but some of those sports where they're not. You know, they're there to be. They got a scholarship, but they're very much student athletes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio got a little chippy at the end of his press conference, I thought, yesterday when he was asked a multitude of times about the team's offense. We'll have that for you. Nick Caserio's thoughts on D'Amico Ryans as well. We'll do all of that coming up next.
Hey, look, maybe you don't have all that NIL money coming in, all right? Everybody else got to work for a living. You want to be sure you invest it well. You want to be sure you're setting up for your future.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Text message. Hey, longtime fan of the show.
Yay.
It would make my day if I could get a birthday shout out. Hate asking for one, but no one else remembers and would like one good thing to happen today. Man, that's from Spence. Hey, Spence, two things. Happy birthday. And you share same birthday, Spence, me and you. And I hate that you get forgotten. And this is and it's actually, Spence, thank you for the reminder.
It's like his own personal 16 candles.
Yes. You also share a birthday with my two older kids. I have the same birthday as my two older kids. This is, thank you for texting, Spence, because I meant to do this on the air earlier. I'm going to do it now. If local food and drink vendors could step their game up a little bit today, I've gotten very few emails from local establishments saying, hey, come in and get your birthday cocktail or your discounted sandwich or, your 6 free chicken wings.
You know what happened, Sean?
What?
You were on an unsubscribe binge lately, weren't you? I wonder if you unsubscribed from a lot of the places that might otherwise extend that out to you.
Yeah, because I did unsubscribe from some of the food ones because I'm like, no, Wingstop,
exactly
I love going to you. I know already, all right?
You screwed yourself. You spent the whole year deleting emails that you didn't want in your inbox.
I was burning money.
A week before you were going to reap all the benefits from your toils, you threw it out the window.
I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm so stupid.
You're the dumbest.
I am the dumbest ever. Oh, my God. I thought I was cleaning out my inbox here, and all I did was clean out my wallet of my own money. Now I got to buy all this food.
As long as if you're in the rewards program, you can just walk right in and go.
Can you?
Yeah.
But I don't remember what places have deals like that. That's where I do need the emails.
Dunkin', Panera, Cinnabon, Krispy Kreme.
Oh, God. I'm going to be in such a diabetic
Sephora
coma
and
today.
Ulta Beauty, Sean. Old Navy. I know you're always in Old Navy. JCPenney.
Yeah. I have like 7 outfits.
Yankee Candle?
I go there and buy something for Amy. She likes Yankee
There
Candle.
you go.
Yeah.
Ooh, free popcorn at AMC Theaters.
Oh, really?
If it's your birthday, yeah.
Okay. Maybe we'll go
That's
to a movie
not bad.
tonight. No, free popcorn. But we go to iPick.
Yeah.
And I have a membership there, so we get free popcorn already.
Oh,
that's a 360.
really?
Yeah, you get free popcorn at iPick if you're a member.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You ever been to iPick?
Bad. Yeah, I like iPick.
iPick's good.
I like all of them. Pretty much every movie theater now has just the dining and drinking options that were unheard of back in my day.
They were. You had like 3 choices: popcorn, hot dogs, bad pretzels, and Coke.
That's the one. The one across the street from us,
Coca-Cola.
Edwards. There is when they started offering alcohol. It was that was too much of a temptation so close to work.
The biggest advancement's been assigned seating.
Yeah.
In movie theaters. That's been huge for me.
And yet the biggest setback have been people that ignore the assigned seating.
Yeah. No, those are bad people.
Yeah.
Those are horrible people. If you ignore assigned seating in a movie theater, you suck.
It's happened to me before where, like, I go to sit in my assigned seat. When I chose the seat, it was smack dab right where I wanted to be with nobody else around me.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, there's somebody sitting right next to me.
Brutal.
So then I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go sit somewhere else. But then I'm going to be the jerk that somebody comes in and sees. There's a domino effect there. This is exactly why we had to go to Vietnam, Sean.
It is.
Had to.
Seth's walking out of the movie theater. People are going, baby killer.
Yeah.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday. This was the very last question of a 45-minute press conference yesterday in which Nick Caserio got peppered appropriately about the Texans' offense this year. Are you making any improvements? How do you help C.J. Stroud? All these things. There was a lot of back and forth. This is the final answer of the day about the offense where he invokes the name of Nico Collins.
Yeah, the goal is the same. Try to put together a good team and get players in the building that we can go out there and play winning football with. It's a combination of things, Make sure we got enough players. We're doing some things schematically, or there's some things that have popped up in those games. So, again, you look at those games. You look at other games as well. You look around the league. What are some teams doing? What are some things you might be able to incorporate? So, again, I mean, offense has really never been D'Amico and I have never sat in our office and said, like, well, our offense is a concern. Like, what do we got to do? Like, we got to play better. There's some things that we can do better. So try to build a good team, try to get good players in here with the right mentality and the right mindset. I mean, I guess Nico Collins isn't a good enough player. So, I mean, maybe we can find a player better than Nico Collins. I don't know. So we'll try to do the best we can, try to bring good players in this building, and try to put together a good team that gives us a chance to compete, on each Sunday.
That would have made the Pettycast.
Yeah, we could keep it around.
That was
for next week. I guess Nico Collins isn't a good enough player, huh?
Someone texted in. Can you talk about how Nick Caserio clearly said maybe Nico Collins is not a good player?
Can you clip that and put it on social media? Just the part where he says maybe Nico Collins isn't a good enough player.
As soon as he said that, I'm like, these ML footballs and JPA football, duck climbing. I'm like, oh, they're going to grab that.
Yeah. I've blocked every one of those accounts that's really, really irresponsible about it. And yet, now I'm kind of caught off guard when I find out that people were genuinely thought that CJ was trying to snub Cal McNair.
Right.
And it was a big deal and everything. Right. They really spread a whole lot of BS.
The Texans thought it was a big deal. Remember that? They were like,
they knew that it was a big deal. The story was grabbing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They didn't think it was a big deal that CJ had missed the handshake.
Right.
They knew it was a big deal brewing in terms of these theories about it.
In the social media world. Yeah. Right. So what do you make of Nick Caserio right there?
I think that it's tough. Because I get where he's coming from when he was talking about that loss. It's that, man, the quarterback turned the ball over 4 times, and then Woody Marks also fumbled. And it's just about impossible to win a game on the road when you perform like that.
Yeah.
He pointed out some of the technique errors in the defensive backfield as causing a couple of the touchdowns. That's where, you walk a fine line because bad stuff happens in every game. Mm-hmm. You win a game 52-7. And there's some mental errors and bad technique errors and everything. So there's always a margin there that could go either way. The quarterback, was the roster good enough to win that game? Assuredly, yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Even with everybody playing exactly the same way they did, as long as CJ just only throws 2 interceptions instead of 4.
Yes.
Yes. So the roster was good enough. And then they would go to Denver as favorites today. So they were very close to potentially going to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that part of it, I can get where Nick would get a little defensive about it. But there's always more you can do. And there's things you can do. Does CJ throw 4 interceptions if he's got a better offensive line in front of him? Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't excuse him for the mistakes that he made and how he didn't do a good job of handling when protection broke down or the fact that they couldn't run the football. But with a better offensive line, they've got a better rushing attack. They're not in as many obvious passing situations. There's a whole trickle-down effect. So you can always do more. They could have done more to help the defense.
Yeah.
You can always do more. 100%.
The part that I think got people agitated as well was when he said, D'Amico and I, we talk every day, but we never sat down in our office or in an office and said, hey, we're concerned about the offense. Because I think there were people, including me, who I'm like, I don't know, man. There have been some times the last couple of years where I would have been like Michael Scott, conference room, 5 minutes, let's go.
I wonder if part of that is just because it's an ongoing everyday process. It's not like all of a sudden you have to have an aha moment where you think, wow.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, did you notice that we're not scoring a lot of points on offense? D'Amico looked pretty damn frustrated with the offense at times.
Yeah.
I don't think there was a point in the season where I felt like D'Amico thought things. D'Amico would get asked questions about how awesome the offensive line has been playing, and he'd be like, yeah, they've made progress.
They're an offensive line, all right.
Yeah.
So that was Nick. The Nico Collins thing is just really funny to me. Like, he picks the best player on that side of the ball. Like, I guess, no one is saying Nico Collins isn't good enough.
All right,
Nick.
Do they win that game with Nico Collins?
Not if CJ's throwing 4 picks.
Yeah, I don't know. He just had 0 command of the football.
Yeah.
He made some nice throws, but it's never about whether you can make those throws. It's how consistently are you hitting your targets, and he was just all over the place.
He was. Yep.
He's shooting with a musket out there, man.
Yep. Which is appropriate in New England to do that.
That's true.
You don't need to pay that much homage to your opponent, CJ, that you're using a musket from 1776.
Hey, do they not have the guy? They don't have that Minuteman dude standing down in the end zone like they used to.
I don't know if they do or not. Maybe they do on games where they wear the old school Patriot helmets. You know, they have one game a year where they go back to, what is it, Patriot Pat or something like that? Is the name of the guy? Yeah.
Well, Patriot Pat is a mascot.
Oh, okay. So they have an actual human that dresses up like the.
They had a guy that was like standing in like a big old
I don't know.
Revolutionary War soldier outfit.
I don't know.
I bet, you know what? I bet because he was carrying a gun.
Probably, yep.
The NFL was like, no.
Yeah.
There's too much musket violence in America today.
He got
we
canceled.
cannot contribute to this out of control musket violence.
He got canceled, man.
I think also Brandon Cooks doesn't do his Archer celebration anymore.
So you think the NFL might be cracking back on weapons going all the wages?
Any kind of weapon.
Yeah.
Which the bow and arrow, by and large, it's more that it's notable when somebody uses a bow and arrow as a weapon.
It's a sport in the Olympics. It's archery.
Yeah, and he's doing it as a biblical reference too.
Right.
I feel like certain weapon celebrations should be allowed.
Dude.
I get the throat slash, a bit excessive.
Yeah.
Flat out just holding the rifle like Nico would do. I get that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I do feel like a Yosemite Sam pistol thing which should be allowed. Like, nobody ever took Yosemite Sam never hit anything.
Dude, I need this video like I need oxygen right now. The NFL's video of what is a suitable weapon celebration.
Yosemite Sam should totally be allowable.
It's a cartoon.
Yeah. I think that let's see. I think an archer of any sort, a bow and arrow, especially when you're not like aiming it right at somebody.
Yeah. Okay,
if you're aiming it right at somebody, like at field level or something, but like, no, we're doing it. We're lofting it up in the air like I'm a medieval archer. Come on.
What about a David and Goliath slingshot?
Ooh, those slings, if you go around your head like this.
Oh, is that how he did it? He didn't have like a slingshot?
Yeah, it's not a slingshot like with a rubber band on it. It's like a leather strap.
Okay. Is that acceptable?
I think it should be.
It's biblical, right? It's in the Bible. Yeah. Lou Holtz used to say that sometimes when he would say there's no swearing on my team, and yet he would say the word ass. Your ass is a horse's ass. Your ass this, your ass that. And his players would ask him, but coach, you say ass all the time. And he would say, ass is not a swear. Ass is in the Bible. But they're talking about donkeys, coach.
What about a boomerang?
A boomerang, okay. Is it a sharp boomerang?
You could get away with it because that's plausible deniability.
Is it a guillotine boomerang though that could slice somebody's head off?
They use boomerangs to hunt with. I think that's
Do they?
like to hunt birds and stuff, and possibly a human.
I thought they were just to go out to a field and have fun
just
throwing
to have fun
them.
with it. Yeah,
that's what
I thought. It's not a Nerf boomerang. It's one of these ones from the.
Okay. What about this? A cannon scene where it's a multiplayer celebration where they're loading up a cannon and then holding their ears when they fire it off.
I can tell you right now it should be acceptable, but it will never be allowed. Mm-hmm.
The Texans fire an actual cannon after 23-yard field goals.
They're trying to grow the game internationally. They don't need to be reminded of our our military prowess.
No. They need to be reminded. Okay. So that's what about Star Wars laser guns? Or a Chewbacca crossbow?
Right. Well, I guess I would say if it's a stormtrooper, totally allowable because they never hit anything.
That's true.
So there's that.
They suck.
Yeah,
they're awful.
That way you wouldn't be able to differentiate between a laser gun and an actual gun.
That's true because you're pantomiming. That's true. What about shooting an AK-47 in the air?
What if you're just spraying it up in the air?
Well, they come down. The bullets come down eventually.
Yeah, but they don't come down at bullet speed, like fired out of a gun.
No, but
they might do a little bit of damage, but yeah, these are imaginary bullets. Yes, like it's just like you're
spraying
outside celebrating.
You're just getting people's attention. That's all.
I like the idea of spraying bullets.
Yeah. Okay, NFL, if you're listening, you need to put Seth and I in charge of this. All right. Someone said, would they cancel Antonio Smith's ninja sword these days?
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
And again, like, how often are people really getting killed with ninja swords in the contiguous United States
Very
these
little.
days?
Very
I
little.
don't think it's you're trying to prevent a problem that's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's ninja swords are not not even way up there on the list. Of reasons people get killed.
Nope.
I'll tell you one thing, man. That's the biggest thing that freaks me out about open carry is when I do see somebody carrying a ninja sword. That's like hold
on.
I saw one in it was down around Clear Lake somewhere. Just some dude
Carrying
walking with a sword on his hip. And I'm like, I will steer a clear berth of that definite gamer.
Are you not allowed
right
to
there.
carry a sword with you? Is that
What's that?
Are you not allowed to carry? Is it against the law to carry a sword with you?
I don't know. Well, not in Texas, but in certain places.
Oh,
I think
okay,
it is.
okay.
Yeah.
So open carry means any sort of weapon, huh? Ninja swords as well.
A sword in
Hey,
public.
Ben, do you know anything about this?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay,
every
okay.
state.
If it was a movie, you would know. Yeah, right. Pulp Fiction. The guy used a ninja sword
Let's
to
see.
chop up Zed.
Now, granted, this is the Google AI overview. I didn't go to Gemini.
I'm
for
sure
this.
it's right. Yeah.
You cannot carry a sword in public in every state. Legality varies significantly by state. So
Okay. Is Texas one of the states where it's legal? Does it say?
I'm pretty sure because I remember reading about how that's part of open carry. Also,
This is really going to affect what I ask for my birthday today. I mean, if I can't carry the ninja sword that I asked for around in public, why have a ninja sword?
Just walking into the Whole Foods with a ninja sword
my
on your
ninja
hip.
sword.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to do this so bad. Yeah.
That's probably a pretty good. I mean, that's a pretty public display of a reason not to mess with me.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
like
yeah.
just somebody. People are gonna be like, I just not worth it. Not worth it. I don't know. This kid looks like I could take his wallet, but
That's one
I'm
of
not
those-
the guy that carries a ninja sword.
No, that's one of those weapons too. Like it's one of those things. Like they just assume you know how to use it if you have it on your belt. When the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, I'd probably pull it out of the sheath and I'd be like, this is heavy, and I just put it back in.
So see, like this would be a huge surprise, according again to very likely wrong, but Texas allows sword canes with blades over 5.5 inches in most public spaces.
Oh,
you know
okay,
which
good.
state does not allow it, Sean?
Yeah.
New York. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That time Plaxico Burress stabbed himself with a ninja sword. I remember that.
This one
yeah.
somehow it came to sword cane, which is like got a cane that you can take the sheath off and it's a sword.
Don't know. I only know about ninja swords. I don't know about the canes. Sorry.
I've always wanted a sword cane. Like I always wanted to walk around in a 3-piece suit, but also have a cane that was I could slip
Amazon.
the sheath off and it was a sword.
Amazon. All right.
I'm still waiting for my blackjack.
Where did the curse on C.J. Stroud originate from? An MMA fighter has a theory on it. We want your theories as well. 713-572-4610. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you know what else is legal in Texas? So you can do it right here.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, couple things here on the text page. Seth and I just got done doing a back end of a segment where we really tried to expand the popularity of the NFL by invoking more weapon celebrations. You know, the NFL's really cracked down on the pulling of triggers of guns with celebrations.
So weapons that are they're either not all that lethal or people don't use them to kill people nearly all that often.
Anymore, yeah.
It's like a news story when somebody actually uses it to kill somebody.
Right.
Like if somebody used a musket to kill somebody, like, oh, not like a modern hunting musket, but like an old style, antique musket or something.
Yep.
It's got to have that big bell end on it.
Yes,
I don't know how you convey that with miming when you're doing your celebration.
Right.
Well, you know what it would be? It'd be like if you kneeled down with all of your teammates like you were in an old, like an old British Army regiment or something. You're all firing at the same time.
You're in an attack formation. Or part of it is, you may get a delay a game for doing this because it would turn into a long celebration. But you're loading up the musket, like you're doing. You're actually.
As long as you're like jamming the wad down into the barrel.
Yes,
and
the little stick that they use. Yeah, good call, Seth. Good call.
Yeah.
A couple texts, and then we'll get to what we teased. What about throwing stars? Someone said Chinese throwing stars.
100%.
Yeah.
Again, the kids that had throwing stars. Those kids were scary.
They were scary as hell.
Usually didn't end up doing anything all that bad.
No. There was a direct correlation in high school to the kid that had throwing stars to how early they became a smoker.
I'll say this, though. There were a couple of those kids from my high school. They pulled off a drive-by, Sean. Now,
with throwing stars?
No. That would have been hilarious. No, but they shot up a kid's house with a .22. When nobody was home.
Oh, jeez.
But it was so this is like rural, suburban, like not dumb.
Yeah.
Really, really dumb with a .22. So, Sean, a .22 is a very small caliber.
Yeah.
It's hard to do a lot of damage with a .22.
Oh, my God.
They both ended up in prison for like 3 and they just these young, dumb kids.
Oh, my God.
Man. They
Ruin
came
your
out
life.
different. It was good for them.
Ruin your life, man.
I met him. It was almost like when I saw those kids after prison, it was kind of almost like when you see the kids that you knew in high school that maybe just didn't quite know their way or anything, but then they joined the Army, and you see them 6 years later, and you're like, holy crap, this is a full-grown man that's got his crap together.
And he cleaned up,
Those kids used prison like it was – I don't want to say it was the best thing for him, obviously. Joining the Army would have been better for him. But like they got scared like the bejesus out
Rehabilitated.
of them. Like they turned their lives around, yeah.
Last one. What about nunchucks?
Yes. They have to allow nunchucks.
They got to, right?
Nobody's ever done anything with nunchucks in this, right? No, yes, you should be allowed to do nunchucks.
Yes.
Or is it nunchucks?
They spelt it nunchucks on the text page.
I think it's nunchucks.
Yeah, I think it is too.
I think it's one thing that we all as kids think it's nunchucks.
I always did it with an M.
Nunchucks,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so theories on why C.J. Stroud had such a bad game on Sunday. Many of you out there think he is cursed, that somehow C.J. Stroud was cursed on Sunday. Derek Lewis agrees with you. MMA fighter Derek Lewis said, he was asked about the Texans. He's from Houston. And was asked, what was this, a podcast, Seth, that he was asked?
No, it was at a press conference.
It was a press conference. Oh, that's right. Yeah, UFC always has a card coming up. What do you think about the Texans?
What moves would you like to see the Texans make for next season?
I guess we got to see what's going on with CJ. I think ever since we seen him show up with Amber Rose at the same Kardashian and all that, and I'm like, man, it might be like a curse for him.
How did Kim Kardashian get tossed into the mix here?
I think because she's a curse like Kim Kardashian is for athletes.
Okay.
Or Khloe Kardashian for Houston athletes.
The way I heard that, it made it sound like Kardashian sitting in the back seat with
like
CJ.
She also had Kardashian. No, I think he was kind of hinting at a Kardashian-like effect.
I got you.
So Derek Lewis, who I think holds the record for knockouts in the heavyweight division.
Okay.
In UFC.
Yeah.
He's nobody to be trifled with.
No.
I take his opinion seriously.
Yes, if he says there's a curse with Amber Rose, there is a curse with Amber Rose.
If I were in a room with Derek Lewis and he was insisting there was an Amber Rose curse, I would say,
yes, sir.
I will listen to your opinion, Derek.
Yes.
I certainly will. 100%.
I shall entertain that. I have entertained it, and your opinion is valid.
Yeah. I think the whole sum total of the whirlwind that was CJ's first offseason, I think CJ himself has kind of expressed regret for it at times. You know, CJ's talked about, at various times this year, CJ talked about he had to get back in with the religious side of things. And I feel for him just because this is where people always come at me in my DMs saying, like, hey, Seth, did the league tell CJ to stop talking about Jesus? And I'm like, A, if they did, he's not abiding by it because he does all the time in almost every press conference.
Yeah.
But B, even if he did decide to not be as vocal about it, this is the hazard of being a 21 or a 22-year-old kid who's kind of out there, you know, a model for somebody for faith or anything. Like, you don't. And CJ said it in his press conference the other day. He's like, you know, he's newly saved. Like, and like you're still learning about what your faith means to you and how do you handle being out in the world and everything. And then when all of a sudden you're being lifted up as an example to live by, that's a lot of pressure you put on yourself.
It is heavy.
And then you can start feeling like a hypocrite at times because we're all sinners, you know. But when you're newly saved and you got the zeal of the newly saved and everything, it hits that much hard when you realize, like, oh, I'm a hypocrite. And it's a whole bunch of, but I'm also at the same time, I've got this public face that I've got to present. And when I say I'm a hypocrite, like, that's anybody, every single person. Like, that's the way you might feel before you come to peace with the fact that we all screw up.
And when it's bad, you're going through it by yourself. You're not talking about it with anybody, you know.
Right, because then you're likely to want to not let anybody know because I'm supposed to be this picture of the perfect person.
Yeah. The things that seem to be.
That's why it's best to grow up in a really deeply dysfunctional but super religious household. So by the time you're 22, you know just really how
it all
you
works.
know how the real world works.
How it all works.
Yeah.
The things that seem to be coming back to bite CJ the most over the last few days, him putting himself in the top 5 quarterbacks on the podcast with Gilly, though, the $1 million worth of game podcast, when he and Tank did that interview with them, you know, sitting on the couch, just chopping it up with them, put himself in the top 5. That video is trending again. Williams' bro treatment after week 2, you know, after Caleb Williams' second game in the NFL, a loss to the Texans, where he was turning the ball over and getting sacked a bunch of times. Those are the things that have popped up on the internet mostly of late, saying, oh, okay, well, what about this now, CJ? How you feel about this? You still a top 5? You still his big bro?
No, and the thing is, I feel like he's already gone through that process of realizing that he needs to pull back some. It's got to be extra tough when you go through that process. You've realized that you've changed some things, but it keeps getting thrown in your face.
Mm-hmm.
That's the person that reminds you all the time of how you used to be. Yeah. Like those are super annoying people. The problem is that those are millions of people on social media right now.
Yes,
and you just got to stay the hell off of social media.
That one person in your life has now been multiplied times 100.
The person that's when you made a genuine change in your life and you're doing things the right way, but there's that person that still treats you like you're that old version of yourself.
Yep.
That's tough, man. That is a son of a b. And like that, because he plays a very public position of quarterback, he's going to have to. It'll be out there. Does he have to deal with it or not? Hopefully not. Hopefully he just knows how to separate all the, go on the information diet with social media.
Yep. All right. Seth asked a great question that I want to dig into in the next segment, in the final segment.
I don't even remember what it was.
Well,
so
I'm going to tell you.
I look forward to hearing this question as well.
We're going to play a little bit of audio from the Buffalo press conference yesterday. There was no head coach in that press conference. It was just the GM and the owner. But there was some funny audio to close. Seth, was if you could pick one non-playoff team's postseason coach's exit press conference to watch, whose would it be? It's a really good question, and I've got a couple that I'm picking out of the standings here. So we'll do that. Text in which one yours would be. We'll do that coming up next. Oh, but first, West Point Lincoln. I just got a nice text from Chris Poulos wishing me a happy birthday, and I appreciate that. He's the owner of West Point.
2022. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment. Here was Terry Pegula, the owner of the Bills, yesterday on why they fired Sean McDermott, who for 7 straight years had made the playoffs and won at least 10 games.
I did not fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision. If I can take you into that locker room, I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. 13 seconds, missed field goals, the catch. So I just sensed in that locker room, like, where do we go from here with what we have? And that was the basis for my decision.
The tough thing about that was, and where people keep pointing out some of the inconsistencies, is that, you know, he also did blame the officiating for that loss.
Yeah.
You know, so I guess I get where he's coming from. This is one of those situations where I saw everybody tweeting about it and talking about it before I ever heard any of the clips or anything. I think I understand where he's coming from, and it's the sum total of everything. It's every different one has a different story or explanation or excuse, but at the end of the day, you've had a really competitive football team that keeps coming up short in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if he had just been more brief and answered fewer questions or butted in on the GM fewer times, when the GM's trying to answer a question, it wouldn't have come off so awful. But I think that's what he was trying to say there. It's the sum total of what we've seen. And yet at the same time, the Bills were a barren wasteland before Sean McDermott got there. It's that, all right, but the GM that's been with Sean McDermott pretty much that whole time also hasn't had playoff success. And I look at the roster of the Bills this year, and I think, yeah, sure, Josh Allen is incredible, but you also didn't give him any receivers. And they've got James Cook. That's awesome. But, man, that's not something that are you crediting that completely to Brandon Beane?
Right.
And not the coaching that allows you to have one of the top rushers in the league? And the defense that they had to take Jordan Poyer out of retirement and get him back on the squad down the stretch. We
haven't played this one yet. I want to play it here, and then I want to answer your question about which non-playoff coach I would pick to watch their exit press conference. Some of these press conferences have been amazing. Here is Brandon Beane, the GM and now president of football operations for the Bills, saying, I can't believe that you would think that I would Game of Thrones Sean McDermott out of here.
You know, I walk in the door, and my wife's got tears coming down her face for stuff like that. And I'm going to damn try hard to win a Super Bowl here. I am. But for somebody to question my character like that, it is BS. And I've never done that. If you'll remember, in 2023, there was an article written on Sean accusing things. Who stood up in front of every one of you guys and defended him and his family and everything he's done here? And then we went to Kansas City, and we won that game. And I went down to Jeff, Missouri, and said, give me a game ball. I'm going to show everyone that this team has his back.
This owner and this GM are a whole lot of drama, man.
Have you guys not noticed the very ostentatious public displays I've made to potentially make it look like I would never do something like this in private? Need I remind you of the times that I have publicly done things? And you're accusing me of doing something in private? Now this is a tough thing. If you're the GM and this happens, let's say this is how it happened, that Brandon Beane genuinely had no idea that Terry Pegula was thinking about firing Sean McDermott. And meanwhile, you immediately get elevated up above the coach. You know what the speculation is going to be, and you know how it looks. And there's almost no proper way to handle that. But what I wouldn't do, because I know I've been in this situation before where it looks like, you know what, all signs would point to that maybe I had something to do with this, even though I don't. It's a tough situation. because you got to acknowledge that, like, yeah, look, I know what people think when this happens, and all I can tell you is that that's not the way it happened here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd get, like, angry at the people who are speculating necessarily.
Oh, you think it could be a thou doth protest too much situation?
Well, it could be, or it could be just his natural reaction. I just think for him to think it's a surprise or that people wouldn't speculate or something, that's a part where I'm like, all right, settle down, bro. This is what people do in these situations.
Yeah.
And don't act like there aren't a boatload of GMs who do angle and scheme to get the coach up out of there and then try to look. It is what it is.
Yes, that's a good take. I actually have one more takeaway. Hey, Ben, can you play that one more time? I'll tell you, it'll be real quick, I promise. Yeah.
You know, I walk in the door, and my wife's got tears coming down her face for stuff like that.
Okay, you can pause it right there. This is my other takeaway. Tell your wife to toughen up a little bit. She's got tears streaming down her face because you're getting questioned on something in your job.
I never approve of the use of a human shield in situations like that. That's also that's a go-to move of a scoundrel. Not saying that he is a scoundrel, but that is a move that scoundrels do use. Also, just so you know, you're putting yourself in the lot of a common tactic of scoundrels.
Does he's 3 sentences away from going, I have kids.
Yeah,
that's the people do that a lot. I have kids. Okay.
I've been accused of a crime against a woman. Oh, I've got a mother.
Yeah.
Just like every other guy in prison who, literally every other person walking the earth
has a mother.
Like somehow that sets you apart.
You were not an immaculate conception. No. One more from that press conference. This is great. Brandon Beane's getting asked a question about what went wrong in Denver, and the voice you're going to hear screaming, chiming in, bad call, is the owner of the team.
And led to the group falling short of that.
I mean, Jay, a bad call.
Okay, we're good. A bad call. This guy's like slurping a beer while he's saying it. Cigar. Okay, you asked me a question, Seth. Which NFL head coach that's not in the playoffs would I want to watch? And this one, I suppose I probably could have.
I'm going to go do it this afternoon, whichever one we choose.
Yeah, I will tell you what mine is. Aaron Glenn.
Oh, okay.
Aaron Glenn, New York Jets, and I'll tell you why. I think there's a lot of people that think Aaron Glenn probably should have lost his job given how uncompetitive his team was at the end of the year. I like Aaron Glenn, but his team was uncompetitive at the end of the year. He is also somebody who gets very chippy in press conferences when he gets challenged on things. I like that thing. Chippiness in press conferences and people who failed at their job trying to explain their failure. Those things are entertaining to me. So I will go watch that one.
Yeah, you can go to the team YouTubes for any of these and watch that final press conference.
Yeah.
I might go watch Aaron Glenn. I kind of want to watch Liam Cohen just because the only thing I saw from his press conference immediately after the game was the woman who gave him that nice voice of support. But then I didn't see any clips from his exit
like
press
the next
conference
day.
The next day. Yeah. I think, look, the Jags are obviously the team that's the biggest threat to the Texans right now.
Yeah.
The Colts don't even have a quarterback right this moment. So I don't know what the hell, unless Riley Leonard is going to be the guy.
Nope.
I don't look at them as the biggest threat. I think Cam Ward has upside, but the Jaguars are the team that I'm going to be spending the most time thinking about in the offseason.
Yeah, that's they're good, man. They're good. They're good, and they may have gotten the Travis Hunter trade wrong, and they're good.
Yeah.
You know, that's
has Robert Saleh done his introductory press conference yet?
Not that I know of, but that'd be a good one to watch too.
You know, another good one to watch just because he does give some really thoughtful answers and sometimes gets kind of chippy or just makes fun of some of the guys in the press corps is Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
So Shanahan's got a lot to deal with.
He's salty.
You know what he's got to deal with now, too, is the theories that people have about why his team has so many injuries.
Yeah.
Because there's some kind of electrical transformer or something.
It's funny you say that. That's the only other tab I have open besides our show rundown and Twitter is this story that I want to read. 49ers to investigate viral substation conspiracy theory as team searches for answers to alarming injury rate. It sounds like you've You've read up on this already.
I've read, well, yeah, just a little bit. You know, like people have a theory that there's just too many EMFs coming off of this substation and that could affect the soft tissue of the players. The thing that's really important here is there's two things. One, okay, is there any actual scientific evidence for this? I have not read anything about it yet.
Yeah.
But two, it doesn't matter if there isn't any scientific evidence, but the players believe it. That's when it gets really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Because then you gotta fight a whole nother battle. But three is that realistically, I think aside from any EMF stuff or anything, that the 49ers, practice really tough and really physical, much like the Texans do.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan has talked about how they push those guys a lot more than they do than a lot of other teams do, and that you're probably going to increase your chance of injury there. So the 49ers over the course of the last 5 years have, I think in 4 of those 5 years, they've been one of the leaders in losing starters to injury, like the total number of games. So they, much like the Astros this offseason, are probably going to be doing a deep dive into all the possible reasons.
Yeah, and the Texans, to your point, I mean, D'Amico comes from that Shanahan tree. The first 2 years D'Amico was here, the Texans had horrible injury luck as well. They actually had pretty good. I think I haven't looked at any of the websites that track that stuff, but I feel like overall, their injury defense was incredible this year on defense.
Yeah.
And on offense, you missed Nico for a couple of games. Christian Kirk, who always gets hurt, got hurt. You missed Joe Mixon for the whole year, but his wasn't even because you were practicing hard. His injury was out of the building.
Yeah. Man games missed. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, games missed.
Man games missed.
Yeah.
Texans were in the middle of the pack this year.
Okay, that feels about right.
According to RotoWire. And I want to say in one of those first 2 years, there was a perception that they'd gotten dinged real hard, but it was actually right around average.
Okay. The first year D'Amico was here was really bad.
Yeah.
Remember that? I mean, they were trotting out offensive lines with Austin Deculus starting at left tackle early in the season that year. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are in the house. They're in the loop, and they're in the house.
I'm good to go, healthy.
Did you ever watch that show In the House, LL Cool J?
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, that was just one of those word associations. Yes, Ben, my man.
100%. What else was on at 2 in the morning at UPN?
Oh, yeah.
I should have known that Ben was my kindred spirit here. I don't know why I was asking Sean.
I was
Ben
probably
is my guy.
busy ordering some hot dog boiler on an infomercial.
Sean was watching Emmanuel in space.
Yeah. That's right. Little wonder.
On Cinemax, where you could barely see. You were trying to make everything out.
Yeah, that back in the day happened. Yes, it did. If you could just get it, even if they just looked like silhouettes of something.
Yeah, you could turn
static.
the TV.
That's okay.
And you know what? That's honestly better because then you get your imagination into it.
Your imagination worked a lot harder back in the 80s, man, because you didn't have the internet to desensitize you to
That's
everything.
right.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What are you, 37?
30. So you got one of the numbers right. Yeah. So how are we feeling? What's the question of the day, boys?
The question of the day is, it's actually, we'll play the audio 1040, but D'Amico Ryans was asked, all the things that have happened, what is the singular moment from the Texans season that was his favorite single moment?
Okay.
Single moment.
Well, I didn't get to watch that interview with him.
He gave a couple.
On
the coach show. He said
I didn't get to watch a coach's show this week.
He actually just said initially the Buffalo game.
Okay.
What was his favorite. So I guess that's technically correct. And I forget the other one. We'll play it at
That
10:40.
feels like a D'Amico.
Yeah.
That Buffalo game is a D'Amico game for sure.
Mine would be the end of the home Jacksonville game, starting with a 3rd and 10 pass to Dalton Schultz by one Davis Mills.
From their own 7.
But then the final drive that the Jags had when they're down when they're down at that point by 3, and one, they were down by 1.
Yeah.
But they've got a kicker who the field goal line. Remember looking up we're in the press box, but you're looking up at the TV copy, and you're like, "Holy crap! That line to make for the field goal is at the 50-yard line."
Yeah.
So it starts off with you get the sack by Daniil Hunter and Henry To'oTo'o, but then Trevor Lawrence reels off a 21-yard run, and then there's a 10-yard penalty. They get to the 45, and then boom, Will Anderson Anderson, game over.
Sheldon Rankins to the house.
Yeah.
I think that was the second one that D'Amico said.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
the end
Sheldon,
of the jet. Well, you know what, Reggie? I lied. I did see that answer on Stressens or something.
Yeah, I think that was his second one.
And I remember he joked. He's like, "Yeah, that second one where some crazy coach came running down here to celebrate with the team." Yeah, I do remember him talking.
And we're
about
also going to try to, maybe bend the question a little bit into moments because it doesn't necessarily have to be on the field. Reggie was talking about.
No, and that's because there was a lot of animosity with the way that the season ended.
Would this be one of the moments?
What's that?
Cal.
Without
question. The viral video.
Yes, I didn't pick up on that.
Without question.
For people who are listening on the radio, Sean was holding his hand
I
up.
was holding my hand up, sorry. I forget that we're doing a radio show because I love you guys so
I don't know. I
much.
feel like radio is a visual medium in some ways.
Yeah, I'm trying to get people to watch on the YouTube.
I think yesterday could come into play in the moments that were.
Well, would that be anybody's favorite?
No, just memorable, as I said. Memorable, moments. Yeah.
Memorable. Yeah, I was listening to it with you. I was on my way to a client meeting, listening to you guys react to it, and I was like, "Oh, I can't wait to." I was like, "It was a really good tease coming off of that." Of all the things. The very end of that when Nick got kind of chippy about the offense.
God.
That was good stuff.
I get it though. I was hungry by that point.
It was a long press conference.
Like, wrap it up.
And then
that's true. He might have been famished.
He might have been famished, and you could tell he was getting annoyed because Omar kept allowing more one last questions, and he was like, "How many one last questions do we have?"
Didn't he say, 6 one more questions?
Yeah. Hey, I was listening to it going, "Hey, you guys don't get 40 minutes with Nick. Only Seth and I get 40 minutes with Nick." Favorite moment of the year was Jalen Petrie turning Rashee Rice into one of those CPR dummies.
I forgot about that.
You know
already.
how? You know what's funny is I think if you asked a non-Houston Texans NFL fan what their favorite Houston Texans moment was, that'd be the one that comes up
Rice is
more
not
times
popular.
than not.
Yeah, he's not popular.
Yeah.
It was, bad things happen to possibly bad people.
And then that's just one of those plays that we saw replayed over and over in NFL media.
Right. Well, the lead into the playoffs when they were doing the sizzle reel for all the playoff games and everything, that was on all of them.
Yeah,
that was on all of them. Oh, this will be fun.
It'll be good.
Reliving the good moments. Well,
mostly good.
Memorable.
Well,
mostly
trying to
good
relive
season.
the good moments. I have a feeling that people will take it to a negative place at times.
Memorable moments of the season. Yeah, we were still on CJ today.
Oh, I mean,
of course.
It's hard not to be.
Yeah. How long is this going to last?
June 28th. June 28th.
June 28th. Okay.
I mean, it's going to be an off-season consideration the whole way, especially because we're not going to be privy to the things that need to happen for him to get himself
We're
right.
going to be talking about this in December.
Yeah.
Even if they go.
That's true. No,
Well,
until he wins a divisional round game, we'll be talking about
the whole thing, and I should have brought this up at some point in the previous 4 hours. It's that, as Nick it felt like he was getting kind of defensive about how, hey, the roster was good enough to win that game if we don't turn the ball over and everything. He was asked about should they have improved more. Last year, he was pretty adamant that the offensive line was just fine during the season, and then he went out and got rid of 3 of the starting offensive linemen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But he also went about that in a way that did not that palatable to a lot of folks. So I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know if you guys heard in the 7 o'clock hour, Seth and I went through a process. We played some of Nick's audio clips from yesterday that had to do with the game, the turnovers, defending CJ, pointing out the turnovers again, saying how good CJ. We went back and forth with these, and we did it kind of win probability style. With the question being, what are the after listening to each of these clips, what are the chances CJ Stroud gets a contract extension this offseason? We arrived at 28%.
That feels good.
28%.
That
feels a little
good.
high, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I think both Seth and I thought it felt a little bit high.
Yeah.
28%. Yeah.
Can you guys help me litigate a disagreement, I'll say, amongst the In the Loop hosts?
I would love to.
Lopez seems to believe that, on the David Mulugheta, CJ Stroud side, they very much are still in on the idea of extension this year. I think that they would actually be a little bit less inclined this offseason themselves because of the way that this has gone, and I think that they'd be looking for the opportunity to have maximum leverage going into negotiations, which I don't know that they have right now.
Seth, I know you said you'd be surprised if they agitated for a contract this offseason.
I would still be surprised if CJ agitates for a contract. I think he thinks he knows he didn't play up to his standards this year and he wants to do better. And I think maybe if they have casual discussions about it, they might be so far apart on what CJ feels like he's capable of earning, but without necessarily being put out that the Texans don't think he's worth that money right now.
I 100% think David Mulugheta makes a phone call to Nick Caserio about it. Unless CJ tells him not to make a phone call, but I don't think there's any harm in entertaining it, because who knows? I said I entertained this possibility earlier in the show. We're all out here angry about CJ. The majority of the fan base thinks this is something permanent with him.
Well,
they're out on him. The only opinions that matter are DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. And they may very well think that it was just a bad couple days at the office in the postseason, and that somewhere in there's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. That might be their opinion. And if it is, and David Mulugheta doesn't make the phone call, then he's not doing his job.
But going back to the way that Nick Caserio talked in his 40-something minutes of meeting with the press, it did feel like whenever people were asking him about investment in the offense, it's like it's a team thing. It almost felt to me like there was an acceptance of a limitation on C.J. Stroud. Did y'all hear that in some way? Like they're like, okay, we believe in him, but we believe in him to a point with the limitation on what his abilities are.
I didn't hear it that way, but that's a really interesting theory that's going to make me go back and watch the press conference again.
And I hope you enjoy your 40 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'll listen to it at 1.5 speed.
Oh, okay.
So it'll only be like 25 minutes or whatever it is.
Maybe that'll make him getting upset sound more fun too.
Hey, we'll sound like one of the chipmunks. All right, boys. This was a whole lot. Oh, by the way, right under the wire. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLTM, KLTL FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Seth, antibodies to you. Looking forward to is it still a football Friday, even though there's no more Texans?
There is football.
There's football.
I think technically it is a football
Friday.
Friday.
Think about that, too.
Yeah.
All right. You, my friend.
Antibodies in an omelet. I'm as hungry now as I was at the end of the
I am going to eat an omelet right now. It's funny you should say that.
Otanjobi omedito. That's happy birthday in Japanese.
Hey!
I'm getting ready to kiss up to this influx of Japanese
Thank
pictures.
you, Seth-san. I appreciate that. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you, as always, by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Biggie Fig. They are in the loop. They start now.
Sometimes I just love how eclectic those crosses can become.
That came out of nowhere.
That's right. That's right. And that's the beauty of listening to Sports Radio 610. Right now, in listening to Sports Radio 610, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. I don't know what day it is. I'm going to be honest. I've been thrown off entirely. All week, I haven't known what day it is really and truly. But it is indeed a Thursday here. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos that you heard Sean so adequately lay out. And you rolling with us, however you're listening, wherever you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your now morning. Or I guess I shouldn't say that because some people might be listening in Timbuktu and it's not morning there.
That's right.
But
and we do get them.
We do.
Well, maybe
we do.
not Timbuktu. I'm not sure. But.
I don't know. I feel like they got internet there too.
Yeah.
It's the year of our Lord 2026. Internet everywhere, man. You can tap in with the Odyssey app or the YouTube or anything. Man. I love it. You can also tap in and talk back to us on the text line 713-572-4610. That's the number to text. We love it when you do that. From the 281, not out on CJ. That's interesting because you might be in the minority. At least it feels like, because there's a lot of conversation about CJ. We continue that here in a moment. And if you want to jump in as well, there's always the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Lopez, have you also ridden the wave of CJ Stroud feelings and emotions over the last how many hours and how many days?
Yeah, who hasn't? Just because, we all feel, as we've been talking about, a lot of people are out on him, and then the speculation was, is it damaged goods now moving forward for however long or whatever? Then you hear Nick Caserio yesterday. We're in our office. We never even thought about thinking that our offense is a concern, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the wave of emotions, the wave of thoughts on this is all up and down. However, after listening to Nick Caserio yesterday, I even wondered more about something that C.J. Stroud said. I guess it was Monday or Tuesday. I forget now.
Monday. Because I still vividly remember being like, wait, C.J. talked on a Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me get this on out the way.
He's like, I heard y'all talking. Let me come speak to you.
Yeah. So I go back to it, and we're going to hear it here in a second. But so yesterday, the company line basically was no concerns about the offense. Nick Caley's coming back. We know the story. All right.
Safe to assume Nick Caley was coming back. Was almost the exact verbiage.
Something along those lines. But, so we all heard that. And then I go back to Monday, and I want you to listen to this and just ask yourself the question after you hear it. Is everyone in on this?
I think
just the turnover career, especially like, the timely turnovers, where, like I told y'all before, I'm really, I've been on some great teams, my whole career where a lot of them were, offensive driven, and like, playing for Coach Day where, we're taking shots and all these, and then, like being on this team, where, we're more full everywhere, where it's offense, defense, and special teams. But defense is is making a bunch of plays. So this year was a step for me where like I didn't have to be Superman all the time, and I'm still growing in that. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate my teammates for taking a lot of pressure, off of my plate, but also they do know that I can make those plays. So I'm appreciative of them having that perspective, and I feel like I've grown, in that way of like taking what's there, in ways where I would have taken a shot there or just take care of the ball in some other ways. But I just seen some growth in my footwork, in the pocket, trusting my guys, staying in the pocket, not just running around, but staying strong and firm. So I think I made a step in that area as well. But always things to improve, and I'll do that.
So in the middle there, he went himself. I mean, it wasn't necessarily about the question, but he went himself to the great teams that he's played on. And he said these things: offensive driven, brought up Ryan Day by name, Coach Day.
Sure.
Taking shots. I can make those plays. C.J. Stroud's words.
Also, in addition to that, the idea of like a more full, well-rounded, attack with both offensive.
So offensive driven, Ryan Day brings him up, taking shots. I can make those plays. And then you have the general manager talking about the things that he talked about yesterday. Are we still sure that they're not force feeding this down C.J. Stroud's throat, maybe reluctantly? He said he's grown. I've taken some strides, etc. I get it. The team's winning. He wants to do the best. But then our latest example was him trying to be offensive driven and making plays, etc.
Yeah, I can hear where you're coming from. There, I will say, and maybe this is leading the witness somewhat on your part, which it'd be like that sometimes. That's why we have the Judge John Lopez segment. But there did sound like there was a little longing in his voice talking about having an offensive driven. But in the same way, I think I could also view it from a recognition point for him where he goes, that's not what's being asked of me, and I'm having to find my way to a different way of thinking, a different way of playing, and I'm working through that, right? I think that was the predominant kind of thought that I had when I first heard it. The idea that, okay, I'm recognizing the ways in which the mindset that I had previously had about the way to play football, especially a quarterback with these offensive styles that I had played, is not what I'm being asked, and I still need to make strides in fitting myself to what this is. Now, is that excuse making as well is a question to be asked, where he's like, this is the reason why I've been maybe it looks uncomfortable. I'm still working, and you have to understand what the starting point was. Maybe that's more of it. But if you are right in what it feels like the disable, that would be frustrating that they have not been able to find that middle ground. But I guess it's frustrating either way, whether it's like, hey, I'm still trying to find my way to that. Man, it's a whole football season where why haven't you been able to find your way into this place where we're protecting you, we're having other people take on some of the responsibility, and you stay within this place and don't get yourself out of it.
I look, C.J. Stroud is not going to sit up there and say, boy, this is crap. I'd rather do this. He was very careful to talk about buying into what the Texans are doing and the growth and all that.
He likes giving the right answer, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was very careful with his words, but it just in the midst of that, he brought up, but this is what I'm used to. This is what I've been. So I just felt like this was kind of as close to as he would get to telling us, what he really wants, but also, maybe reluctantly understanding what they're doing, but reluctantly. And that's why I'm sitting here going, yeah, they're saying this, it's working, it's good, no offensive problems. Nick Caley's probably going to come back. Are we sure that C.J. Stroud is like, yeah, let's go?
And this is where you can also very much go back to other things that Nick Caserio said, not just in, hey, like, we have offensive talent or whatever. The quote that jumped out was, a quarterback's number one responsibility is protecting the football. In essence, that's not an exact quote. I'll have to go back to my notes. But in essence, that was one of the big things that jumped out, which almost, again, puts the onus on this. This is what we ask of you. Do not feel the need to jump out of it. And the question that I've been kind of pondering on over the last 24 hours, Lopez, is does this call into question Houston's development and their ability to develop quarterback? Because, I mean, there's people that are like, CJ ain't it. I think I've been very, very loud on the idea of I believe strongly that circumstances, situation matters when we talk about quarterbacks. Oftentimes, we isolate too much the individual from the circumstance that is around them, that ultimately are inputs into what that individual becomes. And we all know that we appreciated and we liked what C.J. Stroud was as a rookie. 2 years later, there's people that are looking at C.J. and saying he is not it, he is broken, so on and so forth. How much responsibility does the organization hold for you are entrusted with a talent like C.J. Stroud that has taken number 2 overall, that also shows at the NFL level that he can do things like protect the football, make those plays, and now 2 years later, it feels like you're not getting that, at least in the most important moments at the end of the season. How much responsibility does the organization hold in what feels like a lack of development for the quarterback?
The vast majority. You hit the nail on the head. You draft this guy because of what you think he can do and become. So then your job becomes doing everything possible, whether it's personnel or coaches, to surround him and let him reach that goal. I think I'll put a percentage on it. If I had to, it'd be 80% on the organization. I mean, you're drafting a guy number 2.
Lopez not here for personal responsibility.
20%. You got him. He's ready. He's got the talent. He's got the skill. He's got the resume. All right, now it's on you. Now it's on you. And then I also think it speaks to what we're talking about here. You bring in Nick Caley, and I'm not trying to bash him. I think this is accurate. Who was a quote-unquote tight ends coach for Sean McVay, but his vast majority of his experience has been tight ends, line play, that kind of thing. Is that the guy when you've got, some true quarterback whisperers out there that have spent their entire lives with quarterbacks that can call plays and be an offensive coordinator? We saw what the L.A. Chargers just did, with Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert. I mean, that is Jim Harbaugh saying, we gotta get somebody in here that can absolutely fix this. We saw what Liam Cohen did,
and that is a belief that permeates the NFL. The quarterback is not the entirety of the team, but they carry a lot of responsibility, and they have the ball so much that they have an outsized impact in this. And you want to make sure that you put them in the best opportunity to succeed. And you've seen the ways in which that goes well, particularly in this year, where you cater at least some of what you're doing towards getting the best out of the quarterback. I think that some of the things that the Texans do as an organization where they zig where others zag ends up being useful. I'm intrigued on thinking more about what this mentality is. That's very clearly opposite that, right? Nick Caserio laid it out pretty clearly. The idea that, hey man, it's more about the full team construct. We're not, and I'm putting words in his mouth here, so I want to okay, go ahead.
The most important statistic is winning games. Shout out to Figgy. We had a good enough team to win any game we played. Taking care of the football is the single most important stat to winning football. That's the most important stat. Putting it on the team, we have to take care of the football. But, of course, it starts with the quarterback.
And what's funny about that is I see you on the text line, on the YouTube page saying there feels like there's a mental thing with C.J. Stroud that is outside of the purview of the development of the team. But I think that what's insightful for me is going back to what Nick Caley brought to the table, what gave me a level of interest in what he was going to do, and that it was that he said, we're going to take the talents of what we have and fit what we do to that. And this feels like at an organizational level kind of somewhat of a dismissal of that.
Yes. I think it comes down to which came first, the proverbial chicken and egg. His lack of confidence and being sort of shaken, if not broken, or putting him in an offense under an offensive coordinator that is not necessarily the best for him to not be that. You know what I mean?
And ultimately, there's still very much the responsibility of managing the turnovers. Like it just can't be that. But the feel, and I think that there's a better split, or maybe a more equitable split of responsibility here for C.J. Stroud, where absolutely this is what you're asked, and whether you want to do it this way or not, you cannot let everyone down on your team. And I mean, if we want to grandstand, the city and all the people who had emotionally invested in this team, you cannot let them down by free freelancing turnovers that ultimately doom your team. But I do think that there is a question as to why your quarterback gets to a place where he feels like he has to step outside of the bounds of what you do.
Yeah. Is it no, clearly this is not taking any responsibility off of C.J. Stroud for what he did in New England and really Pittsburgh as well. Those were bad decisions, and he ended up looking broken. But again, this is something that maybe has been festering. Maybe just sort of wanting to do more, wishing they would allow him to do more.
And the only thing because these things are never so cut and dry for me, at least. And maybe I just overcomplicate things. That's a possibility. But okay, if this is the case or whatever, and maybe C.J. Stroud is just in a place where mentality is not going to get to a place where he's willing to step in and just be somebody who protects the football and just kind of goes with the system, then the way that they're going about things where it feels like, hey, this is kind of just going to be what we do again, and we're going to ask that everyone just perfects the way that they go about the execution, is that a fool's errand to some degree?
Yeah.
That's a question that comes up, and I'm not comfortable that the answer is not 100% no, not a fool's errand. There's a possibility in there, and I don't like that. At least I don't feel like I like that, being an onlooker of this team, covering this team, investing in this team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Big questions for the offseason with this Texans team, and we're just stepping into it, baby. We got months of looking at how they go about actually trying to get themselves back to this place in a divisional round and get over the hurdle that they have not been able to clear 7 times in franchise history. Sports Radio 10 coming up next. I want to talk about the Rockets a little bit because we are officially 2 weeks out from the trade deadline in the National Basketball Association. Do you think that the trade avenue is going to be the avenue that will help the Rockets get to where they need to be? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh, God, that
listen to Lil Kiki?
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I started talking really fast talking about Lil Kiki now, didn't I? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, happy Thursday to you. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. 2 weeks out. John Lopez, Basketball Association's trade deadline.
That came up quick,
didn't it?
I'm thinking we're a lot of time.
We're like midway through the season, dog.
Yeah.
Like, man, this thing is moving.
When does All-Star break?
All-Star break is coming. We got All-Star starters already.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, man. We are moving through this NBA season, and I was actually talking about it with our guy Chris Santiago yesterday when we was eating some steaks, and we were talking about the fact that for me, with any basketball team, even the Rockets last year, you can find answers at this juncture of the season. There's teams that figure out the way that they want to play at this point. But you're starting to run out of time a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And we're still looking at this team going, what is the identity, the pervasive identity of what they do? And some of that, a large part of that, I think you could argue, is when you lose Fred VanVleet and you don't have that point guard initiator type guy. We've been still looking for what are the answers there. Is it getting Reed Sheppard more minutes, especially as you've put more trust in him, which maybe that ends up showing you something. Can you do the Amen Thompson thing? How much does the Kevin Durant with the ball in his hand work? And we've been trying to find these answers. Are you of a mind that a trade is an avenue for this to happen, or have you lost hope in the possibility that a trade would answer this. 713-572-4610. Because, again, 2 weeks till the trade deadline, and we're starting to hear more and more rumors about who could be out there. Does this feel like an avenue to actually answer the questions?
No, I think it's an absolute yes, simply because of the reporting. We're getting more and more names mentioned.
Yeah, but not all names actually feel.
And not all names, and some of them are pipe dreams, but it also depends on where you're hearing these reports. They are in discussions, or what's the term they like to use?
Checking in
on hey,
monitoring.
Hey, you still got so and so.
Like when you go and pull up somebody's Facebook
some background check.
Are they still in that relationship? All right, just checking in. Okay.
Yeah. So I think even though we against the Spurs on Tuesday night, it was probably his best game overall. Even though we're kind of buying in more to Reed Sheppard, that's still not like the answer. It's like problem solved. So yes, I think they are.
Checking in
on them.
The Reed Sheppard thing, though, is interesting because something as simple as you remember that like 28-foot three-pointer that he took, that was just an air ball, and everybody looks. I imagine. Actually, can you tell me what the reaction was in that moment at the Toyota Center when Reed lets off a heave and then just misses everything? Maybe they opened up a window in the stadium.
And that was and that was before he got white hot.
Yes.
No pun intended.
No. You know you did that on purpose.
I really didn't.
Like we don't call him Cocaine Curry. All right.
Reed Sheppard, white hot. So yes, that was a big gasp. It was almost a resignation, of like, oh boy.
But you know what's funny? Ime Udoka, both him and Reed said that Ime was like, I love that shot. There's a level of confidence that they're finding within him that maybe does say that they are going to lean a little bit heavier into what he can bring them. But if you were
not, even though you want to lean in more heavily.
Yeah, maybe not. I think that it could be a possibility because I'm actually losing. I'll tell you. I'll give you my answer. I'm losing belief that the trade avenue is going to be the way that they answer this. I'll give you some reasons why. For one, Sam Quinn covers the NBA for CBS Sports. And this is tied to Jimmy Butler, being lost for the season for the Warriors. He starts looking at what are the Warriors' options? Who could they maybe trade for? And then ultimately he laid out what was a nuclear option, which is could they trade Steph Curry? And he was looking at it and he said, if you trade Steph Curry, the best basketball fit is actually the Rockets. However, it would be one of those types of trades where you are trading everything. I will lay out for you the trade that Sam Quinn puts in here, right? So he has, obviously, Steph Curry going to the Houston Rockets, and that'd be cool, right? You pair Kevin Durant, Steph Curry. We've seen the ways that those things can work. Within that,
who else you pairing with him?
Yeah, that is where, because
you only name one person.
You would have traded in this trade that he sets up Fred VanVleet, Dorian Finney-Smith, Jabari Smith Jr., Reed Sheppard, and a first-round pick. Now, you would still have Alperen Şengün, you'd still have Amen Thompson, you'd still have
Tyrese. Don't sound as bad as I thought it was going to sound.
It don't sound great.
But also, this is probably the best, this is a player that I know can come in, establish a system, be a big-time player. But they're not trading Steph Curry. He's the identity of their team. The next best option that I've seen as a point guard to trade for, Peyton Pritchard from the Celtics.
That's the one that
been significantly better than people thought they would be without Jason Tatum, and he has been instrumental to that. I don't think the Boston Celtics are moving off of him.
Why
and then because they've been better.
That's their white hope.
The East is open. I mean, that as well. What you guys are saying as well. But also, they're the number 2 seed in the East right now.
Golden State would give you Steph Curry before Boston give you Pritchard.
That's probably true.
While you are correct, I think it's also they're the number 2 seed in the East right now without Jason Tatum.
Shocking.
Yeah,
I didn't think they'd be this good.
And that nobody else thought they would. That was the onus of and the impetus of, hey, maybe you could trade for somebody from over there with the Celtics. No, they're standing pat. And so with that being the case, the next best option after Steph Curry, which feels like a pipe dream, Peyton Pritchard, which feels like even more of a pipe dream, is what Chris Haynes was talking about, at least in my estimation. Chris Haynes was on, I don't even remember what broadcast he was on, but he was talking about a possible point guard option. Does this get you going at all?
From what I was told, I think they could make some moves. Like Jose Alvarado, who is not playing right now, he's sitting on the bench over there. He's a guy who I know the Knicks have been monitoring. The Houston Rockets, they have kind of, did some background on Alvarado. So he's a guy.
monitoring, background, checking in. But more to the point, I think Jose Alvarado would be a perfect fit, but you have to keep Reed Shepherd. You have to do both.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Jose Alvarado definitely plays dogged defense.
He's an email guy.
Yeah. He's now also you talk about what you might have lost in Dylan Brooks in the intensity.
No.
So maybe that helps. He's not a big point scorer, but he can play on and off ball. 36% from 3, 42% from the field, so sufficient scoring wise. But this also feels kind of like a really low-level starting point guard or maybe kind of secondary point guard. Does that feel like that's actually an answer?
That's complimentary. I think I don't anticipate the Rockets taking that big swing and completely remaking their team, getting rid of some of these parts. They're not playing great. We talked about their identity yesterday. They still need to find some things. Maybe that little tweak is what ignites some of these, defensive identity and on-ball defense and ability to be able to handle the ball the way he can. Maybe they just need that little tweak. I could see that happening. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe and they've done background, so they're at least doing background, so maybe that'd be an interest. It feels very much more like this is going to be one of those, you have to find a way to structure what you have, at least in my estimation. And maybe I'm wrong.
I agree.
But it feels like, because if that's the best option we're talking about is a Jose Alvarado, now those are the types of trades that can make all of the difference. Bringing it back to football, crossing over sports, a trade like Jacoby Myers helped the Jaguars really organize what they did, right?
One piece.
Rashid Shaheed helps the Seahawks organize what they're doing, and look at where the Seahawks are in this moment.
Yeah.
In small part or in some part because of what Shaheed gave you in explosive situations. Maybe that's the type of move, but that feels like a small percentage of what the answer or what the possibility of getting to the answer more than
I agree.
Figuring out what you have.
I was going to say, is that the answer that will keep this team going?
Maybe, and I do appreciate that they're doing their due diligence.
I think it'd be a spark.
Well, that's going to be a place to watch then over the next 2 weeks. Does Jose Alvarado, is that possibly a thing that the Rockets can make happen and that could help them in pretty quick succession? Because, again, it's January 22nd. We're almost in February. Playoffs are in April, man.
Yeah.
Like, we are very, very quickly careening towards when you have to have some level of answers. I will say, though, their slow, methodical style, it does feel like it plays more in the playoffs than it does regular season, doesn't it? At times?
It does, but you really have to have that next level defense, which is something that, some of these advanced numbers notwithstanding, you're just not seeing that, as much, that really, really, really good on ball and otherwise defense.
Yeah. So we'll talk more about it as we got 2 weeks till the NBA trade deadline. The Rockets will be a very interesting place all the way up to that. But right now, in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, let's get to our question of the day. D'Amico Ryans was asked this on the Coach's Show, and so we'll turn it to you, the listener. What was your favorite single moment from the Texans season? 713-572-4610. Give us your answers, and we'll talk about it next.
Yeah. You want to kick the tires?
Not just being careless with the football. I gotta, get that fixed.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, question of the day time. Of the day time. It sounded like question of the daytime.
It did.
That's very weird.
I mean, it is daytime.
It is
the
daytime.
Question of the daytime.
Yeah, as opposed to the question of the nighttime.
Yeah.
Very weird. Let's get into it. What was your single favorite moment of the Texans season? This was the question that Mark Vandermeer and John Harris asked of D'Amico Ryans in his very final coaches show of the NFL season this year. And this was D'Amico Ryans' answer.
Man, you got to, of course, start with the Thursday night versus the Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, the sea of red, that's just I mean, and the defensive performance that the guys put on that game, versus Josh Allen, that was an outstanding game. I mean, the crowd was insane.
Yeah.
So that was one of my favorite moments of the year. And then the moment of the year for me is the Jacksonville comeback when Davis leads us to victory and Rankins getting a touchdown and a certain head coach running in the end zone, jumping like that.
Jumping over a Jaguar.
Oh man, that was probably the most special moment. I would say just for me as a head coach, like that was a really cool game to be a part of.
Yeah.
If I had to hone in on one moment in that Bills game, it was the Josh Allen retreat, back and forth, before he got tackled. And not that necessarily, although that was a great one for D'Amico. Mine, and I thought I was kind of like piling on here because of all the CJ talk we've had and everything, but a lot of texts already coming in with mine. Mine is the actual CJ Stroud scramble to the piling. To pylon. Pilings are in the water. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you just said it in a weird way.
No, pilings are the ones in the water. Pylons are the ones on the football field.
Okay. Today I learned.
See, I'll listen to the podcast. Anyway.
No, thank you. I'm just kidding.
That run, that scramble was the moment for me. How about you?
There was a couple of them that I was thinking of, but I tried to be very honest to what really emotionally, sat with me. And it was still from that Battle Red Thursday night Buffalo game, but it was a 3rd and 6, the Buffalo's second drive. Because coming into this game, remember, I was like, okay, historically, you've had Josh Allen's number, but also, how much can I use that year to year? Just be like, okay, well, Josh Allen.
Is it still there?
Is that going to happen?
Yes.
A 3rd and 6.
Coming off a 6-touchdown game.
Yes, 3rd and 6. The seas had parted. Josh Allen is scrambling, stepping up in the pocket. I'm like, oh, goodness. Looking downfield, and here comes number 51, Will Anderson Jr., and it's just a crunch. To the point where Josh Allen stays down. It looks like he might be hurt. He's holding his arm. I'm like, oh, goodness.
Yeah.
This is still a thing, right? This is not just a coincidence of when they meet Josh Allen at NRG Stadium. No. This is a thing, and it happens because Will Anderson Jr. continues to pursue. Even when Josh Allen thinks he's free, he's not. He's still in the torture rack. That moment very viscerally landed with me.
Yeah, Figgy, you got one single moment. And by the way, we're already getting some of these. It doesn't necessarily have to be like on the field or a moment that is.
Yeah, because Sean's 100% was the after, which game was that, in fact, where it was outside on the road, and was that after the Kansas City game?
Kansas City game, I think.
Where Cal McNair has his hand up waiting for CJ to give him a high five, and he doesn't. And then the Houston, was this the start? Is this unfair for my brain to think this was the start of the Houston Texans media, like a social media team going on a real run, getting on a real hot streak?
Yeah.
Because that social media video they put out with Cal McNair just holding that hand up in his Inspector Gadget trench coat for the whole day until he got back to CJ Stroud, that was chef's kiss.
Yeah, my on the field favorite moment is the Jalen Petrie hit on Rashee Rice.
Brother.
Like that play plays in my brain nonstop, man. I just remember Rashee Rice trying to catch the ball, and he got hit so bad to the point it looked like his arms was just all over the place. And Mike Tirico was Petrie, Rashee Rice pop. And I was just like, man, that was a hell of a pop. Man, the way he hit the ground and everything.
You know how the NFL Films does a season recap video, with the big voice guy at the end of that's going to be the That's going to be the first highlight.
That might is it fair to say that was the greatest in Petrie's history?
Has to be.
That's the one I'm gonna always go to, man, because he laid him out, especially with that big ass helmet on.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was good. The one that's off the field, and this one stuck with me in a weird way when DeMeco Ryans hit y'all with the y'all good?
Y'all good?
Yeah, I got the little clip right here.
Yeah.
You don't think you've gotten any positive stuff?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like the first 2 years.
You don't think you've gotten any praise at all?
Guys, it's what's your question?
I'm just saying, like, everybody says negative.
I said that's what people thrive on is the negative stuff. Yeah. You guys are good. You guys must be the ones with the negative stuff. We're playing football. You talk about outside noise. I'll say it again. It doesn't matter.
Well, but for your first couple years and a half, like you've gotten nothing but positive.
It's going back and forth, man.
So when you say everybody wants to focus on the negative and not write about the positive, I don't know if that's how is that accurate when you've been here for a couple of years. You've got a lot of positive coverage.
Wait for it.
You guys good?
Why didn't I think of that one? That's a good one.
You guys good?
You guys good? That's as close to like an absolute meltdown as you will get from DeMeco Ryans.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember when was that, because they actually that's when they kind of went on a winning streak, right?
It was right in there.
Yeah, I can't remember if that was after Seattle or I can't remember around that time frame it was.
And maybe it was late,
because I thought about getting some shirts that said, "Hey, good, y'all good."
Another one, really, yesterday. If you're going to talk about not just a moment that sort of resonates and is going to linger, our offense is not a concern. I mean, our jaws hit the ground.
They did.
You know,
I don't know if that's anybody. Is that anybody's favorite moment?
Well,
I will ask.
More so memorable.
Sure.
But you know, defining, however you want to put it, a defining moment of the season. I was flummoxed.
I'm trying to find what for me was like. Was there a singular moment in this game? Because I'm trying to be true to the question here, but I feel like within me, I have to look at what was a 101-yard rushing game for Jawar Jordan. And I'm like, was there a singular moment where I was like, oh, okay, here we go? Because this is personal validation here, which, I can be selfish. It'd be like that sometimes, is I still remember training camp being like, Jawar looks like he got something.
Yeah.
And then, I guess it's like, all right, well, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not seeing something. Seeing Jawar Jordan get out there and run the ball like that as a validation of, okay, so I wasn't crazy. Like, there's something there.
Yeah.
That was a really cool moment for him. The way that the team rallied around him was cool. And then, personally, for me, being like, oh, okay, I was right. Cool.
Yeah, it was a good moment for me.
That's right.
What Reggie is saying.
Without question. I mean, look, I did not run from that. I was very honest about that. For a lot of people, the Petrie is coming up. Davis Mills is one, especially him rolling and running to the pylon, going and getting the touchdown.
Yeah.
Pops up. Let's see. Denico Autry. There we go. Whew.
Yeah.
That one whooped my ass there. I'm going to be honest. Denico Autry almost killed the guard, and Allen gets plastered to the turf. Absolutely. One that comes up here.
When was the Stingley one-handed interception?
Oh.
Because that's when I went, whoa. Like, that doesn't happen with 99% of the cornerbacks. They might knock the ball down or something, but when he reached out horizontally and scooped it back into his body. I forget what game that was.
Was that the Raiders game?
It was a badass play is what it was.
Man, I hadn't even thought about that. Let's see. Something with Petrie leveled Henry. Oh, that is a good point. Like, it's tough going back to some of the times where we were still in the muck with this team. Man, Jalen Petrie was throwing hits, baby, this year.
He got a lot of them. He got a lot of them.
Yeah.
Without question, that's a good one. I forgot because they made Derrick Henry's life pretty hellacious.
I think he said it on there, too. Like, that was the hardest hit I got.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Somebody said people don't remember, but Petrie popped Dalton Schultz when they played for the Cowboys, caught him really good. Oh, yeah. I definitely remember that one for sure. But yeah, somebody said, talking about the best points of the season makes me think of something, realize how close we were. All right, so I was trying to be positive here, but, I guess that is also another thing that you could look at in this moment. But yeah, it was fun. There was definitely some fun points in the season. Keep sending in your fun points. Stings was the Jags game. Okay, very good. Because I'm going to be honest. This is another
that
place.
That was the Jags game too.
My notes. My game was quite a turning point in the season, without question. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there's been some interviews requested for some Texans, and also this thing in Buffalo with the Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott firing of it all. It gets more and more weird as we continue. We'll talk about that next.
The Texans all. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop. Before we do that, question of the day was, what was your favorite moment from the Texans season? And a couple more that came in that made me slap my forehead.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just being upset disgust that I had not thought about them and at least brought them up in the segment. How could I forget after a touchdown being stolen from Tommy Togiai on the offensive side of the football, him going and getting it out of the mud with a fumble recovery touchdown at the end of the game? That was a very, very fun moment, without question.
A lot of fun. That's the ball don't lie moment we were talking about.
Yes, very much so. And then what I think is actually my favorite moment, which shout out to our program director for reminding me of such, and it came to us via Jordan Rodriguez, who covers the NFL for The Athletic, when she spoke to Jalen Petrie after, I believe this was the Chargers game, Week 17, and he delivered the quote, "God is the greatest. The Texans' defense is probably second."
Had they won the Super Bowl, even just gotten there, that would have been.
I love it.
Yeah.
That would have been on the T-shirt.
All over. That is what we say. What we call talking cold cash. You know what? Yep.
And boy, did they back it up time and time again, man.
Praise be to God and us.
I don't know if that's quite what they were going for there, but yeah. All right, we go around the NFL now, and we start by seeing who, with the coaching carousel, and not just the coaching carousel, but the various different jobs and changes and musical chairs that happens in the NFL this time of year. The Texans have been suspiciously absent from a lot of this. That is no longer the case, as a couple of Texans have been requested for interview. One of those, James Lidford, who is in the front office. You might have heard Nick Caserio answer a question about this yesterday. He is interviewing for the Falcons GM position. How did that hit you?
That's Nick Caserio's right-hand man. Basically,
he's an AGM, isn't he?
Yeah, he's assistant GM. He just got a promotion.
Yeah, him and I can't remember what the other gentleman's name is, but they both were promoted to AGM.
Relied upon very heavily, as if his title says it all, and does a lot. Started out from the very, very bottom, and took every step along the way. I don't know what. Look, we haven't heard. We haven't really dug in. I don't know what the possibilities are, but I'm glad Lipford absolutely deserves it.
Yeah, and I'm interested in that Falcons position because the Falcons have hired a president of football operations who seems like he's going to be pretty hands-on in he's going to at least in mind, or maybe not. At least maybe he'll handle more 30,000-foot view. But they've already hired a head coach as well in Kevin Stefanski, who I imagine by the premise of them hiring him first will have a decent amount of input. Not to say that this job would not be a step up for Lipford, but I always wonder in those circumstances how much leeway, how much opportunity will they have to put your stamp on that position if you have someone above you and someone below you that feel like they have a good amount of input into what happens.
Yeah, look, with Lipford, this is going to be, if he's hired, there or anywhere else, I think it's going to be a little bit of a hit. Not something you can't overcome, you can't withstand. But I think it's going to be a little hit because there is that it's a combo package. I mean, Lipford does a lot with Caserio.
And sometimes it's as simple as get the job and have the rest of the league see you as a general manager, point blank, period. Whether it works there or not. And of course, I'm giving him the job before he's even gotten it at this instance. You are now in that status. You're in that stratosphere. You're in that class.
Yeah.
If that is ultimately the way that it goes. Another one that I imagine fans will be more interested in. Gerard Johnson, quarterback coach of this Texans team that up until very, very recently, I think people would just look at flatly in a positive sense. I think C.J. Stroud's at least postseason regression this year makes people look at him a little different. I wonder how people react to hearing that the Dolphins have reached out and requested to interview him for their offensive coordinator position.
Well, I think it's going to be obviously mixed, because some people look at the regression and point directly to him. Others might say it's C. Stroud. He's not taking the coaching, because of the way he played. No matter where you fall, from a Texans perspective, Reggie, I think I think this is kind of a win-win. I really do think it's kind of a win-win if he does, in fact, interview well enough to get that job. Because here's the way it would play out.
Okay.
The Texans wouldn't have to fire him and necessarily kind of contradict what they were saying yesterday about, our offense is good and all that. A little bit, because certainly there's always going to be some turnover in the coaching ranks for every team, pretty much. There's some chance of that. So they don't necessarily have to fire him, but they'll be able to bring in another voice. And from Gerard's perspective, clearly he's been well respected across the league. He's had offensive coordinator interviews.
Yes.
He's had quarterback interviews at other places. And if that's the case, maybe the Texans he either didn't take the job or the Texans didn't release him from his contract or whatever the case may be. It's really a win-win. Gerard, clearly has that standing across the league. We'll see what happens with the Miami interview. And the Texans can kind of, do the old blackjack dealer thing with their hands, hey, he took another job, and bring in another voice.
And give them an opportunity to maybe, I think that bringing in another voice would be twofold. See if just a different, whether, sometimes it's not about better or worse, sometimes it's just about a different, whether a different voice helps the quarterback that you're trying to see if you want to invest the major dollar into. And then also, that would be another assistant on Nick Haley's place where you see, can you get somebody with the level of experience or somebody that can add some insight and help develop this offense further into a place where maybe it could be something that is leaned on a little bit more than it was in this year. We'll see how that goes. First, Gerard Johnson would have to get that job, so we'll follow that as it continues to go. Speaking of jobs, getting them and losing them, I take you back to the Buffalo Bills, who they have been the drama of the NFL thus far, at least I think, because getting rid of Sean McDermott ends up being one of those things in the NFL circles that has raised eyebrows. At least getting rid of Sean McDermott, when I think a lot of football people look at Brandon Beane, rather. Billy Beane would be someone else entirely. Brandon Beane and his tenure as general manager as one where they've seen they have less talent or what have you. In the interview or the press conference that Beane and, in a weird way, Pagula, the owner, kind of had with the media, one of the things that they talked about was wide receiver Keon Coleman, who they just don't get him on the field. Yeah. And there was questions for me. I was like, is he some level of knucklehead or whatever? The acquisition of him, Pagula spoke about the Coleman pick, and this was him defending his general manager.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That and him being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it, but I'm here to tell you the true story.
Man, he didn't even say the man's name. He goes, the player.
He's mind you.
Hey, he ain't throw him under a bus. He threw him under a train.
Mind you, he still pays the player right now.
Yeah.
Keon Coleman is still on the roster.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know when I've ever seen this. All of this to defend the general manager who clearly, they've got a relationship that has kept it this way. And not only did he throw Keon Coleman under the bus, he threw the coaching staff under the bus.
McDermott.
Yeah. He was like, hey, man, Brandon didn't make that decision. He was just listening to his coach.
That was the coaching staff.
Being a good teammate. Man, you're the general manager.
I take you to some video that the Bills had put out around draft time. We get some of that. This is Brandon Beane. This is audio of Brandon Beane at the Combine talking about Keon Coleman, interestingly enough.
Big surprises, did you?
I'm glad he ran that. Help you get him.
Game was mid
4.54.
So if you can't hear, there was some Brandon Beane saying, hey, was there any surprises And, it's like, hey, this Keon Coleman running a 4.57, which is not, that's not a great time for a wide receiver. And Brandon's like, yeah, that's great. That's good for us. It could help us get him.
Yeah.
They ultimately do get him. And now, years later, you got the owner of the team being like, he didn't even really want him. Those was the coaches that wanted him. This looks really bad on them all the way around.
It looks bad, and not to defend him, but we didn't know exactly where Brandon Beane was thinking, quote, we could get him.
Mm-hmm.
It could be, different areas in the draft. Now, maybe he absolutely wanted him, but not there. So just to be fair, because that happens all the time, players are going up and down. And remember, pre-draft, Keon Coleman was very polarizing in terms of,
for sure,
what kind of player and where he would be drafted.
Without question. Yeah. All of these things coming together up there with the Bills.
It looks bad either way. But I'm trying to be fair here.
Yeah, it kind of looked bad too because he pretty much got I don't want to say a promotion, but
well, he kind of did. He's got more power.
He's got more power.
He got more power.
Yeah,
and it's like, dog, you ain't like you made the pick, and you trying to blame it on the coaching staff.
Yeah, ultimately it's his pick, and if Keon Coleman was All Pro, he'd be taking bows.
Of course,
right? So it's just a bad look either way. And the Bills. Really, for the last 3 years, everybody talks about soap operas in the NFL, the Browns and such. They're kind of a soap opera. I mean, the Stephon Diggs stuff and the Josh Allen stuff, and I mean, it's an ongoing soap opera in Buffalo.
It's a reminder that a little too much involved at times, and you can end up in a weird place. But yes, that's been a little bit of a NFL drama that I've enjoyed watching. Just be like, this is a mess, especially because this could be the mess that keeps the Bills from being a team that continues at the top of the AFC. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how they ultimately handle this. It starts with getting a new head coach. Another thing around the NFL, John Harbaugh, the new coach in New York, he had his introductory presser, and everybody was very interested in it. Seems like he's gotten to work very quickly. That you talk about establishing a culture, they're going to let him do that. There's been a number of changes in the structure of the New York Giants organization. I believe that there was somebody in the front office that is just walking away. Their longtime head athletic trainer since 1980, mind you, John Lopez.
I thought it was like 76, or he's been with the organization.
He's been the head athletic trainer since 80.
But he's been with them since 76.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is Ronnie Barnes. He's going to remain with the organization, but he's going to have a different role, which feels like, hey, you can't do this. We'll keep paying you, but you can't be here. They're changing the athletic, the medical department, a number of things the Giants are, and it feels like this has to be happening at the behest of John Harbaugh.
It feels that way because it is. John Harbaugh, with all the opportunities he had, this is what you call leverage. I'll take the job, but I'm
going to
every shot.
I'm going to you. I'm not going to this slap what GM y'all got right here. I'm going to the source.
And I have full autonomy and authority.
He don't even answer to the GM.
No.
He was like, I'm not answering no. Joe to the owner. Everybody else is under me.
And Joe Shane talk about saying, "Oh, it's just a piece of paper."
Yeah, sure.
Like, all right,
sure,
all right, sure.
It reminded me of you'll remember this. John McClane. It's in his contract that he has final say.
That's right.
Yep.
Well, it's not this time.
Yeah. It's just a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then there was somebody else in the front office that was there for I want to say 25 years or something like that. He gone.
He gone too.
I'm like, damn.
Yeah. That it's very clear that
new sheriff in town,
without question. And this is going to be another one of those places where I think I would be very intrigued to see what that looks like, just off the strength of you make big changes. Let's see if that's winner.
Oh no,
or not.
It's out there. It's all on him. No doubt.
It really is. But I mean, if you want to bet on someone, that's not a bad one to feel like you should bet on, especially with the history that the Giants have had anyways. Another thing around the NFL honors. We've got finalists announced for awards from the 2025 season. MVP, are you surprised by the names that come out here? Matt Stafford, Drake may end up being the most obvious ones. Josh Allen in here seems like he was carrying the load there for that team. Christian McCaffrey, Trevor Lawrence. The fifth name.
Yeah.
Of the AP Most Valuable Player presented by Invisalign. I didn't realize that they had presentations on these. I just never pay attention to that.
Yeah.
And that will be the only time you hear me say that. Interestingly enough, I think Adam Schefter was putting this out here that Christian McCaffrey might be the first player to be recognized as or be a finalist for Offensive Player of the Year, MVP, and Comeback Player all in the same year.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible that he's been able to still be at this level of play this long into it. Also, with the number of injuries that he had relatively early in his career.
I wouldn't have expected it, to be honest. And I'm sure our listeners are wondering, what about Defensive Player of the Year?
Oh, that is exactly where I will go next. As Myles Garrett gets a lot of love here, obviously so. Micah Parsons, although he gets injured, I feel like that's going to hamper him. Aiden Hutchinson, defensive end for the Lions. Nick Bonito of the Broncos. But, of course, the boy from Houston, or the boy at least that plays at Houston, Will Anderson Jr., is one of the 5. How likely do you think it is that he can win this?
I would say very unlikely because of the sacks record, but it probably should be a neck-and-neck race.
Like, you think he should be second most votes?
There's right there with Myles. I think he should have state a strong case to win it.
Yeah, especially since the team was actually good.
Right, and that's my point. Myles Garrett, however, got the sack record, and the
team was over.
But it's a lock.
Yeah,
it's a lock. Yeah,
that's the one Texan who shows up in this. Were there any other awards that you saw that kind of caught your attention? Comeback Player of the Year was the one that I looked at, where you had Christian McCaffrey, as I mentioned, Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence as Comeback Player of the Year option, Aiden Hutchinson, and Stephon Diggs. Is there any of those that catch your attention there?
Well, Stephon Diggs for sure. The other one that caught my attention is who's not on the Coach of the Year list. You have Liam Cohen from the Jets, Mike McDonald, Kyle Shanahan, Mike Vrabel.
No DeMeco Ryans.
And that's the list.
Yeah, no DeMeco Ryans there. Also, Assistant of the Year does not include one Matt Burke, which I think people thought he should have a little bit of love for. I thought we were primed. I was primed for this at least. I understand that there's absolutely a case. I know Nick Caserio said as much in his presser yesterday that there is a cogent argument to be made, were the exact words that he used, for DeMeco Ryans to be head coach or Coach of the Year rather. And I was like, I agree. You could also say the same for I think like 9 other coaches this year. This was a year where I think there was a lot of impressive coaching performances. I wasn't mad at the list that they put together.
No, but it's noteworthy. It's noteworthy that DeMeco's not on there.
He should at least been on there.
Yeah.
Not saying he should have won it.
Who wins it?
That's a tough one.
It's between Liam Cohen and Mike Vrabel, right?
I don't know. Ben Johnson has a really good case.
Ben Johnson has a strong case, yeah.
But then Kyle Shanahan, with the amount of injuries that they dealt with, Mike McDonald with a Seahawks team that looked like the best team in football, even for my money.
Yeah.
That's a really tough group of guys that we're talking about. And DeMeco Ryans had a very good case of being 3-5 and winning 9 in a row to end the season. It's one of those times where I don't think that. Yes, you could be upset. I don't know how upset you can be compared to like maybe other years or other circumstances. All right. Yeah, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's wrap up the season with our weekly guest during the season, former Texan defensive end Ndie Kalu. We talk to him next.
like any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Also, let's jump to the phone line because we have an opportunity to talk to one of our favorite people. He joins us. He's joined us damn near every Thursday in the football season. So we've gone through the roller coaster of highs and lows with him. So it only was Thursday. Finish out the NFL, or the Texans rather, season with our guy, Andy Kalu. Andy, what's happening, man?
It does feel like it's the end of the NFL with the way the Texans, finish the season. But no, I'm good. We still have to remind ourselves it's just a game. It's just a sport.
Yeah.
But
how easy was it for you to do that in your playing days, right? When you get to the end of the season, or if you have one of those moments that is a gut punch, like the way the Texans exited the playoffs, how easy was it for you to contextualize that for yourself?
No, that's a great question. It wasn't easy at all. Like, it was very tough. I remember some seasons where, and I'm a huge football fan before I was a football player, but when we lost in the playoffs during the years we thought we were going all the way, I just couldn't watch the playoff games. I couldn't do anything related to football except for work out and get ready for the next season. It's very, very tough. I know a lot of those guys, especially on the defensive side of the ball, they probably won't be tuning in on Sunday.
All right, so let's start with the big picture here, Andy, and glad to have you back. I want to get to something with your son's news here later. I think that's pretty cool. But give us just the overarching assessment and maybe prescription, if you will, if you're the doctor trying to fix the Texans for next season. Just give us your overall assessment and what you would do.
You know what? If I'm the doctor and I'm trying to, quote unquote, fix the Texans, the first thing I do is talk to them about the positives and tell them to keep it up. And what I mean by that, John, is, hey, stay aggressive trying to keep this defense one of the best in the NFL. Don't just sit, you know what, we have our nucleus returning and we're going to be fine. No, that same aggression and building one of the best defense I've ever witnessed, you need to have that in this offseason. So wherever you feel like there may be a weakness, wherever you feel like there should be some competition, bring in that guy. Bring in that guy where the guys in the loop are saying, I wonder why they brought him in. I thought they were set at that position. Well, to compete. So I'll say do that first. Then on the offensive side, you really, really have to do an overhaul with the mindset. And look, you can only pick up so many people in the draft. You can only spend so much money in free agency. But in my opinion, it better be aggressive. When free agency opens up, it shouldn't be like day 3 and we're wondering, are the Texans just being strategic? No, there needs to be that splash. And the splash doesn't mean you're going to have success, but we know that there are some weaknesses on the offensive side of the ball. We know that they need some more firepower. I do believe they have to be very aggressive in free agency, in the draft, really working on that side of the ball.
One of the things I'm always interested in, I ask you kind of players' perspective. Can you remind us, what's the exit interview process like, and how do you think that applies in this year for the Texans?
Well, for each individual player, it's different. I mean, the exit interview for Will Anderson, thank you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
moving on.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, if I'm the head coach or general manager, if Will Anderson walks into the office, I'm saying, sir, is there anything you want me to improve on during the off season? But then if you're struggling, it's tough. Like if it's CJ Stroud, you're saying, hey, man, this is what we think you need to work on. You've shown early in your career that you could be the face of a franchise. To actually get to that point, I would like for you to focus on fill in the blank during the offseason. So it just depends on who you're talking to. And either way, whether if it's an individually positive output, it's still going to hurt because, man, I really thought that with this defense, this was a Super Bowl caliber team.
Yeah, no, I want to focus on C.J. Stroud. He's obviously the biggest story of the offseason, as much because of how he ended it. But really all season long, we kept talking, Andy, about, is he buying in? There's some body language things. Is this the right fit? And then yesterday they say that they don't think that the offense is going to it's not necessarily a concern. I mean, what do you think about how C.J. Stroud enters the offseason and what should happen?
I think for him, he just needs to take on the and look, right now it hurts. Like, I hope he's not on social media. Like, I hope he's I'm not on Twitter or X, but I am on Instagram. And if I was a family member of C.J. Stroud, the first thing I would say is, man, get off all social media. So he's still, in my opinion, your best option. I don't think you can draft anybody unless there's some diamond in the rough that ends up being a Russell Wilson type of draft pick, where if you take him in the third, fourth round and they end up being, a great quarterback. But I think he's your best option. I don't think there's anybody you're going to get in free agency or being said. He needs to be truthful with himself. He needs to understand the great quarterbacks, they dang near could have success in any system. Whether it's Peyton Manning going from Indianapolis to Denver, whether it's Tom Brady going from the Patriots to the Tampa Bay. If you want to be thought of as one of these great quarterbacks, and we can even talk about good quarterbacks, Sam Darnold, moving around and from Minnesota to where he's at now, having success. You can't keep pointing and saying, "Oh, I don't like this system," and I'm not saying that he does that. I'm just, speaking in general terms. But if you want to be one of the greats, you should be able to fit into a couple systems. So you just have to self-reflect and, in my opinion, watch all the negative plays. If it's mental, really sit down with yourself, with your coach, and try to get as comfortable as possible. And for the fans and for the people following, I know a lot of people are calling for his position, but you also have to be realistic. I do believe they should bring in some competition. I don't think he should be as comfortable as a franchise quarterback just yet until he proves that he is that. But let's be real. I just don't think a better quarterback with a higher ceiling is going to be available in the next 6 months.
Okay, we're talking to Andy Kalu here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, so if you're stuck with CJ, or stuck is probably not the right word, but if you're staying there with CJ Stroud, I know there's a lot of people listening that are like, no, that's the right word. If you're staying with CJ, are there other changes that you would look at to change around him, or is this really very much a run it back and hopefully he has a better mindset in 2026 season?
Well, as far as system, I'm not a quarterback, and I'm not going to pretend to be one. So I'm not going to say, well, they need to run this type of offense versus that. But they absolutely need to bring in, more firepower. And when I say firepower, I'm mainly talking about those guys up front. There needs to be a situation where you're getting consistent play from the offensive line. I love what they have at the wide receiver spot with Nico Collins leading the way, and I like their second, third options. I like the rookies and what they've done. But I do believe that. Yeah, look, because unless I'm just totally wrong, I don't think you're signing him to a huge quarterback contract deal this offseason. Now, I might be sticking my foot in my mouth. So you use that money and you bring in another explosive tight end. You bring in a proven, emphasis on the word proven, offensive tackle, offensive guard, not somebody that was benched with the previous team that was on to be your starter. You bring in those big money guys in free agency to build around him, and you do that while you still can, because if he does live up to what we thought he was going to be his rookie year, then you're not going to have the money to do that in the next 2 to 3 years, especially after you pay Will Anderson.
Right.
Because now that's a guy, if he gets paid this offseason, whenever he inks his deal, he will be the highest paid defensive player in the history of the NFL until, the next person comes along.
From the locker room perspective, which, I always like to ask you about that. You have good perspective on that. The defense, offense, given how the season ended, it just doesn't seem like they can just say, hey, he's still our guy. They can say it. They can say it, and they have. He's our guy. We have his back. And I know they want to in a general sense, but that's got to be just a real tough situation.
Now, I think, you know what? Here's the thing, John. I think they truly believe that, and they've convinced themselves, you know what, he just had a rough 3 to 4 weeks, or, however many weeks you want to say. But I also think in the locker room, they feel what I'm saying, and I don't talk to them. I'm just speculating and going off my time in the locker room. When you have a quarterback like a CJ, you still rally around him. I don't think there's many, and I probably feel comfortable saying any of your prominent defensive players who are saying, man, we have to get a new quarterback. Now, they may be upset.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, after that game, with the effort that they put up and the plays that they made, the way they responded to all those turnovers. Oh, don't get me wrong. There's a couple guys, talking about, like, come on, offense, help us out. They're whispering that to each other. But I'm not sure if it's a situation. And I've been on teams where it's like, man, the general manager, the head coach, they need to go bring in somebody else so we can take this thing a little bit further. I don't know if the actual players are saying that. And when I say that, keep in mind, I've been there, and I believe in a good way players are detached from the players because they love their brother, they love their teammate. They're gonna ride or die with them, especially if it's a good teammate. Now, if it's a jerk, an a-hole, it's like, no, get him out of there. Keep in mind, this dude was voted as a captain his rookie year. Like, that's why I'm not surprised if they're still riding for him.
I was gonna ask you, and maybe you can make it quick if that's the way that you feel about it, but how long before that becomes explosive? Because I'm always looking at the 2017 Jaguars as a scary cautionary tale about a defense getting to their breaking point.
Now, remind me, who's the quarterback on that team?
Blake Bortles.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right. Well, that's a good answer.
All right. I think I've heard enough. That's fine. It's like, he ain't no Blake Bortles now.
Yeah, that's literally that's exactly what I thought, Reggie. Like, slow down, Chief. Like, he ain't no Blake Bortles, but and hopefully me laughing at that, we can laugh at it this time next year, and it's not like, oh, that's exactly who he is. But yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Now, at that point, and I don't know what Blake was like in the locker room, you understand why the defense may have been upset with what was going on, or not having confidence. It's not even because this defense could be upset with what happened, but I still feel like they have confidence in what they can achieve with him under center.
All right, can't let you go without asking and letting you brag a little bit about DK, but goes from
bragging for what? What's there to brag about, John Lopez?
That guy's getting paid, I think. But he goes from Baylor, enters the portal, and goes to Florida. What is that like?
Man, it was a whirlwind, John, and it happened so fast because this was his first year starting for Baylor, and he was playing in a system he doesn't like, but he just kept his mouth shut, and things worked out. At the end of the season, teams may or may not have started calling to ask, if he would be willing to enter the portal, and that's when it became real because when I was first contacted, I was all, hell no. I told my son he's going to finish what he started. He's starting for Baylor. We're happy here. Then the next call was, well, if he goes here, he can make this much. I was like, F you. I said, F you, Baylor. I never liked y'all anyway. I never liked them green uniforms anyway. So, but all jokes aside, like it's the day and age we're in. I never thought we would go through it like this. I'm thankful. I'm appreciative. And his big thing, because he actually took less money because he felt like it was a great opportunity and he wanted to compete in the SEC. Like he said, I want to see if I could play with the big boys. So it worked out. We're so thankful to God for it.
Awesome.
That's a very useful insight into the transfer process. So thank you for that. And thank you for all you've done over the football season to join us, bring some fun, bring some great insight, and just being a brother to us. We greatly appreciate all the time you've given us, man.
Thank y'all. Y'all give me something to listen to when I'm driving around or I'm at the office and I'm entertained as the three y'all do.
That's our guy. Look at him. You see, Figgy? He ain't leaving you out. ND, a man of the people. That's ND Kalu, our guy who joins us often every Thursday. Thank you very much, my man.
Appreciate y'all.
There he is. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including – all right, so there's some real bad weather on the horizon. I'm sorry to be weather guy, but we got to talk about that. Also, how did you feel about – I know some people are out on Kyle Tucker. Does this get you back in at all? We'll talk about that and more next.
makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Style in the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
You got your pipes wrapped, Figgy?
I don't. I'm trying to figure some stuff out now.
That's the new part.
I just got a text in my little group chat like, y'all ready for the storm?
Yeah.
I'm like, hell no, man.
Okay, so
what do I need to do?
Boy, there's a lot. There's a lot.
I might have you come over to the house to kind of check some things.
I wouldn't mind. But, there's a lot, but there's also weather people can overblow this thing. They can, they can make it seem like a lot worse than it is. I actually have a confession about the weather coming up in about 30 minutes or so. So I won't say it here, but it is going to be cold. It is going to be.
I'm going to tell you something in about 30 minutes. I'm not going to tell you though.
Y'all don't.
That's called a tease.
Don't go away. All right, stay where you are. But here's the thing about the weather, Reggie and Figgy. Part of me is like, all right, so this is an Arctic blast. This is the coldest weather we'll have. Since last year. I think last year we had snow about this time. I think it was last week this time.
Yeah, it was literally a year to the day yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a historic amount of snow, in fact.
But there's a chance, and this is where it gets real dicey, where you almost roll the dice, that we don't even get like freezing temps that are going to freeze your pipes and stuff. Because
really?
The line of storms is coming down, and then it's supposed to like stop, I guess, because of pressure. I mean, the Gulf influence and all that stuff. It's supposed to stop like right around Houston, North Houston, and all that. We might get some, 32s and 33s, but that's not.
Oh, awful. I can live with that.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
But at the same time, we've seen, at least headed in earlier of the week, as the forecast got more and more in depth, it did feel like it was getting like it was going to be worse. And Texas, the winter storm could have us spend 30 consecutive hours below freezing was the latest that I saw.
Yeah.
When it came to the science of this or the weather of this, so we'll see. But we are in that time period where go ahead and get your stuff.
It's also getting later. It was supposed to be here Saturday.
Yeah.
Like morning, and it's going to be cold. Don't get me wrong. But now they're saying Sunday into Monday.
Yeah, I think Mayor Whitmire was talking about the idea of the warming centers being up, the 4 days of Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and all of those being the precautionary periods where you need to, we'll take those precautions. Mm-hmm. We'll see, and of course, this will be one of those watch the space things, but. We're not always talking about the weather, but when you have moments of these and when you get our equivalent, the Houston equivalent of the Waffle House Index. Are you familiar with the Waffle House Index?
What is that?
Apparently, I think this is in a lot of places in the South, but at the very least, Georgia. They know that a weather storm is really bad when Waffle House closes because Waffle House don't close for nothing. So they call that the Waffle House Index.
Okay.
I think we have the Ted Cruz Index around these parts. Boy done already hopped. He done already hopped on a plane.
Yeah.
So,
or can we call that a Whataburger Index? Because I feel like they don't really close.
To check, when does Whataburger close? Maybe we do need a Whataburger Index.
They were damn near open during Hurricane Harvey when I was stuck up
Maybe
here.
we do.
Yeah,
does anybody listen to us work for Whataburger or have some idea as to when Whataburger doesn't close in these
I know
circumstances?
certain ones might close because of a certain situation at that location, might be power or something like that.
Yeah.
But they really don't close either.
Yeah. One more thing on the weather, and again, I'm looking at it right now. It's going to be overnight Sunday to Monday is the worst. And even the temperatures that while they're going to drop down to the 24s, 25s, and that's when you need to take precaution, the feels like temperature, 12 and 13 degrees.
Gross.
Overnight.
Gross.
So wake up.
So how's it supposed to look Saturday? Because I got some moves to make on Saturday.
You got some moves
I got things to handle.
Well, I actually, not even those type of moves. I actually got to work a wedding.
Oh.
So I'm curious I'm wondering if they going to cancel this wedding or, it's kind of up in the air.
She's going to have goosebumps, the bride, man.
Yeah, because
you got to wear the dress. You're not going to wear a coat.
Wear a coat over the dress? That's nasty business,
man.
That
is ugly.
No, just imagine the people that's like, man, I ain't going out there.
Yeah, I feel bad. They ordered all this food.
We'll send a gift and a congratulations card.
I can't make it.
But Saturday, again, as of right now, and we'll keep you updated. We'll be here tomorrow. It's kind of pushing back a little bit. Reggie,
I don't know. I'm starting to feel.
Reggie might not be here.
Starting to feel a little sick. I don't know. I've been laying the groundwork all day.
Yeah.
Can we do the show from home?
Wait, I feel like that's counterproductive.
A possibility there.
Why am I at home if I can't just lay? I need to be put on Netflix. I don't know. No, but jokes aside, we will be here tomorrow. And we'll give you updates as we see fit. We try and see ourselves as somewhat serving the Houston community as best we can. So, and by the way, 832 is asking Figgy because people are concerned. Did you cover your pipes? Like, did you go about
I did not right now.
I'll help you in the break. I'll tell you what to do.
Yeah, because, everybody's concerned about.
This is my first time going through something like that.
That's true. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, I'm usually used to the apartment life.
Yeah, I got you.
And it's so nice to have the apartment life and just not have to think about all this.
The only inconvenience is when the power go out.
Right.
Like, why is my power out?
And I already have
call the office.
I have a couple of batteries set up just in case I need to charge my phone and laptop and stuff. So I'll be Gucci. I got soup in the I got everything. I'm chilling, man. But yes, I even just realized earlier today the ways in which I don't think about half the stuff that you're supposed to think about in these circumstances. So yeah, make sure that you get yourself situated. The weekend looks like it's going to be a cold one. Some other things that are popping. Rockets, Sixers tonight, 6 p.m. I mean, where are you right now? And with this team, with this game, like, is there anything in particular that comes to mind when I bring up the fact that they're playing tonight?
Yeah, Reed Shepherd, and I mentioned yesterday watching them against the Spurs. It was stark. It was a stark contrast of what they were when they were trying to be the Rockets, the 2024 Rockets, 2024-25 Rockets versus these Rockets, because the ball would stop sort of good, but not great, and it was just clunky. I think that's the word I use. It's a clunky look that this team had. And Reed Shepherd gets on the floor, and while we all know he's not going to be lights out every night, it just seemed to flow some more. I think we're going to see more minutes progressively from Reed Shepherd and more big minutes down the stretch.
Yeah, hopefully this is what I'm looking forward to. Are they going to take some of the things that it felt like they found in that win versus the Spurs, the comeback win, and can they translate that, especially on the road where they've had a little bit of issues on this little road trip, and can they progress further from what was sparks to something else? Because remember last year, and it was a little bit earlier, because I think was it December? No, it was around this time, February.
When they went double big.
When they went double big, because I remember that was versus Dallas, because it was the Anthony Davis. They had Anthony Davis trying to figure out how to use bigs, and the Rockets found the double big against them. And then that's when they started progressing forward. I wonder, did they find something, and will they progress forward in this game? I'll be watching that 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Does this win Kyle Tucker? Well, not for you. You're Let's Go Dodgers over there. But Kyle Tucker lost a lot of goodwill, even more so in this city, going and playing for the Dodgers. Did this win him back any? Is the question I'm asking. 713-572-4610. Because he decided, because he wears number 30, we're familiar with that. Dave Roberts wears number 30, and he was not going to take the manager's number, so he changed it to the number 23 in honor of his former teammate.
Yeah.
Does this win you any? Does this do anything for you? Does it warm the heart a little bit?
Not gonna lie, a little bit, a little bit. Kyle Tucker with that sort of, laissez-faire is what I've said. That kind of like whatever kind of look that he always carries and all that. Clearly a good teammate.
When I step into the box, I have to be ready for anything.
Bad commercials and all.
I'm Kyle Tucker, and out here, you can't afford to be caught looking.
You sure can't. You damn Skippy.
A little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, anything that reminds me of Michael Brantley makes me happy.
Yeah.
I've recognized that I'm not too difficult or too complex a man. You're just, hey, here's Michael Brantley. I'm like, damn, I feel good.
Let me ask you this though, why can't you just do the same thing with the manager you do with players that have your number? Hey, about $150,000.
Who?
Why not?
They probably got a little more respect for the manager.
Well, they're scared.
Well, and also, I imagine you wonder, if you do something wrong, does that then reflect? Does the manager then go,
hey,
man, bump this dude he took my number too?
He's the guy that fills out the card.
Well, you think he move you down a couple slots?
I'm gonna have to sit you again, Kyle.
Yeah. I say, why don't you go to the big boss and be like, hey, I buy your car.
Mind you, and if you'll allow me to do a little baseball nerd thing here for a second, while everybody was looking at the Dodgers over here doing all the spending money and deferring all that money, the Mets are low-key doing little things over there.
Not
now, of
even
course,
low-key anymore.
That's NL baseball, so maybe you just don't care about it because it's on the other side of things. But they missed out on Tucker, and they were like, it's fine. We'll just go add Bo Bichette and Luis Robert. And, oh, you know what? Let's go and get Freddie Peralta. I'm like, hey, guys, you can slow
a little Peralta in, and I think they're good to go. The Mets, no, it's not even low-key anymore to me. I mean, they are legit.
Now, what I will say is I do find it interesting, though, that we're all hand-wringing. And I'm not saying that to say that people are wrong for the criticism of the way that the Dodgers are spending versus the rest of the field. It also then feels a little bit, I don't want to say rings hollow, but it rings a little bit differently when then a team like the Brewers, who was it, like 87, 90 wins this past season, trades one of, if not their best pitchers because of money reasons. They just don't want to spend what I think should be a reasonable amount of money for a good pitcher.
Yeah.
And then the Mets, who are willing to spend, get the benefit of it. I think that there's not a full two-way street in evenness, but there's a two-way street that sometimes we don't do enough considering on the other side.
Yeah, there is. By the way, Figgy, I forgot about this. Remember the Whataburger app tracks where all the power's coming back on.
Does it?
Remember that last time?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you can go to the Whataburger app.
I remember that.
And all the green dots are like, all right, that Whataburger's open. That means they have power.
You can look for a Whataburger that's
a
close
good
to you.
point.
Kind of
Yeah.
gauge
That's a
on
good
if they
point.
got power or not. Yeah.
I forgot about that.
See, that's why Whataburger is king, man.
I sure hope that we don't need that right now.
Oh, no, there's
Like this weekend, does this weekend scare you for the possibility of power outages?
I am
Yes, in Houston, yes.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the grid than the freezing pipes.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Nah, power go out when it's 90 degrees
Yeah, true.
on a regular day.
Stupid grid. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return to this Texans team. All right, yesterday, Nick Caserio made it fairly clear to us that it seems like they're just kind of going to run it back this year. However you feel, you are locked into that. Let's figure out what's the realistic ways that they can get better. 713-572-4610. Let's be pragmatic. Next.
The Texans offense. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. You heard the big voice man who we are currently beefing with. I forgot about that. Yeah.
That's right.
Bleep you, big voice man.
Yeah.
How dare you? John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Yeah. Figgy Fig. You heard me, big voice man.
Yeah, JP.
Yeah.
Dead to me.
I wonder how long are we going to be able to keep this up, because I already feel silly doing this. All right, so yesterday, Nick Caserio talked to the assembled media. You heard that here if you were hanging out with us in the 10 o'clock hour, and pretty much for the entirety of the 10 o'clock hour, because it was like 40 minutes of conversation, questions, and answers. And I think one of the larger trends that we felt like we honed in on was that it feels very much like they are coming to this offense in the 2026 season or 2026 season the same way, and that this is going to be largely the same, right? He was asked, Nick Caserio was, about the investment that they had on defense, if he anticipates doing something similar on offense, and he was like, it's less about the offense and defense and special teams and just making good team, which felt like a deflection away from investing in the offense or C.J. Stroud in particular. Everything felt like it came to a larger context, which to me felt like this offense is going to be what it looks like. So if that's the case, moving beyond being whatever types of feelings that you have about that, how does this team get better in that context? Because ultimately, as much as it may sound like sometimes we're just being negative, I think we all want this team to be good. I'll tell you, selfishly, seeing them lose on Sunday, yeah, it sucks that they weren't able to do this. Sucks that they weren't able to win a Super Bowl. Selfishly, I wanted to be on Radio Row as the pretty girl where we get
chest out.
Right.
Yeah.
So selfishly, I'd love, even just from the selfish perspective, I'd love for this team to be good and better next year for our personal standpoint. Talk less of how good it is for the city and how fun it is to experience that. So how does this team get better in the context, even if they're like, this is going to be kind of more of the same of what we've gone through?
And I've said it a million times. I mean, when it comes to the Texans, and truly the Aggies is the other one I say this about, just once before I die, just once. So, yeah, we were heartbroken by it. And then we hear yesterday, and we're taken aback. I mean, I think a lot of people were. We're running it back. It was the genesis, was the theme of the day. We're running it back. All right, you're running it back. How are you going to get better? How are you going to get better? You can say all you want about it's the team, and we have to reduce turnovers and limit them, and all this have to be a better offense. I mean, nobody can disagree with that, right? Even though they said it's not a concern. He and D'Amico never said that in their offices, is what D'Amico said. But you have to get better, right? How? What's your first instinct? What's your first thought when you say how?
Offensive line got to get. You have to invest in the offensive line.
Yeah, that's the first thing I can think about. Like, outside of the whole, if everybody's staying put and all that stuff, offensive line.
There is a nuclear option here, and we're going to get to it later. Don't let me forget. Yes, I think they're going to address the offensive line. I think they're probably going to address some personnel issues at tight end, perhaps, and certainly
running
at running back. To me, it's number one, can Nick Caley sprout wings, so to speak, with his play call?
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. I know that you're using that as a metaphor, but my brain is too stupid, and I literally just pictured
Nick with wings.
Yes, like the Red Bull commercials or whatever.
Yeah, figuratively speaking, can he sprout wings? Because his limitations have been in the passing game. His reluctance has been in the passing game, largely because D'Amico Ryans says, no, we want to run the ball, we want to be safe. Don't risk the ball. Protect it at all costs. But so the first part of it, can he maybe get a little more comfortable, sprouting wings, stretching the offense, maybe calling a little bit more of some plays that are a little bit more conducive to what C.J. Stroud wants to do, puts a little more pressure on the defense, and you're not playing one possession games literally every week. And that's the first part of it.
I think that's fair. I think that there's a possibility within that. If for no other reason, then there was a lot of figuring out what they were already. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that was a question that we asked a lot, and we kind of gave an answer that almost felt, dismissive, but it just felt like it was apt for the time being. what is the identity of this offense? And what was the offensive identity that you ultimately came to?
Just don't screw it up.
That's
by the way, that ended up being very accurate.
Yes, because when they did, it all fell apart, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know if that could be enough. I think, but you have an opportunity in offseason where, remember, he jumped in and he had to hit the ground running with the fullness of an offseason, with the exercise that this Texans team does that Caserio was detailing with this defense, that if you feel good about this defense and their ability to, work out an offense, allow Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans to sit down and look at this offense in detail and maybe, prescribe some things. There's an opportunity for them to get some things in line, even just in a development way, and for them to find a better idea of the ways to go about some of the things that they're trying to get to, where it could be more cohesive from that point. I think that there's a possibility. How probable is it? I don't know, because I still don't have a ton of confidence just inherently in Nick Haley. But I do think that even with that, there are ways that I can see them finding better ways of getting to the answers that they want.
That leads to part two. Part two is, can he sprout wings, and will he be able to? Part one was that. Part two is, would D'Amico begin to see, man, I love what we're doing philosophically, but can he bend any in terms of no, run the damn ball? When things get tight or if there's a turnover, how many times did we see they just go immediately to the run game 5 times in a row because he wants to just limit? Is D'Amico going to be able to bend on this, Annie?
I think so. And I understand where you're coming from, and we've all talked about this. Defensive-minded head coach. Is that going to be one that's a more conservative approach? Sure. I think that sometimes, regardless of where you are, you can be beaten over the head by evidence to the contrary, right? And I think that this is where, training camp and those types of things have an opportunity to give you some level of insight. If they come out in training camp and prove that with better, we are better at attacking in this way, we're better at running the football, we're better at passing the football, I don't think D'Amico Ryans would then get to a place where he goes, oh, man, I don't want you to get out here and throw the ball, and I don't want you to go and score points. Like, I think that would be asinine, and he said as much, right? And I think we could take him at his word that every coach wants their team to score a whole bunch of points. I think that the question that they had was, what is the cost-benefit analysis of turning the ball over? And I think it might be fair to say that this offense was not capable of doing that, trying to open it up without turning the football over, as maybe you see evidence in the end of this. If they can prove that, hey, we actually have developed, we've grown, and we can go out and have a better offensive approach, then I think that he would be willing to. That first part is a necessity, though, and maybe that's what you talk about as being the speed bump.
I actually don't know how it would be. It just my gut, because it's very, very clear, what he likes. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm not saying he won't do it and is not capable of doing it. I think his gut is to stay with what they are because their defense is so good. Now, I mentioned there is a new. Go ahead.
Did we skip something, or maybe you're going to get to it? So I apologize for not being in your notes here. When we talk about Kaylee growing wings, how much of that is internal? How much of that could be possibly external with additions to his staff?
That's part of it. Whether it's the quarterback coach, whether it's it could be as much as giving Jerry Shaplinski or Ben McDaniels or Gerard Johnson, depending on who stays, who goes, a little listening to him more. Him being able to, in a game, lean more on what they, advise and say and want and prepare for offensively. I mentioned the nuclear option, all right? Let me just say it up front. I don't think this is even a possibility. But this is Ryan Fitzpatrick here. And Ryan Fitzpatrick knows, he played here. He knows people in that building. Just listen to what he had to say.
If you're C.J. Stroud's agent, you're going in there and saying, look, all the other big-time quarterbacks, they got paid after their third year, and we want $60 million a year. I just think that the people in that building that are around him every day, C.J. Stroud, they're the ones that are going to have to make a decision on this guy. Is this guy we want leading our building? Who knows what C.J. Stroud does? I mean, if they don't give him the contract, is he going to sit, guys, I'm showing up until you pay me? Because that's probably the advice that his agent is going to give him. And so you look at their year overall, Davis Mills steps in, does a great job, placeholder for CJ when he was out with a concussion for those weeks. Did it feel like it was a huge drop-off when Davis Mills was in? No. I just think that this is one to keep an eye on because I think it could get ugly this offseason. But if you have hesitations about CJ being the face of your franchise, this is me not knowing anything. I think there's a chance maybe you trade him this offseason.
Ouch. I mean, I guess there's a chance. I guess there's a chance.
That's the part I'm kind of worried about. I'm worried about the agent point of view of this. Because if CJ Stroud if the agent felt like, man, they doing my quarterback wrong right now.
Yeah.
They're not giving them the best offense to be the best quarterback he could be. I can see a situation where he did pull them strings before where, trade my client type deal.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious of that because it seemed like they're – especially if this offseason they don't try to improve the offensive line, if they run it back with this coaching staff, I can see them maybe trying to get up out of here.
Well, I do think that they'll try and improve the talent to some degree. Right? I think the offensive line definitely.
What's the degree, though?
Yeah.
The question I have is how much is the Joe Mixon thing holding them up on admitting that the running back needs more? Because if Joe Mixon's back, right, I don't know. What's the degree is a great question that we will see in time. And I think that if we're getting to the Stroud, it has to come from the agent side and the player side, right? I don't think that the organization.
It will come from the agent side.
Like I don't see, or what's the % chance in your mind that the Texans initiate we're sending you somewhere else?
I think almost zero.
That's not, if anything, they're gonna try to using a different word, but lowball them a little bit and not give him $60 million. Maybe.
Hold on. You don't believe this 281 on the text line? Ain't no way. Trade his ass out to Atlanta for Kirk Cousins? What are you getting then? No, sincerely. I ask this sincerely. What are you getting then? Because if you're talking about a dude who crumbles under pressure of big-time moments, hasn't that been the MO on Kirk Cousins? Yeah. And he has the big-ass contract, which you're talking about you don't want to pay C.J. Stroud. Yeah. How do you end up with that answer?
Yeah. Look,
sorry, my bad.
But to the point of, like, I don't think so. I don't think we'll even – hear reports or rumors about that. But it is an option. It is an option.
It's definitely an option for the agent.
For at least from one perspective, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd much more believe that they would have gone to other circumstances. But maybe then this comes into the question that I asked the fellas in the morning. I think it's a question that I've been sitting with, and I think I might have asked you at some point off air. Is there any thought in your mind that they are thinking that, all right, C.J. Stroud has a governor on him, or not a governor because that's something that you place upon him, but there's a limitation. There's a limitation that we have to accept with him. And is that why they come to this from this approach? Because I think that there are quarterbacks in this league, especially now, that teams have admitted, all right, or at least to themselves, there's a but we can win with that. Yeah. Does that feel like the place that they're at as a team? Because I can make the argument that I think that that's where they are.
I think it's possible. How could it not be a possibility or a thought that at least even crosses your mind, simply because we've seen it. We've seen him look a little shaken. We've seen him not make the plays that I'm sure were not called. Throwing those interceptions. I'm sure some of them were CJ trying to do extra, and maybe the confidence level from him and that you have of him, are a little bit different. And then I do want to say this just about Caserio yesterday. You heard him here on Sports Radio 610, and Nick Haley's going to be back, and we don't think the offense is an issue, a concern, as he put it. It's not out of the realm of possibility because every general manager does it. That was just a little smokescreen. A little bit of fudging, so to speak, because Seth brought it up this morning, and it's a great point. He said the same damn thing about the offensive line last year.
Sure.
That we're good with it. And then what happened? 3-4 new faces?
Yeah,
so
traded Laramie Tunsil.
So it's possible that the whole there's no concern is just.
And that's why I'm like, I'm sure that they'll add talent or add to some degree. Like the idea of no concern, I think hits us, especially when you're looking at, are they going to change structurally at all?
The no concern was about the offense in general, though, right?
Yeah.
And the way that they went about it, right?
Yeah.
The somewhat conservative approach just generally, and then I think the way that you've talked about it, like the approach to wanting to be so much of a running football team, which again, actually, I'm not as concerned about if you add the capabilities of doing it. If you have dudes that can block it up and get push on the line consistently and a running back that can then go and create on top of that. I think that those are the things that I would like to see, and that's where I come back to. The realistic places they can get better, even if you're going to stay within, hey, we want to run the football, you need to be able to run the football at a league average or better, not bottom thirds. You need to be able to, have talent that makes it so that you do that at an incredibly high level. I think that that's the places then. And that's why it felt annoying, because I was wondering if that was actually within what Nick Caserio was talking about. Because if you come back with, we're coming with Caley, we're coming with this type of system, well, then you have to do it at a higher level.
The thing is, I feel like CJ played so bad the last 2 games, I feel like it kind of covered up Caley a little bit, because Nick Caserio kept talking about the turnovers. If CJ would have played like he played in Kansas City and they lost that game, will we be talking about CJ Stroud is the problem?
Or maybe
Nick Caley?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing about ifs, man. You're not really going to get a decisive or a definitive answer on it. But yeah, that's going to be. I think this is the real question, because again, it feels like the Texans are in a place where they're largely going to go with the makeup of continuity, which I understand the appeal of that. If that's the case, I hope that they're being realistic about these things on the other sides. What are the places where you can get better within that construct? And it remains to be seen how they attack it. All right, that's the offseason that we have set up before us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Dead to me, I'm telling you. All right, so you guys know I love a good conspiracy theory. That's not the confession. The confession is I'm kind of feeling this more and more when it comes to the weathermen and women. I respect them. A couple of good friends do weather locally, but I'm really starting to think that weather people are on the take. They're on the take. They get a little kickback here. They are so over the top, which we get. They're so over the top. But if they're not getting something from H-E-B, from, Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's for their efforts, have you seen the lines? Dude, the world is not ending. The world is not ending. They're buying water. They're buying every piece of equipment you could possibly think to wrap pipes. Generators.
Hell yeah.
That was, when I moved down here and I saw it with my own eyes, that was the wildest thing I ever seen. Dude. I felt like I was missing out. I'm like, damn, maybe I need to get a case of water.
And then that happens.
Water. Yes.
Then people get that, not FOMO per se, as, well, maybe FOMO.
It's definitely FOMO.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
But they're like, oh boy, if I don't do it, then I'm going to be really screwed. I have two kids that live up in Kingwood. They are monitoring, like, two people have to come out before you go in. And I think I'm like,
so that people don't end up getting trampled and stuff.
Yeah, is this the apocalypse? It's good. You got to be careful. You got to, make sure your water, is taken care of in terms of pipes.
I think that's less about the meteorologists and whatever, and more about us. I feel like we just got to be better.
Kickbacks, man.
I feel like we got to be better about this, man. Like we got to be. Also, they've been telling us for a week that hey, look, it's looking like it might be crazy. I feel earlier it's more about us being lazy.
We had to the point. It wasn't us, but my kids were telling me they have some neighbors that are leaving town.
Nice.
What, are you going to go north? Where are you going to go? Where are you going?
I saw that from
Aruba.
Yeah.
It's a little windy, but at least it's not this. You know
Appreciate you, Ted.
Yeah. Dude, it's nuts. It is absolutely, and shouldn't be a surprise. Should not be a surprise at all.
No, and it's one of the, I shouldn't say funniest because it's not funny per se, but it's one of those things that's like, you kind of know it's coming. So you plan accordingly or you jump into the fray, I guess.
It's pretty, I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty funny when you do that and then nothing happened.
Right.
Where it was just like,
but then you got a stock fridge. You good.
Yeah, you got like 20 cases of water.
Yeah.
The thing I don't get is, first and foremost, 20 cases of water, but then also the people that are buying generators now. Like, if you're a generator person, I feel like you should have had the generator at some point. And even if you were like, oh, man, what if a storm comes up? I think that's the point.
Sure.
The person who's like, I need the generator right now. Yeah. That's the person that I'm like, what is going on with your life? Tell me more about what you do.
These are my confessions.
So one of the most, not life-threatening or whatever, but most annoying things in life, if you had to guess, what would you think? Especially you, Lopez, as somebody. I envision you as a person who, wakes up in the middle of the night.
Give me a category.
Just like one of those things that you can that happens to you that's just really annoying, especially you as a person who wakes up in the middle of the night. I imagine go to the restroom or whatever.
All the time. Bumping your leg.
There it is.
Really?
Especially hitting your toe.
Oh, your shin.
Hitting your toe on something. Just annoying. We all view it as that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was actual danger in it. As earlier in this week, I got a text from a friend that said, I think I broke my toe.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, broke your toe? What were you doing?
Yeah.
And she said, I hit a corner.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I broke my toe. And I was like, you're probably good. We've all been there. The little toe hurts a whole bunch. And then, after a while it comes. Hours later, she was like, nah, I think I broke my toe. She went to the doctor. She had broken her toe.
Broke her toe.
In 2 places. Wow. Wearing a boot and everything. And I was like, I had never considered that, hitting your toe, it's deeply frustrating. It's painful. You want to cuss out everybody in the world.
Yeah.
I had never considered that you could actually break your feet behind them.
And you got to be quiet a lot of times. If someone else is sleeping there, you're like,
No, sometimes you hit your toe so hard you can't even make a lot of noise.
Yeah. Right,
and
and
silence.
I think we've all hit our toes really hard. I never considered that I could hit it so hard that it would not just hurt, but then it would be broken.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe it.
I had the moments where I thought it was broken,
Yeah.
but it wasn't broke. It was just, sore.
Yeah.
But not
I
broken
believe
for
it.
real.
Totally buy it.
Yeah, it's probably just naivete on my part, but I just it never come across my brain that like, hey, not only could this just hurt really bad, because that felt like that was the worst part of it. Like it hurt real bad. No, broken toe.
Broken toe. And a boot.
Right. Somebody's like, oh man, you were probably like, I don't know, doing an excursion and fell off of it. Nope.
Hit
the corner of the table. That is my brain.
You was trying to kick a field goal.
Yeah, where were you running to in the house that you bumped your toe and broke it twice? It's been skewing me for over a day, and I'm just like, I cannot believe. I had never considered, it had never come to me that you could break your toe in behind that. So yes, now I'm very cautious about walking around, and I'm going to be very careful from now on.
Yes.
I'll be damned if I put out a business for a number of weeks because I hit the corner of a table or something.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I think I be judging people who have personalized license plates. Not
really?
Not in a bad way where I'm like, oh, look at that person with it. I look at what they have personalized, and I try to drive up and see who it is. Like, okay, let me see. And that happened to me this morning. So I was driving. I ran across a license plate that said, too thick for you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
All right.
So my brain was like, I want to see.
I gotta see this.
It's like, that's an assertion that I need to verify. How thick are you too thick for me? Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm driving. I'm trying to get up close so I can see who it is. And then as I got closer, I'm like, man, I hope this ain't a dude.
Because that would mean something else entirely.
That will piss me off. It was a guy driving the car.
It was?
No, it was. So I got up to the window. The window was presidential tinted, like black tint.
Yeah.
I couldn't even see who was in the car. But I was sitting there like, too thick for you. I got to see this.
See, at that point, I would have pulled up in front of him so I could look at him through the windshield because the front windshield can't be tinted. So I'm like, I'm going to see who this is.
Yeah.
I'm going to find out.
I wish I could
cut him off.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, I hope you go to a gas station or something. I want
He was drilling them for hours.
They end up in Huntsville.
Yeah. Like, too thick for you. All right.
That's a bet.
We'll see about that.
Wait, hold on.
I'll be the judge of that one.
This text just came in, and I feel like we might have a lead here from the 713. Figgy, was it a Jeep?
It was not a Jeep.
I was hoping. I was like, maybe this person has a lead.
They know if
They're like, actually, I know who this person is. And yes, they are too thick for you.
No, it was not a Jeep.
Ah, damn.
And then I was wondering, my brain started going, what kind of thick?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's also.
Like you got different type of thicks. So yeah, but yeah, I was driving in like, man, I need to see this.
Oh my goodness. Apparently, there's a lot more people who have broken toes from the 936. Kicked our new dresser the night we got and broke 3 toes.
3 toes.
Couldn't walk for 3 days. That is 3. And it's a new dresser, so that's probably why you were like, I'm not used to this being here. Bang, 3 of them things out of commission.
And somebody said, your pinky toe, there's really nothing they can do. I can verify that. I broke my pinky toe once, not kicking a dresser. I dropped a wine bottle on it.
Because that's much better, yes.
And they just say, yep, it's broken.
From the 832, Reggie, is your friend Joe Mixon?
That is a great one.
These are my confessions.
All right, so my confession is I am that guy. I'm that guy.
What guy are you?
But I have a really good reason and explanation for my lunch today. Okay?
Okay. I'm going to need to hear this.
So I always make a little sandwich. You've seen it.
I have.
You're working with it.
Yeah, because I'm a good coworker.
Yeah.
I ask small talk questions.
And I always make a sandwich and keep it rather straightforward because I don't want to smell up the whole office by warming up food. However, last night I remembered late, oh man, I didn't make my lunch for tomorrow. And my wife says, well, here, I fixed a little salmon and some cheesy potatoes.
And some asparagus.
Well, no, just salmon and cheesy potatoes. She goes, why don't you take this and warm it up? I said, that's a good idea. So, yes,
Was it a good idea?
Figgy took a video.
I posted it too.
You ready?
At the Figgy Fig on social media.
So, yes, I am the guy that warmed up fish in the microwave at the office.
People walking by holding their nose right now, man.
But it's
you notice how all the doors started closing around the office. You notice that?
It's for good reason.
Boom, boom, boom.
It looked like dominoes, just doop, 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 all the way across the hallway.
Yeah.
All you need is
So
Nick.
I get a pass, right?
Absolutely not. Why would I do that?
All you need is Nick Russo. Who warming up fish around here? He's good for that.
Yeah.
Somebody warming up fish?
But I have a good reason. Good explanation. I forgot.
Don't nobody care about no reasons.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah,
mean?
man. Come on.
Talking about reasons. From the 281, Reggie's probably walking around the house with pajama pants and steel-toed boots on. That's right. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Ain't no corners taking me out. Having my toes black.
I'm taking the
and blue.
corner out more than the corner taking me
That's
out.
right.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a hole in the
I'll break
drywall
my end table.
before my foot is broken.
Good news is the salmon's delicious.
Okay, excellent.
Good for you, buddy.
Said their teammate stepped on their foot with his football cleat, still on the broken toe. Snap sound made it clear indicate. Snap sound?
Snap, yeah, snap
All right, we're
sound.
done here. That's lunchtime confessions here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Apparently, the lunch is fish in this instance. All right, how about we give something away? Does that sound like something we should do?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
How about a 4-pack of tickets, in fact, to go to the Houston Automotive Show? That's happening in a week, right? Next week, January 28th through February 1st. There we go. At NRG Center, you will get to pick one of those days and get 4 tickets if you are caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. It's fun out there, ain't it?
It is absolutely fun out there. And the kids, don't forget the kids. They're going to have a blast. All kinds of stuff they can do. They can get in these big Jeeps and trucks and ride them up hills and all that stuff. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. So you can go to automotiveshow.com if you want to buy tickets, or you could just be calling number 7 right now, 713-572-4610, and you'll win a 4-pack of tickets. All right, coming up next, it's a Thursday. Let's do a little buy or sell.
After another rough performance, C.J. Stroud took responsibility for the Texans' 28-16 season-ending loss.
I just feel like I let people down, and not happy with that, and it hurts. Our team doing great, our defense, getting stops, and I just being careless with the football. I gotta, get that fixed.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still smells like salmon in here, but that ain't no problem.
Yum.
That ain't no problem. We continue on this Thursday with a segment that we like to do every Thursday, where John Lopez takes his final swig of water and gets ready to deliver
salmon out the teeth.
Yeah, exactly. Gets ready to deliver a number of statements that these various people in sports have made, and we have to decide whether we are buying or selling. Buying, rather, what they are selling us. So right now, let's do a little buy or sell.
Let's do it. We'll start with the headline of the offseason.
I knew you were going to do this.
Yep.
We've talked about this enough.
D'Amico Ryans and I, this is Nick Caserio saying this, D'Amico and I have never sat in our office and said our offense is a concern.
I buy this on just some technicality. The word concern is just like, maybe he's like, we're not like scared of this offense, whatever, but you have to have some concern about what the offense was. It would be hard pressed, or I think it's fireable if you don't, right? I don't think that he is that type of dude to be so careless. Neither of them, in fact, to be so careless as to not take real interest in what you're trying to do to be better on that side of the football. I believe that they would have had some concern somewhere about what this offense was, and so yeah, that feels so hard. I'm hard pressed to believe that. So
what is it?
I'm selling it.
You're selling it. Okay.
I'm kind of I kind of want to buy it, to be honest, man. I think the way they want to play football is close games, just make the right decision, no matter what the score looked like. They ain't trying to run the score up on everybody. I think they were honestly satisfied with there's a reason they kept bringing up one-score game, or D'Amico kept bringing up it was a one-score game, or we were close. I think that was the word he kept using early on. I think that's what he's looking for, man. I don't think they actually had a conversation about if this offense is bad or not. I think they felt like it was close, and they were in all of the games. The defense is the way to go.
Yeah.
I don't think they had a conversation about, man, we need to improve this offense.
Man, your point about even when they were down, at 0-3, it's a one-score game. That's a strong point that maybe they don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I think they probably would want the offense to be better, specifically CJ Stroud, but I don't think they had a closed door meeting about what we're gonna do about this offense or questioning Nick Caley.
You almost convinced me, but I'm gonna stay with Reggie on this one.
And I'm with you on that thought process. Like that's clearly what they're going for. It just feels like even that recipe you weren't able to execute it to perfection, and I guess the idea is just we'll execute it better. That feels like that's wrong.
I like I said, you almost convinced me, but I'm with Reggie for this reason. I think I said this yesterday. You're not doing your job. You're not doing your job if you don't at least say, hey, about this offense, what do you think? And
I think also
the defense covered up a lot of stuff where they helped them in the game and won some games, to be honest.
I also think that in doing that, there was a modicum of like technicality on the word. Like, yeah, we weren't concerned. Like maybe we think about it. And I feel like ultimately, we're in the same place. But it felt like he was like, we're not really thinking about this. We're cool.
I'm selling. All right. Are you buying or selling this? This goes back to Sunday, which, by the way, this is a good place to mention the most watched ESPN event in ESPN history was Texans Patriots. I thought that was worth mentioning.
Yeah, and
39 million, 38, 39 million.
Yeah, when I thought about it, I was like, how much of that is two big metropolitan areas?
Sure.
Houston, Boston, and then it is a playoff and was pretty close to
interesting teams,
pretty close to a typical kind of watching circumstance where it's Sunday at 2, close to what people are used to in routine on Sundays with football. I wonder how much all of that added in.
That's a big number. All right, but anyway.
Has ESPN typically gotten that Sunday spot in the playoffs?
I don't remember.
I'm wondering how much that also was part of that. But anyways.
So this buy or sell happened Sunday after the game. Will Anderson said he told C.J. Stroud, quote, I still think you're the best quarterback in the league, hands down.
I believe that he told him that. Bye, without question.
Without question.
Yeah, without question. Will Anderson Jr., he might be the ultimate hype man in the world. I would very much believe that he said that. And I'll take it a step further because that was the easy part. I think that this might be the bold part. I think that Will Anderson Jr. is the type of dude that he says it and you believe that he believes it.
I'll get to mine in a second. Biggie?
Yeah, I'm buying it. I think Will Anderson, since he been here and the way D'Amico rolls, I think they just big on uplifting each other, man. And I think that was probably the best time to tell CJ that after an awful performance. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I do think after the game he did say, like, keep your head up. You the best quarterback. I do think he kind of gave him a pep talk like that. Now, do I think he believes that?
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I do believe he said that.
And that's where I'm going to kind of split the whole quote here. I do also buy that he said that. I could, in heart of hearts, truly believes that. I just can't. I mean, the best quarterback in the league, hands down.
The hands down was adding a little bit more sauce.
I just look. He's a smart football guy. I'm sure he's got. I'm sure he wants to believe it. I'm sure he's going to support C.J. Stroud. But the best quarterback in the league, hands down, does he really believe that?
Well, it could be. Maybe he's judging off of, just personally, like good of a guy C.J. Stroud is. Well, that's kind of like saying, man, Reggie is the best damn host in the world. And that's because I love Reggie.
I appreciate
he's a good dude.
But
clearly you don't believe the other thing.
Yeah.
Clearly you don't believe the other thing because nobody in this room believes that. No, I think that he could believe it. Like,
I mean, Josh Allen is still in the league. Patrick Mahomes is still in the
league.
league.
I don't think he's looking at it that way.
And I think that he might be doing the thing that sometimes we all do, whether it's a relationship and we're like, I've seen all the pieces.
Yeah.
And so I believe that you put all those pieces together. Yeah, no, 100%, right? C.J. Stroud is a dude who can run the football when he needs to. He can manage the pocket. He can throw. He can make every throw that you know. I mean, we've heard people do all of those where you put all the pieces together. And then he's also your guy. Like you add that little bit of homerism. Yeah, 100%. I think he could.
Have you ever told your wife, man, you the best looking girl I ever seen in my life?
Yeah, but we all
gonna be
that.
like, yeah.
Oh, y'all getting yourselves in trouble.
Saying, you said
y'all getting yourselves in trouble.
I'm sure
man.
you said that. Every man said that before.
Moving on.
But you looking at celebrities like, ooh.
Yeah. All right, wait. Hey, you're sensing a theme here, I'm sure. A lot of Texans related buys or sells today. This one happened in the Monday press conference from on C.J. Stroud and all the criticism. Quote, noise means nothing. Do you think he really believes, you buying or selling, that noise means nothing?
I'm buying that.
Really?
I think they've shown time and time again that they actually they do not subscribe to the noise. Now, sometimes they'll do the thing where they go, I don't hear it, and I'm like, okay, you do. You do hear some of it. But and some of that is also, it's hard to not hear it. It's everywhere, including us. I get it.
Yeah.
But I actually do think that they don't have as much, or they try not to internalize a lot of what the noise is. I actually do think that is something that they say, and then if there's any organization that what they say, I believe that they actually try and live by it. They try and live their raps.
Yeah.
It is the Houston Texans because it feels like they've done that time and time.
I'm selling it. I think it do mean something. It might not bother them as much, but it do mean something.
Yeah.
Hell, I played the clip of the whole, y'all good type of thing, and he was talking about the noise. Like, he hear the noise, and you could tell this type of stuff was a little bit bothering and uneasy because they were, 0-3 or 3-5 or whatever the record they was during that
Those
time.
were both correct.
Yeah, so I think it do matter a little bit.
Yeah, I'm selling it too because I do think Reggie's right. They try to live by it, but you can try all you want. It's going to mean something to the general manager, to the head coach, to the owners, to the people, the president of the organization who's selling tickets. Oh, it means something.
We haven't talked about Mike Tomlin in a little while. What's happening, big dog?
It definitely means something.
Yeah, even if they don't let it get to them.
Yeah.
It still kind of matter though, right?
Yeah. All right, you buying or selling this? How about we move on from the Houston Texans? We'll get back to them in a second.
Thank God.
New York Giants. Joe Shane. He said he and John Harbaugh will work collaboratively, and that quote, the Harbaugh having a final say is quote just something that's on a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's a sell. And the quicker that you recognize it, the better. Because I think that the thing that would hurt them is if Joe Shane is out here operating on delusion and then you end up hurting your own feelings behind this.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want that. Get to understanding the reality of the circumstance, and maybe you can make this work. You work for John Harbaugh now, dog, and that's like that could work out. You could find yourself and carve yourself a niche, and you could be a Super Bowl winning GM at some point, maybe. But you're gonna need to recognize that, because if let yourself think that you run something around here, even in part, it's not going to go the way that you want. It's very, very clear. Hey, man, they got the head athletic trainer out of there. They got the athletic trainer out of there. That is a purview that I don't think coaches typically have over. He out here influenced the medical staff. Right? That guy right there can't be there. That's real football power. And so, Joe Shane, keep thinking this if you want to. You end up on your ass.
I think I'm going to buy it. I think I'm going to buy it because I think John Harbaugh probably going to talk to Joe and say, hey, get us a coffee. Get you one, too. Yeah, we working on this together, all right? If we going to work together, I need my coffee. So, go get me my coffee, man.
I got a job you can do.
He's one of those guys that he has an idea, but he tries to make it sound like it was your idea.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, what do you think about drafting this guy right here?
Or how about...
Yeah, actually, that sounds like a good idea.
Well, fix it. How are you feeling about a coffee right now?
Hey, get you one, too.
Yeah.
Or we're thinking about draft. Or you know what? I think I'm going to draft this guy. How do you feel about this guy?
Yes, sir.
No matter what you say, I'm drafting this guy. But I just want to get your input on it. But I'm drafting this guy.
Yeah. I get to see him getting coffee because he would have to get it. He would have to get it. Like, oh, yes, sir, I'll get some. I'll get some, too. All right, back to the Texans. Nick Caserio back on Buy or Sell regarding Joe Mixon. Quote, he didn't do anything off the field. It was just a medical situation. He just didn't improve.
I have to buy it because what other choice do I have at this moment?
Oh, you have a choice. The choice is sell it.
They've given me nothing. They've given me nothing.
Yeah.
I know nothing. Like, obviously, there's rumors out there. I don't even know how to make the rumors work. Yeah. I guess I'll buy it because at this point, they done waited so long. But here's the thing. This is the reason why I probably actually should sell it. What was so hard about saying that in the first part?
Exactly.
Like, what was so hard about saying that weeks and months ago?
I think right now, I think I'm going to buy it, too. I think he's saying it right now. Because, like, I think they be listening to the streets, man. I think they keep their ear to the streets.
Oh, yeah, without question.
They probably see all the rumors going around, and he kind of brought it up a little bit.
Yes, he did.
So I think he was making it clear, giving anything off the field. It was more of an injury type deal that didn't work out right.
A medical situation.
Yeah.
Which honestly did not make me feel much better about it, because a medical situation that lingered over the entirety of a football season scares me on the idea of him coming back.
Do we know technically what it is?
No.
Like, what body part? Is it an arm? Is it a foot?
We don't even have NHL upper lower body, dog. We have nothing.
That's what I'm like. I have no clue what it is.
And that's why
he could have stubbed his toe or something
and broken in 3 places.
Well, that'd be off the field, I guess.
And that's why I'm selling it. You've had multiple opportunities. By the way, your head coach said we'll let you know when we let you know.
Well, it has to be off the field because it's a non-football injury. But he said that he didn't do anything like irresponsible to cause some injury.
Right. And you got to sell it. I mean, you had multiple opportunities, multiple chances to just calm the noise. Sorry, shout out to D'Amico, but calm the noise a little bit. And I'm selling that. I am selling that.
Someone said if it really is medical, it could be HIPAA related. Good old HIPAA, man.
HIPAA.
You gotta make sure you don't violate HIPAA.
Yeah.
All right, that's a little buy or sell here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. So Mixon didn't shoot his own foot. It would appear no. All right, coming up next, ESPN did something interesting where they put out the top 100 real NFL MVP candidates, which it feels almost to me like a top 100 ranking of sorts. How many Texans did you think are on here? Let's get into that next.
The Texans offense. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you on this. Is it Thursday? Is it Thursday?
Yeah, today's Thursday.
Okay, I legitimately forgot for a second. You.
Yeah, you know
I
who
see
you are.
You. All right.
Oh,
okay.
God, not that.
Now we're just silly. That's how you know we're in the final hour of the program before we hand it off to the fellas of the drive. I was interested because, just scour the internet of sports at times. And ESPN put out a top 100 real NFL MVP candidates for the 2025 season. And I was like, oh, okay, so what are we doing here? Is this like a top 100? But no, not quite. It's like if you had a 100-player ballot, not just the 5-player ballot that ultimately we get as finalists, which we talked about earlier, who all would be there. So I kind of thought about it. I was like, hey, how many Texans are on this list? Where are they? And so I kind of wanted to, let's start by asking you the question, just first and foremost. How many Texans do you think are on this list?
2.
Biggie? It's the top 100. If you had 100 man
MVP though?
NFL MVP ballot.
Say 3.
All right. There are more.
There's more than 3?
There are more than 3.
MVP?
Yes.
Wow. See, I was thinking Will Anderson and Derek Stingley Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking those 2 and Daniil Hunter.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's
all
fair.
Those names, and of course more are on here. I think it ends up being about 7 of these, if memory serves.
The real question is who on offense made this list?
Nico.
Let's give it a check. All right, so we'll get to that. I would like to start with just the very obvious. Who do you think ESPN had as the number 1 MVP vote?
Matt Stafford.
That's what I would say.
Nope.
Drake May.
Drake May.
Yeah.
That was my second answer.
Yeah.
They said that he should be, and while it was a close race through the end of the season, they end up citing like QBR and everything. Do you have issue, right? Because I know that we've talked about this a lot over the latter portions of the regular season, that this felt like a 2-man race between the elder statesman Matt Stafford and the young buck Drake May at quarterback for MVP. Do you have any issue if it does go Drake May wise?
Not really. Well, I say that, but I've been talking about how freaking awesome Matt Stafford has been all year, and I think he threw 46 touchdowns. 46.
So you will not be happy in hearing that Matt Stafford.
I would understand, but I think it would be wrong. I think Matt Stafford should be the MVP.
Well, I hear you on that, but you would be unhappy hearing that Matt Stafford is not number 2 on this 100-man NFL ballot, NFL MVP ballot from ESPN.
Trevor Lawrence?
No.
The number 3.
Number two.
Yeah.
Number 2. And it is a quarterback.
Okay, not Trevor Lawrence.
It is not Trevor Lawrence. It is
Drake
not
May, not Matt Stafford.
No.
Boy.
It is, and I told you it's a quarterback. Go ahead and rattle some off.
Bo Nix.
Not Bo Nix.
That would be the only guess I would have. Well, no, hold on. Give me a second.
Didn't he make the playoffs? I'm gonna keep making it easier for you.
Who?
Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak
get
Prescott.
The hell out of here.
Okay, I want to see what the reaction would be.
Get the hell out of here with that.
He was very good this year, but his team stunk to high heavens.
Yeah.
How do you, are you just I need the team success guy at this point?
What website is this? Bob's blog?
The Entertainment and Sports Programming Network, ESPN. But they talked about his play was really good. Obviously, that offense was up and down. The defense was just putrid all the way. But yes, Matt Stafford did come in 3, Josh Allen 4, Jordan Love 5. And then we start looking towards where does the first Texan come in, right? That's what we look at. You only have to wait until number 11.
Will Anderson Jr.
Will Anderson Jr., correct. Right behind number 10, Myles Garrett.
I don't mind it.
Because of
we
were just talking about this with our guy Colin, who's, he'll be filling in for T-Mill on the drive today, that Myles Garrett wins Defensive Player of the Year, but it's because of the sack record. If he has one fewer sack, right, and he does not get that half sack above the sack record, Will Anderson Jr. win the Defensive Player of the Year?
I think he'd have the strongest case and probably be most deserving. The sack record, you just can't not give it to Myles Garrett.
Yeah. Honestly, if he came 1 sack short, I think they probably still would have gave it to him.
You think so?
If he would have had 20 sacks, let's say he had 19 to 20 sacks.
Yeah, JJ got 20.
I think Will Anderson would have got it because you got 20 sacks on the awful team.
Yeah.
So I found that interesting that juxtaposition there, right? Okay, so Will Anderson Jr., your first Texan. Who would you think is your second Texan that shows up?
For me, it's Derek Stingley Jr.
Any arguments with that, Fig?
Nope.
You would be correct. Derek Stingley Jr. comes in at 31, 20 spots below on this extended NFL MVP list.
That's a long ballot.
Yes. It continues. The next one is very close at 35. Who do you think that would be, Texan wise?
Danielle Hunter?
Nope.
Ooh.
Right.
Ooh.
Right.
I'm gonna say Petrie.
Not Petrie, interesting enough. They went with Kamari Lassiter here. I thought this was very interesting.
Love, man.
But that it feels like it's right. I'm so happy to see this, that Kamari Lassiter is getting some due respect because he's played like all-pro caliber cornerback.
He's getting due respect. I don't know if it's right when you got Danielle Hunter right there.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is that there's the other side of it, which goes, are we appreciating properly what Danielle Hunter is?
Right.
I get that question there. But yes, I was like,
Danielle Hunter career. Like, oh yeah, he is good. No, he's great. Oh yeah.
He's good, but not good enough to be on the list.
That's right.
Yeah, I found that to be interesting there. You only have to go 2 more spots for the next Texan. And it is an offensive Texan.
Nico?
Nope.
Dalton?
Nope.
Trent Brown?
Nope.
It better not be nobody on the offensive line.
Who?
Quarterback CJ Stroud.
Get the hell out of here. Get out of here.
Now, this is where I wish that they would have done the blurb, because they did the blurb for the top 30, and they're like, guys, come on. I would love to see what the explanation they had for this, because I do think that he had a good season. And also, the statistics of his regular season, I think, also did not show how good his season was within the context of what he was asked to do.
Well, that's a lot of qualifiers.
Clearly, the postseason was nasty for him, but they put him as, fourth best Texan if you were going NFL MVP votes to Stingley, Will Anderson Jr., and Kamari Lassiter.
Look, that is too many qualifiers to put him that high, or even on the list.
How much of this is just quarterback, though, then?
Well,
the quarterback multiplier.
The value of the quarterback could be there, but even then...
They might just be judging on wins at that point.
Maybe
wins. Since C.J. Stroud got the team to 12 wins.
Maybe. That's quite possible. But, you talk about his numbers. They're not, compared to other quarterbacks that are not up as high as 31, they're not there. And you put a lot, you're not seeing in the confines of the offense, which you just said, he's doing what a lot of people game managers,
Nico Collins came in at 40, so 3 spots below CJ Stroud. And so that is 5 Texans. Your 6th Texan is Danielle Hunter, finally.
Yeah.
I just found this insane that you go from 11 to 54 between Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter.
Because it is.
I don't know what justification you could make for that.
Yeah.
Because Danielle Hunter, it feels like you almost have to handcuff them together, right? You play fantasy football, when you go, let me get the starting running back, but let me also get the backup running back as a handcuff. Mm-hmm. It feels like those guys you have to handcuff together, and that feels like too much of a disparity.
And he ain't no backup,
No, not at all.
Yeah. The thing with him is, and you may remember these numbers off the top of your head, I do not. I think on pressures and those types of things, I think he was ahead of Will Anderson. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I know he had a lot of pressures. And Will Anderson edged him out on sacks, but to be that far behind him is just insane. And I still can't get over Dak and C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is even more.
Yeah, see, I think Dak, you can make the argument based off of the numbers and how high-powered that offense was. I found it interesting that C.J. Stroud ends up being there on the list. To round it out, because I will tell you, your 7th Texan is Jalen Petrie at 72. Mm-hmm. Your 8th Texan is Kalen Bullock at 74. And those are your 8 in the top 100, with your 9th Texan getting an honor, Christian Kirk.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
Honorable.
Well, That explains the CJ and Daniil stuff.
I was ready to get him up out of here before that Pittsburgh game.
Well, you would put Dalton Schultz ahead of Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
82 catches?
He showed up this season.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz not making the top 100 of, like, if you were casting a long-ass NFL MVP ballot. But, yeah, you have 2 offensive players and then 6 defensive players at various different places there. How did you feel about does it feel like they're adequately respecting what the Texans did this year?
Well, yeah, they're adequately respecting it. They're just not
in the order that you would understand.
They're not doing it the right way. And again, I'm not like Dalton Schultz PR firm or anything, but Christian Kirk?
Well, I mean, way down, like honorable mention type stuff.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah.
He wasn't mentioned at all.
Right. No, I feel you.
Club record of receptions. Broke Owen Daniels' record.
Yeah, but then I think the conversation becomes, that's club record versus the entirety of it. Or maybe, actually, am I doing something wrong here?
Yeah.
I might be putting him
what's the argument for Christian Kirk?
Actually, I think this is I will take the L there. That is a different article his name moves into. So okay. We can reverse on that portion of this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I found Will being your best, like if you were picking an MVP makes sense. I think that Daniil has to be there close to him. And then Petrie at 72 I found to be very, because that feels like you don't fully understand how this defense operates.
Yeah.
Because he ends up being a linchpin that makes it work.
It is funny how certain players get with public, with perception of them. So it's cool that Kamari Lassiter and Jalen Petrie now are in those. They're being mentioned more and more as like, hey, have you seen how good these are? And yet Daniil Hunter still. What do I have to do? What does a guy have to do to get?
But you know what's funny? I think we feel that way for Daniil. I don't think Daniil gives a rip about that.
I agree. I don't think he's that hell bent on getting his accolades, but it just seems very strange and wrong.
It's kind of scary too because this type of stuff could keep. I mean, it could.
We're in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the same place.
Yeah, it could have a hard time trying to get in the Hall of Fame or something if that time comes.
And that was the next question I was going to ask is, do you think that there's any struggle, especially with the NFL Hall of Fame being one that is Pro Football Hall of Fame ends up being one that is very, very particular about who goes in. Mm-hmm. Do you have any concern that Daniil Hunter will not get the adequate due at that point?
I do, because I think you're silly if you don't. But I think he's in a place in terms of total number of sacks that is going to be almost automatic eventually. Once you get over 100 sacks, that's kind of a line of demarcation for a rush end. And he's pushing 115. He has 114 and a half. So he's going to get 10 more sacks next year, let's say. If he goes over 125 sacks, he's going to get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, just not to call him a compiler, but just off of the compilation of numbers alone, it would force people to look at, wait, hold on. Mm-hmm. This dude is really cooking with what he does. Also funny because within the larger media landscape, there are some people that will do something like this list where it's like, yeah, we appreciate him, but not to the right degree. And then there's other people that'll be like, no, you don't understand. Yeah. He's been doing this, and he's been doing this for a very long time. So yeah, that's a really interesting point to make there. So there you go. That's the if ESPN, or actually I should put the name on it so that we could really talk about whoever made this list and showed some appreciation for some and not for others. This is Seth Waldron.
Okay.
But yeah, if they were to put together a 100-man MVP ballot, you'd have 8 Texans on it.
Yeah.
6 on defense, interestingly enough.
And I just looked it up. I'm looking at the sacks leaders in the Hall of Fame. Forget Bruce Smith and Reggie White. They have 200 and 198.
Yeah, don't forget them at all.
But guys like, Lawrence Taylor has 132 and a half. Ricky Jackson, 128. Jared Allen, 136. So once he gets past 125,
it's just you're amongst.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if he's going to be one of those players where people just, hey, have you ever looked at his stats?
Yeah.
He probably one of the greatest
He probably
of all
will.
time.
And that's going to be the fun part of it is, I imagine, a lot of Vikings fans and then obviously now, Houston fans will get to be like, oh, boy, let me tell you.
Yeah.
wait, thanks for coming and sitting down next to me because I got stories to tell you about that man.
Just imagine somebody's son, hey, Dad, did you ever see this guy named Daniil Hunter?
Yeah.
Like, look how many sacks he got.
35 sacks.
Wow, was he that good?
Yeah.
I never heard of him.
Here's the other thing that's kind of key in his Hall of Fame. We were talking about Hall of Fame, but you
put him in right now.
You need a good presenter. The guys on the committee. And I'm going to present Daniil Hunter, and state the case, so to speak.
And John McClain.
Not going to be John McClain.
Why not? I think it's also very helpful, as this texter very, very well notes. He's going to end up he got an All-Pro this year, which I think adds to that accolade. Now you have that stamp on there. Hopefully it's enough to where people give that credit. But I think you're right. Like all he previously had was the 5 Pro Bowls. Like I think that this is going to be very helpful especially with the number of sacks at some point for people to look up.
He's only 31. He just turned 31.
I think if you look at his numbers, people will be like, yeah, that's a Hall of Famer. But just talking in the barbershop, I don't think people
won't even know who he is.
Yeah, people ain't gonna bring up Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
So, all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Coming up next, about the time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so yesterday we talked about the rat problem in Walmart. Imagine having a pig problem.
What?
I was playing what's going on. Plus, we might have a front runner for the word of the year in 2026.
Oh, yes. I hope it's as annoying to Lopez as I want. Oh, I hope it's annoying. Let's find out next.
Another Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So yesterday, I was talking about the rat problem at the local Walmart up in Humble.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's a neighborhood that's going through a pig problem.
Is that better or worse than a rat problem? Because I can't decide.
A pig problem.
A pig problem.
You know what I mean? Because, like, rats, obviously.
Pigs rut, man.
Yeah. What does that mean?
They rut. They put their noses in the ground and tear up yards, tear up.
That's exactly what's happening in this.
What's happening?
I think of rut as like a like in a rut, like a noun.
A deer rut when they mate.
Huh.
Yeah, but no, this is a different kind of.
I like
rut.
how you use something else that I don't explain to explain the thing that I already didn't know. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So I wanna ask y'all, where do y'all think this play when you hear something like pigs are on the loose in
Royal
this
Oaks?
neighborhood? Royal Oaks.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, it could be anywhere. Pigs.
I'm joking.
Especially wild hogs, and I'm guessing that's what this is. They're like rats, man. You know, people always say squirrels are rats with good PR.
Yes.
Pigs are. Pigs are rats with good PR.
So where
they will tear up your leg.
I don't know.
Take a wild guess, like Florida, Alabama, Louisiana,
okay.
or whatever neighborhood you feel like this, where you see this headline.
I'm going.
This does feel like Upper Boot. Like I would guess Upper Boot, like northern Louisiana.
I'm gonna say Florida.
All right.
They have a pig problem in spring. Yeah, those things that like to roll around in mud. They're tearing up this neighborhood, Luetta Lakes. Check out this video. Some neighbors here actually sent this to me. The HOA of the community actually sent me a Facebook message saying, look, we need help. We got these pigs, and we can't get rid of them.
And they've been rooting around, tearing up yards and flower beds.
How much damage could a pig actually do? This. You're looking at it.
And the people over there are just really, really tired of their yards getting torn up. Contacted everybody we know to contact, and they just keep coming back.
I asked Harris County Animal Services and the Sheriff's Office Livestock Unit. They both say they don't deal with pigs. I also checked. Basically, HOA either has to trap the pigs on their own or find the owner. So we did the latter. The owner's name is Josh.
Do they want the pigs to be alive and not tearing up their yards? Because, I mean, that's more likely not going to happen. Okay?
That's the only way you can trap them, is what you're saying.
You can try to trap them, but the problem is they done been in traps so many times, they know what trap is.
And then this happened. Okay, so we just found the pigs. They're running down the street. They're kind of skittish. They don't necessarily like humans, but they're running through people's yards as we speak. We're going to try to find them and try to corral them, maybe? All right, so here they are. I mean, they're taking off. I could try to run after them, but I'm not a track star. But what we're trying to do, at least, is get them towards the end of this community here where they can get out of the community. But look at them. They're little track star piggies. You would think that they're slow, but these little guys are taking off.
I think they're cute, too, but it's not cute when they start doing a lot of property damage.
And
I have so many thoughts.
Shout out to KPRC, too, with that story up in Spring, Texas.
So I have this group text that we could take care of that pig problem in about a half hour.
I absolutely, wow. That's scary because I don't know how much further that goes.
He'll come over. Yeah, you want some barbecue?
No, just stay in your house. Just
I do love that the dude was like, I mean, I could take care of them, but they ain't going to be alive, right? Like, this feels...
No. They shouldn't be alive.
No, I know, but, like, I love that character because that's a real dude. Yeah. But I've heard that character a number of times in various different shows where they're like, oh, yeah, let's go get the pickaxe. Well, I could get rid of them for you, but they wouldn't be alive, and they're too damn smart to get in the trap. Yeah, I'm like, okay, dude. All right, thank you.
That's how some of the guys in this.
I'll give you some bacon.
That's how some of the guys in this particular text thread of mine sound.
But that's the thing is that you're like, hey, where's your badge or your expertise? As soon as they start talking, you're like, never mind, I believe it. You got a big dog, go get him. Also, he was like, I can't keep up with him. I'm a track star. I'm not a track star. And I was like, wait, how fast are pigs?
Man, they're fast.
Up to 30 miles per hour is what the internet says.
Search this video. I think it's on KPRC2 website.
Fast.
They were flying.
Yeah.
I was like, up to 30 miles per hour. Ain't that like, what's the land speed of a cheetah again?
No, they were tearing up the yard.
Oh,
man.
it's
I would be
awful.
so pissed.
It is an epidemic out on these ranches and stuff, and that's why people get these helicopters with AK-47s, and they just go over the land and just start picking them off, and it's still a problem. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Pigs
man.
are awful. I mean, I love bacon.
Crazy, bro.
I love bacon, but
these hogs are awful. Awful.
Man. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So we got a front runner for the word of the year and new trend.
Yes. I hate this.
2026.
Oh, I can't wait.
You ready for this word?
No.
The word is whimsy.
Boo.
I don't mind it.
Boo.
That's a good word.
So
I use that word already.
Yeah.
That's the first. I guess that's the huge trend of 2026 right now.
Whimsy.
And that word is trending. I think Google released some data that said that's the number one search so far in 2026.
Yeah.
And here's an influencer on TikTok.
Yeah.
What do you know? Using the
I'm deeming 2026 the year of whimsy. So here are my 2026 ins and outs. First of all, bringing back whimsy. We are going analog. We are collecting mementos, taking more analog photos and actually printing them out. Also just spending more time offline with your friends. In a very similar vein, we are dilly-dallying and we are farting around in 2026.
Okay, all right.
Let's do things for fun. Why are you doing that for fun? When I'm on holiday, I am so full of dilly-dally. Then I come home and I'm back in my routine. The weeks go by. No. Having a laugh. Talking to more strangers.
Yeah, so if you don't know the word whimsy, I guess it's pretty much, behavior that's unusual, playful, and unpredictable.
Yeah, yeah.
So people want to be more whimsical
is
in
what they wanna be.
2026.
I do love the 713 saying, okay, so these women don't shower. All right. Whimsy is also a very old word that we're just making new
That's
again.
why I don't mind it. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're just trying to be cool now.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I love that she's like, we're gonna actually print the photos, and I was like, nah, if you was real, you'd get in a dark room.
Yeah.
Nah, get it out the mud. Go and
That girl-
develop some photos.
That girl probably like 17 years old.
Right.
All she know is print.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find the printer and I'm
I
gonna
love
print the photo.
my buddies.
What they talking about now?
Already texting.
They're gonna get. They're gonna go get them
they trying to
hogs.
find no pigs.
They're gonna go fix spring real quick.
One of the texts from one of my friends just
Come
said,
in like the National Guard.
They said, I'm in. Another one said, AR-15 and night vision.
We're going SEAL Team 6 on the hogs? That's crazy. By the way, going back to that story, because I know we were dealing with whimsy, but give me a second here. Hey, so the HOA got to deal with this, and I love this turn, because how many times the HOA a thorn in your side, and finally you get to be like, actually, there's hogs out there, figure it out. Like, oh no, we're not talking about painting the side of houses or trimming someone's lawn. How about you go get some wild hogs and do something for the money that we give you?
That's right. Heaven forbid you park with a tire on the curb, or you park a boat for 2 days in front of your house. But these pigs are rutting every
Figure
neighborhood,
it out.
every yard.
Go get HOA, get on it. Y'all want to solve problems around here? Here's a real problem. Go get it.
You know what? Y'all keep that same energy. Next
Right.
time I want to paint my house black.
Yeah.
I can't fix some hogs in here.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So something else went viral like a month ago. I don't know if you guys seen this, but it was a girl on TikTok. Go by the name of Romeo Show.
Romeo Show? Okay.
Yeah, that's her TikTok name. And she went viral over her pitch for a theme song with Dr. Pepper. And this is what it sounded like.
I have a theme song for Dr. Pepper, and it goes like this. Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Do-do-do.
What? I've heard this.
Yep,
I know how this story ends,
Yep.
actually.
Yeah, so she tweeted that, and it went super viral to the point people was making remixes of it and all that stuff. And eventually Dr. Pepper picked this and made it into a real commercial.
Wow.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice.
Oh, they went and auto-tuned it.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice.
It sounds better.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Good and nice.
Okay, it sound good, don't it? It sound good.
And I love that Dr. Pepper did this, because finally, like, there's so many people that will do the free work of advertising for some company or whatever on social media. She actually gets paid for it.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. So they actually reached out to her. And here's ABC News with the backstory on how everything happened and how this thing went viral.
From TikTok to a national TV commercial with an audience of tens of millions. TikTok creator Romeo Bingham shared the initial jingle idea last month, saying it was posted impulsively. But soon the jingle went viral. Subway, Popeyes, and Wingstop were among the many big brands who reached out as the original video racked up 40 million views. The real Dr. Pepper also responding, writing, "Hold on, you might be onto something." Well, that something turned out to be a TV commercial on one of sports' biggest nights.
Deciding to make the ad had to be an easy decision for Dr. Pepper, but actually pulling it off as quickly as they did within a month of the clip going viral, that's hard. That takes a lot of pieces working in concert.
Dr. Pepper licensed the jingle for this ad during the College Football National Championship. The 25-year-old soaking in the moment and cashing in. Bingham now has snagged another partnership deal.
Go loco, cause it's so dang delicioso. Boom, boom.
Well, look, I wasn't in love with the second one. However, I love that. Bring the jingle back, man.
Yeah.
We've lost our way. We've lost our way not having jingles.
Jingles are just money. You never forget a jingle.
I mean,
that jingle was kind of a slap, though, man. The way they made the commercial.
Yeah.
Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Good and nice.
So who's going to walk up to us out in the real world and just start singing the Dr. Pepper commercial to
You're going to
us?
be singing it in your head driving home.
I was about to say, we about to be singing this leaving out this station.
Yeah. The jingles are great. They work.
Yeah. Salute to Dr. Pepper for reaching out. Hopefully they paid her a lot of money.
I hope so. I really
hopefully
do.
she's financially good or financially better than where she started that jingle.
Oh, for sure. And the followers doesn't hurt either.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
Followers that she's getting.
Because then hopefully she'll be able to monetize that even further.
Yeah.
I wonder how many bigger companies are reaching out to her to work on something.
She might be the jingle girl.
She could be.
You know?
that ain't a bad gig.
Or as the 346 says, maybe she's just a one-hit jingle wonder.
Hey, that's fine, as long as they paid a lot. Ain't nothing wrong with a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Actually, I almost want to do the thing where I go, hey, what was your favorite jingle? 713-572-4610. This is not how the mixtape is supposed to go, where we just keep going back to one story, except I feel like you feel this here, because apparently from the 281, they say that A&M has a hog trapping program.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Man.
Apparently that they have.
No wonder
trapped
people be going to
The
A&M all
guy
the
said
time.
that they were familiar with traps, though. You gotta pop a cap.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what the guy said. He said they eventually know how to get out of it.
Why did this turn into Malibu's Most Wanted? He was like, nah, you can't just trap them. You got to pop a cap in their ass. Lopez, why'd you say that? Why'd you do that? Also,
my friends, I'm telling you.
I do appreciate somebody
bring
saying
your thermals.
I had not thought about the concept of that pig is running so fast. I bet they run hard. You think they could hold a football? I bet they run hard as hell. Can you imagine?
Yeah, they do.
Oh man, hit the gap just hard. Boom. All right, that's a little bit of Figgy's mixtape.
I need to update on these pigs.
Well, we'll let you know.
Well, clearly that's now going to be a subsection, just like when the inmates got free in New Orleans. Like this is now going to be what we do. It's just what's the spring hog update? Have they figured out? Has the HOA acted yet? That's the question.
I'm sure we got some people on their way to spring right now.
Yeah, we gotta. They're gonna be in spring. Like, damn, who called the militia?
We're all.
I heard them on 16. Y'all got some wild pigs out here.
That'd be hilarious.
I'll take care of it.
You got all these lifted trucks with guys driving and wearing camo and got a gun rack on.
Hey man, why not put all of these? If you have all these tools, put them to good use. Help your fellow neighbor.
Hey
you know what
man,
I mean?
This is Texas. We can take care of that.
That's right. We take care of each other around here. All right. That is the mixtape one I've had a long while, if I say so myself. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something mixtape worthy, or if you have any updates on the hogs, because we need them.
Oh, we will.
If you go out there, send a video.
Yes, please at the Figgy Fig on social media. All right. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, I did want to say, you realize we're 41 games through the Rocket season. That's midway point. What would be your midpoint grade for the Rockets thus far? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Yeah, I was talking with a buddy over at D&M Auto Leasing, one of the big wigs, if you will, about
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Man, we are hog crazy around here right now in the loop here.
Real quick, shout out to Box of Legacy.
Okay, yeah.
He sent me that story. He tagged me in it at the Figgy Fig.
Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Box of Legacy. Appreciate you doing that.
If you see some crazy stories, tag me in it, man.
Really? I mean,
this was very entertaining.
We will shout you out because we appreciate you being a part of the show. It's yours as much as it is ours. So we appreciate everyone for being involved with the program. Thank you very much to Andy Kalu for jumping in on Thursday, as he is always or often want to do. It's been a fun one to this point. We get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit, but I had thought about it in front of mine. I knew it, but I hadn't thought about it in front of mine. We're halfway through this NBA season already.
Not thought about it. I didn't even know we were there.
41 games as of this. I keep wanting to call it San Francisco. The San Antonio game on Tuesday. So with you being halfway, the easy question to ask is how would you grade the first half of the season for these Houston Rockets all the way around, however you see fit? Because you've had some injuries that you've had to deal with, but how have they traversed those? Kevin Durant has been phenomenal, even though he's had to do play a lot of minutes. Coaching all the way down. How would you grade the first half of the season for the Rockets?
So you got to look at this grading the Rockets. Not what Durant is doing or some of the things that are possible. No, you do. It's the midway point of the season. You're grading the Houston Rockets. Houston Rockets at best get a C-.
C-
at best, because what we were sitting here, and I think I referenced this last week. Hey, they lost to a really good team. I forget who they lost to. It might have been Oklahoma City, I think. And I'm like, hey, they lost to a really good team. Yeah, but you were supposed to be, taking care of that, being shoulder to shoulder with that really good team, Oklahoma City, and you're not. Not only are you not, you're not even playing a home game at the postseason started today. So if you're grading the Houston Rockets without getting into the specifics of why and some of the things that may be trending in the right direction, it cannot be better than C-.
I would go better than C-
Why?
myself. It is it's because they're a half game over the Lakers, right? So like these things flip up. The difference between 7th in the West and 4th in the West is half a game right now. Right, and then even on the other side, you are 2.5 games behind the Nuggets as well, right? So these things, it's pretty condensed in the West, but that's also one of the reasons why we're like, hey, you need to find something. I think I'm with you though in a general kind of somewhat disappointment to some degree, and some of that is injuries, which you can't really do much about. Although I look up and I go, "Hey, Tari Eason," you can't do much about it, but it seems to happen often. I think I'd give him a C+. I wanted to give him a B-, but that one felt
You're
felt
generous
a little
today.
bit far. But I put them in the C range because I got questions about identity right now. Right, I think they're still winning games, and much to my surprise, the numbers aren't as bad as at times it looks sometimes, right? Their offensive rating ends up being pretty good. Their defensive rating ends up being pretty good. I don't know exactly where they are, so I probably should look that up when I cite that. But the point being, statistically, they're finding ways to get things to happen. But I still feel like with a team like this, even though you're going to be judged more on the postseason, I think that finding answers during the regular season is the name of the game. And as of right now, I don't know that they found a lot of answers during the regular season. We did mention this earlier. I do think that some of the ways that they play, sometimes when they're more methodical, especially when they get into some of the ISO stuff, that plays better in the postseason than it does in the regular season.
Yeah.
But even still, I don't think they contend the way that they want to in the West right now.
Yeah.
But they have managed to make some things shake in this, and they've had some injuries and some really poor luck shooting at times. So all of those are why I think I'm a little bit more generous on the backside of it, but they do need to start finding some of these answers on how they want to attack just generally, what the identity is of how they want to do this.
That's all true. I guess I'm just going back to where we were, how we felt. You included, me included. Even after the Fred VanVleet injury, bringing in obviously Kevin Durant and the next step with Şengün and their defensive presence and some of the things that they could do and the step up that we're looking for with Jabari and Tari and all that. There is none of that outside of Kevin Durant is anything but a disappointment.
Maybe I'm, and I am being fairly optimistic here. I'll recognize that. Also, I think if you asked me this 3 games ago, I might be a little more.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that especially seeing what Reed did, and also
that's more than fair.
The willingness to ride with Reed in some of these moments makes me feel like, they're on the horizon of doing the thing that we've
they're figuring it out, which is what you were talking about.
Yeah, people have been asking for is, hey, can Reed be the answer to this? Are you going to step into that place? But yeah, I think that's a fair point. We've got a B- here. They were supposed to be neck and neck with OKC, but that's if they had Fred VanVleet, which that is a point. But how do you? Yeah, I was about to ask you how do you feel about a B-, but you made it clear you don't think it could be anything higher than a C.
And that's not to say that the second half, that's why we're doing it now. And that's not to say the second half of the season they don't start to figure these, start to sort of change your identity from what we expected, and you are more of a threat because, as you pointed out, you're real close to the 7 seed, but you're real close to the 2 seed as well. And maybe there's going to be a quick turn. The other thing that they might have going in their favor is they are going to play more home games in the second half.
Yeah, they had a really oddly shaped schedule where the schedule thing hits me 2 ways because there's the one thing that you're talking about, which they had a lot of road games, and that road stretch that they had, I don't think I asked this question on air, but it was something that I was kind of sitting with at times. How much leeway could you give this Rockets team at some of those points because of what was a pretty daunting road schedule at points where they had like a 6-game road stretch and everything? Those things take a toll to some degree. I don't think that they were the reasons why they were losing on the court somewhat because you could point to other things. But I was like, how much do you attribute to what was a lopsided home-road split in the front half of the season?
I've always – and actually a coach told me this a long time ago when I was covering the NBA. He said, I like to complain about the schedule, but I never use it as an excuse.
Okay.
Because you can complain, but nobody was complaining when they didn't have very many back-to-backs to start the year.
Yeah. There was that portion of it. There was a time where they had the fewest games played of damn near any team in the league. So, yeah, I think that there's gives and takes.
You complain, but don't use an excuse because, clearly everybody has complaints, about how you're stacking up.
Yeah, so, I mean, they need to, 1, find some of these answers. 2, obviously, with 2 weeks to the trade deadline, determine if there is an answer outside that's going to make this work a little bit clearer. But I think also I continue to put a challenge to Ime. This is what the coaching is. Can you find the answers within your team, and especially in places that you knew Fred VanVleet was not going to be on this team from the start of the season. Yes, that was going to be a difficult thing, but that's been a few months now. Like, where are you in finding those answers? And right now, the answer has largely been a lot of expect Kevin Durant to figure some things out, I think.
Yeah, but again, midway through the season, you feel like, and you're not figuring it out, you can't say that, but you got some hints. You got some hints that maybe they're going to change their approach. Really.
So I guess technically, second half of the season starts tonight.
Yeah.
When they face off against Philadelphia in Philadelphia. They changed the name of the building. I was about to call it
you're
Wells
slipping.
Fargo.
Wells Fargo.
No, it's the Xfinity something forum or something. I'm usually really good. That one's rough. That one's rough.
It's the Spectrum.
You're telling me that?
I'm usually really good at this, man. I am.
I spent many a night in the Spectrum. I spent many a night in the Spectrum.
But yeah,
my feet getting cold because of the ice underneath the court.
Oh,
the
yes.
court.
Yeah,
they didn't used to have all that advanced technology. Your feet would freeze.
You ever been to the Palestra?
The Palestra. Yeah. I've been there.
I want to go.
Yeah. Those old days, man, especially Boston and Philadelphia.
Where's that one? Where's the Palestra?
That's in Philadelphia.
I want to go where Penn and
that's where they have what do they call that tournament? The 5-something.
5-something. Yeah.
Temple.
I don't even remember that tournament.
Villanova.
It's the best tournament.
I always
Penn.
It just means more.
Drexel.
All those Philadelphia schools playing a tournament every year. It's wild.
If you didn't know that Ron the Show Hughley was a college basketball junkie, that's where it popped up right there. Y'all just had a moment. And obviously, thank you to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It is Ron the Show Hughley. It is Clint Stoerner. By the way, Xfinity Mobile Arena is what it is now. But 6 p.m. is the larger
The Big Five Classic. Big
Very
Five
good.
Classic. Villanova, Temple, St. Joe's, Penn, LaSalle, and
St.
Drexel.
Joe's, that's right. Yeah.
Which is 6 schools, but it's the Big Five.
Fellas, how's your Thursday going?
That feels kind of weird, boys. We've been thirsty Thursday with Buffalo Wild Wings and Bud Light.
I asked today. I said, "Are they out?" Nope.
Yeah, man. It's been a minute since we've been in studio for 4+ days. It's been a minute since we've been in studio on a Thursday and Friday. So, well, the year's coming to an end when Bud Light turns off the faucet.
Oh man, but do they ever really?
No, you can always get you a Bud Light, right?
Not recently.
You can always get you a Bud Light. Fellas, we were just hearing about a story that's happening out in spring that has caught our imagination. What would you do in a circumstance where in your neighborhood all of a sudden it's a group of 3 hogs just out here?
No, it's overrun. They just videoed 3.
Oh, it's just because it just
a lot of hogs.
I saw the video where it was just a group of 3 out here doing stuff, but there's just a mess of hogs out here terrorizing spring apparently.
Like Razorbacks?
Yeah, hogs, like feral hogs. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I was like,
hairy, nasty. You know what they are.
We get it out there. We get it out there where I'm at.
Yeah, I was hoping that you would have
hadn't had it in my yard. I got a fence. I got a wrought iron fence around my yard, so they'd have to come through the bay to get to me.
But you're like me. You probably have a text thread where we can take care of that problem in half an hour.
He'd handle that. But no, there's one particular house that's on my way kind of back into town that it's a bigger property that the guy keeps cleaned up and the trees trimmed up. It's beautiful, man. And every now and then you'll drive by there and it'll look like there's a damn mud hole, big mud hole dead in the middle of it, and them hogs done got in there and wallowed around over there.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay.
I'm gonna tell you that's scary when you. I mean, not. I'm sure it doesn't happen very often, but that's a scary thought. If you got kids, babies like I got, and they just
want to play outside, and
you happen to cross paths with about 15, 20 of them. I don't believe that could be a good idea.
I've never seen that many of them at once.
Oh, it's an infestation.
I think I've only seen them at the zoo.
Well,
in person.
Just be glad you didn't. I mean, you haven't.
Most of the ones because it happens at night. Most of the ones that I see are dead on the side of the road, so you know they've been there. Like somebody done drove through there doing 80 and clipped one of them.
And you don't want to do that. They'll go right through your radiator.
Oh, really?
Because they're low. Yeah, that's big trouble.
Yeah, see, I didn't even know that I had real concerns with this, and all of a sudden I've added another fear to the bank, and I appreciate everybody for helping me with that. Did y'all have any issue as the NFL honors? You know, the finalists kind of came out. Did y'all have any issue with the fact that DeMeco Ryans is not one of the 5 finalists for Coach of the Year?
No. I mean, I didn't mean to say it like that. No. I think there was some other. I think
it was obvious.
Yeah, right. Like his team was expected to win the division. Like you got to go 16-0 or something like that. Like when you start right off the bat that you were the, I would say, universal pick to win your division. Right. Like, and I understand where it comes from. They've dealt with a lot of things. You're starting out 0-3. You lost your quarterback for 3.5 games. But, yeah, man, what what Liam Cohen did, and
That's
Ben
where I am.
Johnson, and
Vrabel,
and Kyle Shanahan,
Mhm.
and I just
And then McDonald having what I would term the best team in football this
Mike
year.
McDonald,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I mean, there's some other coaching jobs that I don't think that are finalists that may have as much of a complaint maybe as D'Amico Ryan. So I didn't have a major issue with it at all.
No problem at all.
No.
Yeah, this felt like a year where you could probably make an argument for, like, as you were saying, 8 to 10 different coaching jobs. This was one of those. There were some damn coaches in the league this year.
Look, I thought what the Texans did, what D'Amico Ryans did, was admirable. No question about it. But I mean, it goes back to, I have a hard time giving guys a ton of credit for digging out of a hole that they dug.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like the old Joe Espada,
Mhm.
just getting all that credit for the Astros run late, getting out of that. That's what hell he's part of digging that damn
That's
hole.
right.
I mean, what happened to that credit?
Yeah.
So I mean, it was a good year, solid year, grew on. Got better from the year previous, but the other cats are this year on a different level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you got two teams that, I mean, they're the 1 seeds. I don't think people looked like Denver thought maybe a sexy pick, but those teams have a chance to go to the Super Bowl and hosting them with the best records in their conference. So I don't think.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Looking forward to a Thursday show. I knew that you would know exactly what to do because you are obviously a Hog and a Razorback as well.
There you go.
So I appreciate all your insight.
Like
You telling me that that's not what happens out there?
No,
Fayetteville,
I've been invited to go hunting a few times, but when you start asking them, well, how does that go down?
Yeah.
Oh, it's dark out there, man. You're in waist deep grass.
Where are these hogs
you really
at again?
can't
Spring.
All over.
These are
in
but they're
spring,
all over.
Yeah.
They're all over. Anywhere you go on the outskirts.
Mm-hmm.
But these boys going hunting out there. I mean, it's dark.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're
They
in
got night vision,
You're in waist high grass or brush.
Mm-hmm.
You hear them first. I'm like, anything that I hear before I see it, I'm good.
The thing that got me is how fast them boys fast.
Yeah, they'll cut your legs smooth out from underneath you.
Yeah.
Oh no, the dogs will get them. Well, hell, you hope them dogs get them. I hope he ain't one of them old Reds gets a sniff a little something.
No, you're good. You got it.
Wait a minute. Oh, that's that undefeated over there. Yeah, the hell with this hunt.
Lord didn't make me to be outskirts.
Yeah.
At all, bro.
Yeah.
At all. I'm learning that more and more.
Just tell me about it.
You know, Courtney be on there. Courtney like, I just want to live. I just want to live in the country.
Nope.
Show her the video of the hogs, man.
Okay. Yeah. She promised it. She wanted us to move. She wanted us to move. We were in Kansas. She wants to move to this town called Western Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like probably like 25, 30 miles outside of Kansas City, but it's just like you ain't got no Courtney about it. Like it sounds cool. Oh, we can just let them run all over the place. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's what you think. And here come a hog bowling them over.
Yeah, we
different kind of worries out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We tripping out how long it takes to get to HEB from where we are now.
Yeah.
Oh, so she don't even want the basic problems talk less of the hog type problem.
I've driven to Clint's house. I've driven to Clint's house and driven from Clint's house at about 1 a.m. And I ain't see a light pole. I ain't see.
Oh yeah.
I ain't see daylight.
It's dark out there.
Boy, I'm in here like
just white knuckling the.
Are those
Boy,
eyes?
I
Are those eyes?
the whole time I'm thinking, damn, how long it take for them to get to the grocery store? Maybe there's one the other way. Like how long it take to get to this highway?
We are, as we speak, we're discussing them kind of things.
Oh, it was.
Now I feel
so
better about
dark,
now I understand a little bit better why sometimes the car be running out of juice. You out there, man.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm
You
like,
get too
boy.
far. It ain't like it just.
Hey.
I mean, I know I'm a fool, but I ain't the one that just drives by it every day. It ain't just
Man, I need a gas station.
Yeah.
I need some. I
Gotta
need
pick up some
life.
ruffles, man. I gotta.
Yeah, ain't no I'm running around the corner right
We
quick.
start out on we start on a little gravel coming out that bad boy.
if you're low, if you're at my crib and you notice that your gas is low, go left coming out of my place. They're about 3 to 4 miles. You get to a gas station. Other way is gonna get you 5 to 6. You might run out.
Yeah, how about the other way?
Fellas, excited for a Thursday show. Lopez, I'll catch you for a Friday show tomorrow. We leave you in the capable hands of the best damn afternoon show on all of Houston. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now,
all right, Drive is live, and if you're on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you. The text line as well. You can see that's Clint. And T-Mill, he's a little under the weather today, but we got our guy Colin in the building.
Super producer Colin.
Hey, dog.
Didn't take him long, did it?
Hey, man.
Didn't take him long, did it?
Hey, hold up, dog. Hey, man. Hey, man, you ain't just – man, you gotta kind of build up to just play taglines, man, in the first hour, man. Come on, Colin, dog.
Gotta let the people know.
Typically in these situations, you keep your hand off the drop button. Hell, you just had a drop with your name in it.
He walked in ready to go. I
like it, Colin. Hell yeah, man.
Again, gotta let the people know.
I'm telling you, you're ready, man. I mean, my man came in ready to go. Well, there you go, super producer. Colin is in the building as Tyler will hopefully be back with us tomorrow. A lot to get to today.
We got already want me gone?
I mean, hey, man, I love you, Colin, but the threesome is well, could have gone another way. The big three is where we like to be for the most part. But
what do
we
you
do.
mean by that?
I mean, the big three is where we like to be, but we do appreciate you jumping in and holding it down for us. But a lot to get to today. First, before we get into some things, I want to say a little congratulations. They were talking about D'Amico, but Will Anderson is a finalist. Will Anderson is a finalist for the Defensive Player of the Year. Now, he will finish second, but he is a finalist for the I believe – I think he actually will finish second when I look at this group. I think Myles Garrett, obviously, historic here, and he set the sack record, and he's just been in another planet. As good as Will Anderson has been, he's been on another planet. So I think he is the clear runaway potential winner of this. But I think Will Anderson over Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson, Nick Bonito of the Broncos, I think he's got a really good shot to finish second. But this just kind of caps off first-team All-Pro for the first time, obviously Pro Bowler, and now he is a finalist, and I think has a chance to finish second behind Myles Garrett in a Defensive Player of the Year award.
Rookie of the Year on the defensive side of the football, and then 2 years later, at least top five. I agree with you. Top two, Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL. So I mean that's pretty impressive, man.
Yeah,
pretty impressive resume my man's built.
Clint, when Micah Parsons, who's also on this list, when Micah Parsons signed his deal, and he got traded from the Cowboys to the Packers, and the Packers made him reset the market. They reset the market by like $5 million when it comes to defensive ends. I remember one of the first things we talked about was, well, what is this going to mean for Will Anderson? Is Will Anderson gonna jump up? Like, what kind of season does he have to do that? Do you think Will Anderson has put together the type of season that he needed to have to potentially jump Micah Parsons and reset the market of
100%.
The highest paid non-quarterback? You think he did?
Absolutely. Look, I am not a fan. I'm not a fan of how the NFL operates. That they do, but I am not a fan of, it's the next man up. He's going to set the market at that position or on that side of the ball, and doesn't matter how he compares to the other $45 million a year guys, but he's going to make 46 because he's next up. I hate that. I understand it's real. I hate that about football, and I hate that. I hate even having that conversation. This one right here with Will Anderson Jr. is an absolute 100% no-brainer. Will Anderson has played well enough. He is a disruptive enough player to warrant setting the market, first and foremost, anywhere that he's playing. But when you look at what he's meant to Houston and who he is in the locker room in terms of with the organization, of being the face of the organization, of being the pillar, the young pillar that you build around, no disrespect to the other guys. They're great. Derek Stingley Jr. is great. Jalen Petrie's great. I don't know what they're going to do with C.J. Stroud, but C.J. Stroud's in that mix somewhere. Right, Nico Collins, great. The Houston Texans' number one pillar is Will Anderson Jr. moving forward for an extended period of time. And I just don't know how, if anybody ever deserves to set the market at their position, it's Will Anderson Jr.
Well, and not just to go to what you're saying, the key is they absolutely believe that.
No question.
Like, they believe that more than you saying it. Yep. And everybody's on board. D'Amico, Nick, Cal, Hannah, they believe that big time. And by the way, to just give, that is Micah Parsons, 4 years, 186, 136 guaranteed, and an average of 46.5 a year. So the thought is Will Anderson will jump that and get to at least 47 a year and get maybe a little bit more guaranteed and a bigger deal?
Now, I don't know if he will, but if he wants to, if him and his agent want to go in there, Will doesn't strike me as a guy that needs to set the market and be the highest paid defensive player in football. He doesn't strike me as a guy that
his agent
is that driven, right? He strikes me as a guy that could very easily, now he ain't gonna get no super discount, but he strikes me as a guy that mentally understands, like, boy, I'm a much better player and I can play a lot longer, put up big numbers if I've got a guy at the other end of the line of scrimmage that's really good as well. Maybe not a Danielle Hunter, a highly paid player like that, but some guys within this defense, we need to spread this around a little bit. I would not be shocked if Will Anderson didn't give some level of a team-friendly deal when it comes time and when they announce that, to make sure that he keeps the right guys around him. It wouldn't shock me one bit. But should he? If he wants to set the market, absolutely 100%.
Yeah, we talked about the kind of year you got to have. I would say 12 sacks, leading the league in pressures and hurries, first team All-Pro, potential top at, let's say, 3 finish in the Defensive Player of the Year award race.
Yeah,
when it's money time, when it's contract year, that's what you want to do.
Well, Ron, he is just.
And he finished his last game getting 3 sacks and I think a couple of forced fumbles or so. Yeah.
Well, he to me, what I mean, it's not hard to get there with Will Anderson Jr. There's several facets. I mean, he could even be missing a couple of things and still be in this conversation, but he's not. To me, though, the thing that convinces me is obviously the off the field stuff. I mean, this is J.J. Watt type intangible stuff. And then when you look at the play, this isn't just a pass rusher, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a chaos creator. Who in the league plays the game the way that he plays it, right? I think Micah Parsons dominates with athletic ability, and he is a disruptor because they move him around in defenses, and he's just faster, quicker twitch than anybody else, right? Obviously, Myles Garrett is a guy that can put his hand in the dirt, rush the passer, set the edge, do all the things. I mean, he's a different animal. But when you look at the way that Will Anderson impacts the game and the level of chaos that he creates in the run game and versus the pass, I just think he's a different creature, man. And that just doesn't come around. That combination of being a guy that you want to build around and you want to face your organization and a guy that plays every damn snap, run and pass in chaotic fashion, I think that is just super, super rare. So, yeah, I mean, pay the man however he wants to be paid, man.
We'll see how he goes about it. I mean, he'll really endear himself with Houston if he right now, if he said, I want to reset the market, the way that this organization loves him and feels about him, like, I have a hard time feeling like they wouldn't do it. But maybe one of the big reasons why they fall in love with him is he does take a cut.
Well, I mean, Will Anderson's driving this ship. I don't think there's anything anything he could want or demand or ask for that would put the organization in a position where they would fall out of love with him. There's no doubt he's going to get what he asked for. Check and see how the Texans handle this. The edge rusher position on his football team, because they've done a really good job of, behind Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, they've done a really good job of getting older, longer in the tooth players that can still play on bargain deals that have played lights out, right? And what do they do? Because I don't know that you can afford to pay Will Anderson $45, $46, $47 million a year and also keep up pace with Danielle Hunter, right? Danielle, I believe, has got one more year on his deal. Do they try to replace Danielle with a rookie?
But that's got to be the plan, though, right? Like they
got to get young.
Yeah, they got to get young because they're gonna pay him. They're potentially gonna pay their quarterback.
You can right now. You've got Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter are really the two guys.
They're probably only going to be able to pay one of them potentially.
Well, it depends. I mean, if they keep squeezing the offense, they could pay them all.
Yeah, they could.
Right? I mean, I guess. But you've already paid Jalen Petrie. You've already paid defensive ends. Well, I'm assuming you get Will Anderson done. You're gonna get him taken care of. You don't have any massive amount of cap space allocated to your interior defensive line. I don't think you have to break the bank for any of those guys to keep them around. The interesting one to me is Henry To'oTo'o. I think he's a critical piece to this, to what they're doing defensively, and I don't know where he lands, Ron. I don't know. Obviously, Azeez is a priority. They're going to keep him around. He's untouchable, I think. But, the Henry To'oTo'os of the world, he is especially with Christian Harris not panning out. I mean, he is a huge piece of what they're doing defensively. I have no idea where to slot him in a sense of inside linebackers.
He's got to be coming up.
He's got to be off-ball linebackers. Where does
Azeez will be 29 at the start of training camp. So he will be 29 going into the season. I wonder how long term he is.
Yeah.
But Henry, you're right. Henry has improved his game big time. Where it feels like to me, over the next 5 years, 4 years, I would be inclined to go with Henry over any of the other linebackers that they have right now. Just future
ceiling's high, isn't it?
Right, just because he's 29, he'll be 29, approaching 30 after that. Azeez, even though I understand his leadership, someone texted in about $35 million per seems fair to both sides. Well,
35 for who? For CJ?
No.
For Will?
Yes.
A $12 million per cut.
No, I meant 35. I mean, hell, Daniil makes more than that.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that.
It's starting with the 4, right? I mean,
well, that's right. I'm talking.
Myles Garrett is at $40 million, but that's because T.J. Hutchinson and Parsons all came behind them, and they all said it, right? It was Myles Garrett in the offseason, then T.J. Watt got it to 41 a year, then Hutchinson got it to 45 a year, Parsons then got it to 46.5, and that and the odds are that the salary cap's going to go up, and it ain't gonna be 30 nothing.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a team friendly deal. Starts with a 4.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm talking a handful of million per year to make sure that guy opposite you is at maybe not Daniil Hunter, but he's at least a difference maker kind of deal. Maybe not a top 5 sack getter, but he's a difference maker.
And I would say that this group, you should feel confident that they will be all right to be able to find the other side. Because, you look at it, obviously they found Daniil Hunter, but Barnett's been pretty good as another outside. Danico Autry's been pretty good.
Yeah, and you've got another. I mean, you could draft an edge this year, which I would. I mean, I trust D'Amico drafting on the defensive side of the football much more than I trust Nick drafting for need on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah,
I like maybe it's both of them on the defensive side of the football that I trust, but I don't want to slight Nick. But the top tier edge rushers that to come in here and potentially replace Daniil once his contract's up, and I would trust D'Amico to set that thing on fire.
All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, the noise is starting to get loud, not just locally but nationally on the Texans quarterback. Let's discuss what we've been hearing coming up.
to San Francisco this year, but Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game. Here, Bet in Loop and The Drive, live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. I see you, Ocho. Yeah, man, I flipped in and watched that first episode of Hijack. A little interesting. A little bit of a shift. I see you. I was checking that thing out as I got started with that. Good show on Apple. Shout out to you. Yeah, man. It ought to be an interesting season as they threw a little wrench in things. But welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Tyler is out today. Our guy Colin is in the building holding it down for us. And the noise is starting to jump up a bit here, even more about C.J. Stroud. It is becoming a big time talking point, and now hopefully for C.J.'s from CJ, we get to the games. We're closer to the games. They'll stop talking about this, but Ryan Fitzpatrick, he and Andrew Whitworth do a podcast together. And he started talking about the potential possibilities that face the Texans and maybe what kind of moves they may need to make.
If you're C.J. Stroud's agent, you're going in there and saying, look, all the other big-time quarterbacks, they got paid after their third year, and we want $60 million a year. I just think that the people in that building that are around him every day, C.J. Stroud, they're the ones that are going to have to make a decision on this guy. Is this guy we want leading our building? Who knows what C.J. Stroud does? I mean, if they don't give him the contract, is he going to sit and wait and say, guys, I'm not showing up until you pay me? Because that's probably the advice that his agent is going to give him. And so you look at their year overall, Davis Mills steps in, does a great job, placeholder for CJ when he was out with a concussion for those weeks. Did it feel like it was a huge drop-off when Davis Mills was in? No.
I just think that this is one to keep an eye on because I think it could get ugly this offseason. But if you have hesitations about CJ being the face of your franchise, this is me not knowing anything. I think there's a chance maybe you trade him this offseason.
Wow. Okay. All right. That's where Ryan Fitzpatrick is, former quarterback and one of the analysts on Prime when Thursday night on Prime. This thing is starting to really pick up, Clint, where many people within the Houston conversation locally and now outside of it are talking about like being a bad night, or bad couple of games, but they may need to move on from them.
Well, I mean, I think it's a possibility. I don't know that he's saying that they should move on. I think it's a real conversation, right? On a national scale, I think a lot of people probably feel like, boy, this went from 0 to 100 real quick. Yeah. And it's easy to sell that around here. But if you cover the team and you've watched what's gone on, if you watched how CJ's been handled, if you watch kind of the regression and why, if you look at all the different pieces, this didn't feel how you want to feel. But this didn't just come out of left field. This is not wholeheartedly hinged on, boy, one bad game in the playoffs. I mean, that's where it's all come to a head. But the reality of it is when you've got a former NFL quarterback that was with several different organizations, as you mentioned, that covers Thursday Night Football on a panel of well-accomplished football players and is as in tune to the NFL and what's going on in the NFL, both because he's only been removed as a player for a few years, as well as he's on the set every week covering, watching film, talking about it. It's obvious that it's not crazy talk. That's the thing that's interesting to me is that the more people you see kind of catching on to, boy, this could be a possibility, I think the folks that thinks it's crazy, I think are going to lean that direction a little bit of like, could that really be a possibility? Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant, but could that really be a possibility? I could confidently and comfortably that both D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud and David Mulugheta would want to part ways and go separate of each other. I mean, I could also see a situation where they'd want to stay together and give it another shot and give it another run. And
DJ said
and
he loves Houston.
They're going. I mean, Deshaun said that until he stood on that sideline and wanted to get his ass up out of here. Hell, they even ran J.J. Watt off. But I don't know. I just think the guys like this, the more you hear them talking about it, I think the more real the general public and even the fan base is going to realize this could potentially be something that's in the cards.
I'm curious from you, and I wish Ryan was here. I would ask him too. And because I see a lot of people, I'm looking right here. I'm just going to take people for their word. Trade CJ for the number 1 pick and get Mendoza. I agree with Fitzpatrick. I think Stroud is basically 2013 Matt Schaub, and now I don't know any QBs who recover from shell shock state. I see here I would be happy to trade him. Parting ways would make sense. He would look great in a Jets uniform. Blah, blah. I'm seeing this trade him, and I just someone text in. I'll start a petition, and I'm serious with people. When were you hit with the? I think it's time. I think it's even a conversation or a thought to trade from CJ Stroud. Like when did that come about? Did that come about Sunday? Did it come about in the middle of the season? Like I'm wondering from people because he's played 52 games here. I feel like the majority of people around here 50 games ago weren't thinking anything like this. I'm just curious when that became a thing for people.
Yeah, I can't speak for everybody else. I can speak for me. I think it came to a head in the playoffs. I think when your whole organization preaches that you need one thing to happen offensively and you need one thing from your quarterback, and then you've got the biggest opportunity that you may ever see, and your quarterback, not in one game, in 2 games, literally messes the bed and does the one thing. I mean, the general manager spoke yesterday and talked multiple times. The one thing the quarterback, he might as well just come out and said, the one thing that your quarterback has to do is protect the football, and we failed to do it. CJ failed to do it in the biggest moments in the organization's recent history. And I think that's power. I think it all came to a head. Right then and there. We're not having this conversation if C.J. Stroud goes out there and plays well and you lose by a field goal. I mean, we're not having this conversation. But I think it all came to a head there. But I think most people that cover the team realize that C.J. Stroud has been in a bad spot all year long. I mean, I think if you just watch how they handled and what coordinator they brought in and how they handled install C.J. Stroud to fit, I think it's in the regression of his play over the last couple of years since that crazy rookie year he had. I think it's pretty easy to have a conversation about it. Personally,
no, I think obviously he has had there has been a struggle this year. I have never heard anyone even remotely thinking about he's not going to be the future until about 2 games ago. Like it feels like, and I'm not saying like, well, I don't agree with it, but it feels like the last 2 games have superseded the previous 50 games that he's played. Like it feels like the last 2 games. Because, yes, it was coming down, but the last 2 games have reached us. Let's get him out of here.
Well, I think it's opened the door for the conversation.
Open the door for that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
and like, you know, when you just step back and say it out loud, like, my man's got 52 games. In the first 50 games, which was 2 weeks ago, I think the majority of the people here would have been in the belief that he would be extended. That he would be here long term, and
I think he would have got it. I think he probably would have, without the playoff performance in both of those games. I think he probably would have got a deal this offseason.
And now it just seems like those 2 games have superseded the 50 that he played before that.
Well, I don't think to me that's not accurate. Like I think the 50 before, they shifted heavily, but I don't think the conversation shifted heavily just because he had a bum playoff run. Like I think the steady regression has to be part of the context. The multiple offensive coordinators that you either can't get along with, can't communicate with, or whatever the problem is, that's got to be a part of the problem here. Like,
but you just said like before the playoffs started, you would have thought more extension, right?
I would have thought there was. Now I would have felt the same, that there was regression. There's still something wrong. Something's not right. I don't know if the fit is good, but I would have thought, yeah, this organization is without a doubt going to extend him. Yeah,
that is a hell of a swing to me in 2 games.
Yeah, yeah. To have it going from they'll extend him. I don't know what that looks like.
So we got people out here talking about, man, I think they should trade him.
You could
they should trade him, but that it is even on it's on the table that he's not here.
Yeah.
That's a major swing in 2 games.
Yeah, you pee down your leg like you ain't seen a quarterback do in the playoffs in a game like that. That's a conversation shifter.
Yes, it's a shifter. I just can't believe it's shifted into this range. I wonder if people will feel the same way in a month. I wonder if people will feel the same way. All right, coming up, I wonder is Clint, are you ready to admit about this Big Ten SEC?
Oh hell.
Are you ready to admit about this? Look at the way Colin just swung his head back, right? Like we can all say this, right? The Big Ten, without question, the dominant conference in college football. Are we all ready to admit that? We'll discuss that.
This is drive time, isn't it? Back in Houston.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as I see some people texting in about the CJ situation, I'm just telling you, it is a hell of a swing, guys. He's played 52 games. 50 of them, I would say 75 to 80% good rate. I ain't hear nobody. I'm seeing a whole bunch of people say stuff like this now. Ronnie struggled all year, never looked great, especially after the concussion. Do you feel good enough to invest in another season with this defense? And nobody was talking about him struggling. Not many of you. I want to say nobody. But many of you were, oh, God, you're hating, Ron, when I would say things. And I don't think he just struggled. I think the offense struggled. Like, many of you, that's not what y'all talking about. We talked about last week. I'm like, hey, man, the Patriots have a better quarterback, and he's going to have to go on without Nico. By the way, let's just forget, he lost his right tackle in the game Sunday, and his left guard had to move out to right tackle. Patterson had to come in, lost his best weapon, lost Dalton Schultz. So he was set up to have a bad game. Now, he didn't have to throw all them damn interceptions. I will say that.
That's what I'm saying, though.
I'll tell you what.
Just because you had those things going on, it doesn't excuse you from making terrible decisions.
Nobody's excusing this. I'm just simply saying y'all wasn't talking about this last week of like, oh, he's like many of y'all ain't been talking about he's been struggling all year. Y'all been saying that we've been hating, talking about some of the things that now he's struggling all year. I'm just saying, guys, that is quite a swing. Like, I'm not telling you for you. I've talked to many people that are Texans fans. Brandon Scott, I'll put him out. Brandon Scott, the last game. Brandon Scott said it yesterday. He said, coming into the New England game, I had no concerns about C.J. Stroud. Brandon Scott has fully admitted to me today that last game has completely changed his thinking on C. 1 out of 52. That's fine. I'm just saying that is quite a swing. Quite a swing. Like some of you are driving past pick up the fifth-year option to see another year, to driving past to, hey, man, let's start over at quarterback. I mean, hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm just saying, I didn't see besides Tony and some other people, I didn't see anybody talking about going into the New England game, move on from him. That's become now a popular thing on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Y'all got mad at us last week because we dared to talk about the turnovers and not about the throws to Christian Kirk. Again, I ain't seen nobody talking about that touchdown throw with touch he made to Christian Kirk for the only touchdown in the corner.
Man coverage, too. They got pressured, picked it up.
Nobody talking about that. Yeah. Nobody talking about not talking about that this week. Now, half of y'all talking about y'all want to get rid of him. I think y'all need a month. I think some of y'all need a month. Take your time. And I understand it is maybe the worst loss, the toughest loss in the history of the Houston Texans franchise. Boy, I tell you what, Woody Marks, you better take CJ out for dinner.
I don't know. That 24-0 game was very disappointing.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'll be honest with you. I don't think going into the game that people really thought you had a major chance to beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, you just can't collapse like that, though.
No, one was the guy who you really, truly believed in and why it hurt so much. The person that has given this city hope and turned the ball over 4 times. Again, Woody Marks probably had the most gut-wrenching turnover because of where it was on the field. But we ain't talking about Woody. And you shouldn't. He's the quarterback. He gets it. All right, Clint, are you here? Because I've done this. I did this when Michigan won it all. We started to see it. I did it when Ohio State won it all last year. We're starting to see it. Then we're seeing all these other teams roll into this conference, and bam, here comes Oregon. Here comes USC. Here comes all these teams in the Big Ten. Now, the Indiana Hoosiers have now gone in and gone 16-0. We ain't even talking about somebody who's jumped from the middle of the Big Ten, from the absolute bottom of the Big Ten. In 2 years, they've gone 27-2 and won a national championship and drummed Alabama, who was supposed to be one of the top of the SEC, and then won a national championship. Are you ready to hand this thing over to the Big Ten as the best conference in college football?
Oh, no chance.
Oh my! Not
No
you're
chance.
going no chance.
No chance.
No chance is wild.
No chance. By the way,
Hand
third
over
year,
the crown? No chance.
the Big Ten's the best conference. Third year in a row that no SEC team has made it to the final.
I just don't believe it. Now look, I will admit this. I believe that they closed the gap. Because I personally, I thought it was silly talk before leading up to this. But my whole argument relies on the middle of the pack, not necessarily the bottom of the pack, but the middle of the pack. Every conference has 2 or 3 teams that are college football playoff worthy, right? It's the middle of the pack that makes you better. Now the Big Ten bringing a team from the bottom all the way to the top, started at the bottom, right? I mean that is
below the bottom. I think that's where they were. If you can go below, start it from hell.
Look, that is a major statement made by Indiana and the Big Ten, no doubt about it. But I can't put them as the.
Is it still because the big thing that you've always said, and I think Tyler has agreed with you. The big thing you've always said is the middle to the bottom part of the SEC is the reason why that conference is as strong as it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think the deeper the conference, the stronger the conference, in my opinion. I mean, you can't just ride the coattails of Michigan and Ohio State, just like the SEC can't just ride the coattails of Alabama and Georgia and say they're the best. I think when you get beyond the top 2 or 3 teams, I think it is without a doubt, SEC is the best conference in America. Now, again, Indiana closes the gap. Now, there's no doubt about it. But you look at Indiana wins it all. But if you do look at the overall group, I mean, hell, the SEC was damn near half the representatives in the tournament.
And I'll be honest, I think some of that is they start off with a certain reputation.
Well, nobody got a better reputation than Notre Dame, and they got their ass left out.
No, but I mean, just as a conference, they start off like before the year. There's going to be a lot of teams, and I wonder if this will shift with the Big Ten. There's going to be a lot of teams, but I think they start off with a certain level of respect that SEC teams get, and I don't know, man. I feel like now because I feel like the middle of the Big Ten is starting to get stronger, Like USC is a team that's in the middle of the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
That's strong. Illinois has started to get better behind your old coach.
Iowa
lives in the middle, but they used to be they used to be forced kind of towards the top, and now they've moved down to the middle. Washington has been okay. So I feel like that because I would usually agree with you that they had those top schools, but like Ole Miss was hell, could be hell on the road, and they were maybe the 6th or 7th best team. Tennessee could be a problem. They were maybe the 6th or 7th best team. But I feel like the Big Ten is starting to get there. And now at the top, man, that Indiana, who we don't really think is going anywhere right now, Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon, like those 4, Penn State had been in that range. We'll see. I think they made a great coaching hire. I don't know, boy, this Big Ten thing, man, and I mean, they're mostly shocking that they have not had a participant in the final.
Who's that?
The SEC. Since in the last 3 years they haven't had, they're losing in the final. They're losing before they get there, and having the most teams in.
Look, I don't. Yeah, no, look, I don't. There's no pushback on me. I think they closed the gap. I mean, the SEC had 5 representatives of the 12. If you look at the first 3 out, that's 2 more SEC teams that were there.
Yeah.
I mean, so you're 7 deep into the SEC right now, and you hadn't even got to what is Vanderbilt in that conversation, I guess? I guess Vanderbilt and Texas would be 2 of those 3.
It would be interesting to see how they do without Pavia next year.
Tennessee was in it last year.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, man. I mean, we're 8 teams deep at this point in time, and I can't even think off the top of my head, who were leaving. We're not even talking about like Florida and Auburn, who have won national titles in recent history.
If they pick it up, but I think that's a part of it. Like Florida and Auburn have been kind of
Oh, I agree.
You know,
Yeah.
like Arkansas used to be. I don't mean to get you there, but Arkansas used to be a team that's in the middle.
We didn't even talk about LSU.
Yeah, Arkansas used to be a team that was in the middle of the conference. Like, and now they've
Well, used to you'd lean on Kentucky, you'd lean on lean on Arkansas, you would lean on. I think you'd even lean on Auburn, even though they did have the run with Cam Newton there, a good run. Then there's the middle of that pack. I think I would say that the top of the SEC was always deeper and stronger, and the middle of the pack was always stronger. Look, Indy's closed the gap. I ain't ready to give them the title though. I can't hand over the crown. Hell no.
You got to see what Lane do at LSU first.
No, I got to see what Lane does at LSU, baby.
All right, coming up, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I want to get your thoughts and the people's thoughts. We know Nick Caley is coming back. That was announced yesterday from Nick Caserio. What are a couple of things? If you know he's going to be back, whether you think he shouldn't or you think he should, what are things that you're looking for from him? Things that you're looking for to improve with this offense from Nick Caley from year 1 to year 2. We'll discuss that next.
After another rough performance, C.J. Stroud took responsibility for the Texans' 28-16 season-ending loss. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive here on Thursday. Clint Stoerner's in the building. If you are on YouTube and Twitch, Tyler, he is out. When I talked to him and said, "Man, how you feeling? What's going on?" He said he feels like a bunch of beat up asses.
Oh,
but he didn't say. He had a little bit more to it.
You're just trying to pull it down a little bit.
I got you.
Said a bunch of them. It's feeling
Several
rough.
of them?
So I just
What
like,
happened?
oh, you're feeling rough. I don't know. He's just not feeling good, I guess. He feels like he got hit by a truck, I'm guessing. So, but we'll see. Hopefully he is back with us tomorrow, but we're in good hands. Our guy Colin is holding it down, as you hear him throughout, and he fills in a lot. I've heard him in with Figgy on In the Loop many times. You could hear him with Area 45, so we're in good hands with our guy Colin, who's holding it down for T-Mill. I want to hear your thoughts on this, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, and we'll get to this in a second. But what are the things, now that you know Nick Caley's coming back for another season, what are some of the things that you expect that Nick Caley improves upon, some things you expect from this offense with Nick Caley in year two? I did want to give a kind of some news update here on Cade Stover. The tight end Cade Stover, according to reports, Clint avoided serious knee injury, doesn't need surgery for his partially torn MCL, PCL, could be back for the offseason program. Maybe the worst thing that CJ did, all that missed throw led to that. But luckily for him, he avoided that. I will say, Clint, I think they've got to be maybe a little bit more serious about a hunt for a tight end, at least roster depth, whatever. They got to be a little bit more serious, because I don't think they can go into next year with the feel of, and I know it's 2 years and he had a lot of injuries, but the feel of like Cade Stover, that's a guy we can lean on to be in our second tight end. I think he had such time when he came back to play that they should be looking at this draft, free agency, or whatever.
Well, look, there's too much leaning into. I think this is offense wide, by the way. There's too much leaning into potential. There's too much leaning into. Boy, this is the first time we've seen X, Y, and Z play ball or call plays or whatever. There's just too much of that on this offense as a whole. And I think as you talk about the tight end position, I think you can look at Cade Stover and see that, man, there's some tangibles there. There's some potential there. There's a lot to like if you're looking at a developmental player. But the problem is you need somebody that complements Dalton Schultz, right? You need a number two that you can depend on, one that can stay healthy, but two that you can depend on to be able to impact the game to some degree, right? And I think right now I don't know that you feel great about either one of your backup tight ends, not because they can't play, but because, one, you haven't seen it at all. Two, it hasn't been consistent. Because Brevin Jordan's the same way. I think Brevin Jordan could get you as excited as anybody on this offense, but he can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
You can't
bank on that. Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think offensively you just need more of, hey, this guy's resume is really, really strong. We've seen above average play at whatever position recently and as well over an extended period of time. I love Ed Ingram, right? Was that a flash in the pan, right? I love Jake Andrews getting there playing on one leg and fighting his ass off and communicating it out, knowing the offense, communicating it out. Was that enough? Right, I love Trent Brown and what he brought. I thought he changed the game up front. Does he have anything left in the tank? Right, you look at the backfield. I love what Woody Marks does. I don't think Woody Marks is a 20 carry a game back. I don't think he's a a number one far and away back on a team that's going to try to run the football. We mentioned Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan. You look at the wide receivers. I like Higgins, and he's coming, and I'm all about being patient. I like Jalen Noel, but it's more about the run game than it is what he can do at receiver, right? I like Christian Kirk, but hell, he's been hurt the majority of his career recently. And so there's just too much of that, like, give me a dude that is even if he's injured from time to time, like Nico Collins. He is solid. He has a little injury problem, gets injured a lot, but there's a little there's a great player with a great resume that when he's on the field, he is a difference maker. When he's on the field, he is a difference maker. Where, there's not enough of that with this particular offense.
I'm just saying, I could see going into last year, like, all right, Cade Stover, we feel like he's on the rise. He's going to really be that net. Like, that's our tight end group. We got Brevin, too. We can use it, but Cade Stover's got a spot. I think right now, your mindset going into the offseason, like, you understand those guys are on your team, but those guys shouldn't stop you from improving, like, really improving the tight end position. Not like a 7th-round pick or something like that, but really improving the tight end position, because you have to go about it as if, like, those are guys that are just competing. You have Dalton Schultz, but outside of that, you need to I think, go about it as if you're looking for help at that position.
Oh, no question. I mean, I would argue that it's that way with several positions. Like I said, but that's one of them. Like, you can't. Your ability to navigate a 17-game season can't hinge on the health of Cade Stover. It can't hinge on the health of Brevin Jordan. Like, those are things that have gotten you in trouble to this point. Those guys need to be luxuries, right? I mean, if Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover, either or, are guys that, boy, they just have jam up good camp, stay healthy, and then all of a sudden they have a hell of a first half of the season, okay, maybe you got something. But, boy, it is hard to hang your hat on that at the tight end position going into the season as a plan.
Yeah. But it looks like he's at least not going into having to, recover from an ACL. Right?
I wonder how much of the offseason he's going to have to miss. Partially torn MCL and PCL. I mean,
it's not an ACL, but it's
probably. But it looked a lot worse.
Yeah, it did.
Definitely looked a lot worse.
Yeah, it did. He got work on them hands too. I don't know what happened. Some of them balls throw right.
Well, I mean, D'Amico even made some comments in the preseason, which I agree with, by the way. I thought he looked great in what little bit we saw in OTAs and a little bit in camp. It was one of those, like, boy, he must really be coming if D'Amico's talking about his routes and getting his head coming out of the route, break, top of the route. I'm like, well, I'm getting good excited about this, and then the injury. So we'll see. Boy, it's hard to keep leaning into potential on this side of the ball.
Yep. All right. As we said, and I see some people jumping in on some things. I see some people talking about add some more things to the screen game, do certain things. As I said, what things would you expect for Nick Caley to improve in year 2 now that we know he's in? What are you laying at his feet? What are you looking at from this year with this offense to next year that he can do? Because, Clint, for me, is I'm not going to say, hey, Nick, man, you go do some things I don't believe that are things that are realistic for Nick. Right? I think he is still learning as a play caller. I think he is still learning as a play designer. Right, and I think he's still learning how to handle his talents. Like, I'm not approaching him like this is Sean Payton. I'm not approaching him like this is a veteran who knows where he has high expectations. My expectations are not that high for him. And that's how I'm approaching it. How are you approaching it? What are the things you need? Like, one of the top things for me is, like, the red zone thing has to get improved. Like, yeah, it's great that Fairbairn kicked that many, was able to make that many field goals, but it was also like another hidden problem in that thing. The reason why you had 16 points is because you continued to have to kick field goals in that game, and that was problematic all season, right? So to me, the red zone issues coming up, and we did see him get some better action, better plays, a little bit more as the season went on. But that has to improve to me. That's one of the big things for me is the red zone. I expect that Nick Caley has better answers in the red zone than they did this year.
Oh man, I tell you,
or is that too? Or is that, you think that's too
I mean,
much
I'm through, and this is hard for me to do because this is why I waffle on it because it's hard. Like I'm through asking for more creativity on offense. I'm through asking for just using the simple,
that might be
the simple things in an offense like motions and shifts and different formations and. I'm tired. I'm through asking for that to be a part of what he does. I'm not expecting him to move Nico Collins and for Nico Collins to be a higher volume guy. Those are all things that I think every coordinator in the league should be doing, but obviously clearly here there's no emphasis on that, right? So what I would say to the answer, what do I think, or what do I expect from Nick Caley in year two? I think be cleaner operationally. I mean, we cannot, guys. I mean, it is 100% unacceptable to hear so many people, decision makers and star players, talking about communication and getting out of the huddle quicker. That's operational stuff. And as I said the other day, the operational stuff or the lack thereof leads to penalties. It leads to confusion. It leads to the quarterback being rattled. It leads to everybody rushing. Like that just simply can't be a problem. And Nick Caley's got to get that figured out, right? And then the second thing for me is, I mean, figure out the quarterback situation of, is it a fit or is it not? Figure that stuff out. I mean, get it. I mean, the quarterback committing to what it is they want to do offensively, that's got to be a thing of the past. Whether it's CJ or somebody else, like that has got to be a thing of the past. And they've got to move on from that. It's got to be wholeheartedly put blinders on, commit to what Nick Caley's offense wants you to do. Whether I like it, whether you like it, whether it fits your strengths, and you're a stretch the field, second level passer of the football or not. Like buy into it's Nick Caley's job to get his quarterback, the most important player on the team, to wholeheartedly put blinders on and buy into what the hell Nick Caley's selling. And they got to do that. So cleaner operationally and a quarterback that completely buys in. One way or another, find it, make it happen, and let's see what 26-27 holds.
That is interesting, the one there at the end. How do you achieve the buy-in thing? Is that an achievement of hey man, let me get with you about some of the things that you want to do as well, that you're how do you achieve that buy-in?
Well, I think, Ron, we're talking about question, but I think we're talking about an array of things. Like, you cannot tell me that C.J. Stroud jumped through the damn ceiling at his house when he heard that Nick Caley, a guy that never called plays before, was going to be his play caller. You can't tell me that. So I think there's a level of resistance from jump of man, I'm getting screwed again with a first-time play caller. I'm going to tell you what.
And that's before he knew what the offense was.
Correct. And I don't even know what issues were going on behind closed doors with Slowick, right? So I think that is part of it. I think there is a question of, hey, this offense needs you and demands you to do X, Y, and Z, and you want to do A, B, and C. Like, there's a part of complete blinders on buy-in for 18 weeks, not 6 weeks here or 9 or 10 weeks here, not in the playoffs versus out of the playoffs. I mean, it is wholeheartedly buy in and completely morph who you are as a quarterback and who you think you've always been as a quarterback to be what Nick Caley, needs you to be here. I can't answer the question of why it all happens, but there's clearly and here's the other deal. Whatever C.J. Stroud's shortcomings are, like if C.J. Stroud with a wristband that looks like a goddamn novel that my wife's reading at night, which she reads on Kindle now, but you know what I'm talking about.
Too, man. My wife read 56 books last year.
I mean, it's unbelievable how much they read, man.
56.
I ain't read a book.
She's in the middle of the Don Staley book, and she won't stop talking about it. It is interesting.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. But whatever they got to do, it can't convey. The quarterback in my system has to do this at the line of scrimmage. There has to be some give and take, and they've got to figure out whatever that disconnect is between CJ and Caley, because it's not just people can miss me with, it's just first year, man, install stuff. No, man, there's clearly a disconnect somewhere. They've got to get that figured out, and I don't know who it is.
Because you explained it to be like you got to focus in and be what it is that the offense is calling for, which sounds like CJ, but you also sound like it's maybe Nick and them haven't done a good job of
selling like this.
Well,
this is how this can help you. This is how.
But Ron, everything is such a collaborative effort. I wonder who's going. No, it's like the old. I think every quarterback coach and every offensive play caller, not quarterback coach, but every offensive play caller, you should sit down with your quarterback, the night before and say, all right, give me your top. I tell you what, Thursday night, go home. When you come home come back in the morning, I got these different situations right here. And I want you to give me your favorite plays, top 2 plays in every one of these situations. All right? And let's say you come back and it's give me your favorite first and second down pass. And CJ throws him 4 verticals. CJ throws him some kind of bunch vertical, deep over route, and everything he gives him is like mid-range to deep shots. And Nick Caley's like, that's not what we do here. We're not stretching. We're not a stretch the field team. We're not an aggressive, pass. Like and that's an extreme. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying that's the buy. The buy-in has to be, my name is CJ Stroud. Nick Caley is my quarterback coach. This is the scheme that I'm in. He asked me for my top plays in these situations. I'm going to give him the top plays that we do well, not the top plays that I feel like it fit my strengths. And I think that tug of war is very real.
But should there be some compromise in that?
Oh, no question.
It can't be here. I'm giving you these plays, and man, we don't do this. Yeah, here, come on down. Find more 86.
No, Ron, you said what do you expect from Nick? Yeah, I'm saying this because Nick Caley's got to figure this out. I mean, regardless of who has to bend the knee, like Nick Caley has to figure this stuff out. The task that's been laid at Nick Caley's feet is C.J. Stroud and winning football, right? And the defense brings a lot of that to the table, but you got to figure out offensively what winning football looks like with C.J. Stroud, and it can't be completely your way or his way. Y'all got to meet in the middle somewhere.
All right, coming up as we continue here, is there a new class in this conference? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Our team may not be headed to San Francisco this year, but Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As difficult as it will be coming up the next couple of days, specifically tomorrow, we will talk a little bit more about the big championship games coming up this weekend. I know especially that AFC championship game in Denver is going to be a tough one. By the way, are y'all sitting those out? Y'all watching that?
I'm watching it.
You watching? I know Clint is. But I was listening to Sean today. I feel like Sean's not gonna watch it. Sean Pendergast, he said he has still not reached the acceptance stage. Listen, I've been there. I've gone crazy. Like, there have been times where I've thought Kansas was going to win the national championship, and I have set out the rest of the tournament. I've had to sit it out. I've had to sit it out. Like, it's been too hard, and I could see how for some people it's too hard. Like, are y'all going to watch championships?
Absolutely, hell yes, man. Are you kidding me? These are. I mean, you got both 1 seeds.
You got only 3 games of football left.
I mean, I would say when you look at this, I mean, what New England's really obviously the AFC with Denver as well. But New England, I expected Denver to be better and be in the mix. I didn't expect New England to be in the mix as quick as they were. But that
Rams Seahawks game, I can't wait for it, especially the last one they played.
And look, I think that the AFC championship, it's. Be honest with you, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you want to live in the rearview mirror with what went on in New England last week, I mean, either way this game slides, you're pissed.
Yeah.
I mean, if New England goes up there and beats the brakes off of the backup quarterback in the Denver Broncos, then you're sitting there going, boy, we missed a real opportunity. But what do you think we could have done? We could have beat them guys. We could have been in the Super Bowl.
Beats New England.
You're like, well, God dang, how did New England beat us the way they beat us, and our defense played as good as they did? So. Yeah, man, it's if you're living in that rearview mirror as a Texans fan, boy, good luck with this weekend. But hell, I'm in, man. I'm in it.
Can I ask y'all something? What do y'all think of the whole thing? Well, at least we lost to the champions. What do y'all think of
Clint's
that?
a real believer.
I'm a real. No, I don't look at. I don't necessarily like going. Oh well, like you just made it sound like an excuse. It's okay to lose. I don't like that. If I'm going to lose in a playoff scenario, then I want the team that I lose to go win it all. If I'm not going to win the division, and Jacksonville is, I want Jacksonville to play well and prove that it would at least took a good team. Like that. That's my take on it. Yeah,
the Eagles whooped the Chiefs' ass last year. It didn't make me feel any better.
It's because they won it all. Didn't make you feel any better.
Yeah. Like maybe they could.
There's some weird psychology where it's second place is much worse than third place.
I don't know, man. I watch it because I watch it and hope they lose. Like I think that's generally where my mind goes. I hope these jokers lose.
You were hate watching the Eagles all year.
If it hurts, I don't. Yeah, the team that beat me, it's hard to get the sense to hope that they win. Someone texted, I just really want to protest. What do you want to protest? You want to go up to Denver and get a little high and just go protest? Hey, by the way, with that, the MVP finalists came out, and 2 of them are at the top of the AFC at quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence with the Jags is a finalist. Drake May, who the Texans just faced last week, is a finalist. Right, and then Bo Nix right, had a really great year. Not a finalist, but obviously tough. He's not in this game with that broken ankle. But those were the top 3 seeds. Denver, the 1 seed hosting. The Texans had to go on the road to play the 2 seed, New England, and then obviously Jacksonville in the AFC South. Do you think this is a new class of the AFC? Do you think this is a deal of like Denver, New England, Jacksonville? Like these teams are here to stay. They may they may be the new start top of the AFC. Texans involved in that maybe too. Do you get the sense that maybe this is just maybe a special year for those 3 teams?
No, I think it's a change. Yeah, I mean, you Baltimore is I don't know who the head coach is going to be. I mean, Cincinnati seems to be the only team that was at odds with their head coach. It didn't fire him. So I think
a new head coach.
Buffalo's. Yeah, I mean, Andy is bringing back Eric Bieniemy, thinking, hoping that changes the tide a bit there in Kansas City. And so, yeah, no, I think these teams are legit. I really like Vrabel. I really like Drake May. I like what they're doing. I mean, it's not like they're winning with something that can't be repeated. You know what I mean? It just seems like their product is real. I think offensively in Detroit, in Denver, they're just going to get better and better as Bo Nix gets better and better. I think it's a real. I don't know if it's a changing of the guard, but there's definitely some.
You believe
new blood. Yeah,
you believe those 3 teams, Texans, I think probably include, but those 3 teams, they're going to be there again next year. Like you don't get the sense like when I say they're around, right? That like they're going to be true contenders over the next couple of years.
Yeah,
like,
I believe
this
that.
is a flash in the pan. You don't think?
I don't think that's the case.
Jacksonville's the only one I believe in. I believe in Trevor with Liam. The other 2 teams, I believe in Denver and New England's defenses are real. Maybe not as dominant as this year, but I don't. Jacksonville's defense seems to be a little bit more opportunistic, and I don't know about them. I believe in Trevor and Liam Cohen.
Yeah. I like the things have had. I mean, look what Jaden Daniels did with a defensive-minded head coach and a bottom-of-the-barrel schedule, and then kind of how they won it, and they made a run to the NFC Championship and then fell off after that. So, I mean, there's a chance that could happen with one of these AFC teams, I guess. But, we'll see. I think they appear to be real to me, but we'll, never know. Never know how the next year falls.
Next line coming in, we're going to mess around and sleep on the Broncos when the Broncos are going to run the football to win a game. Listen, the Broncos are tough. I try not to believe in Bo Nix. I don't know what we're supposed to do. Like he just went up there and just outplayed Josh Allen.
Yeah.
You have to believe now.
I'm not. No, sit that one out.
Mm-mm.
If that's what you're going to bring to the table.
About that one.
If that's what you're going to bring to the table, just sit that one out. Damn it, we can't even continue with the second.
Lost your train of thought, huh?
You got to believe. You got to believe. All right.
Damn it, Colin. You were doing good too, man.
All right, coming up, we've heard from D'Amico and Nick Caserio the last couple of days, and I know they're turning their attention to the offseason as well as we will the rest of the way. Some things to discuss on potentially the upcoming offseason and the task in front of those 2 guys as we continue coming up next on the Drive.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It does feel weird to be in here. It does feel weird not to be down 10 chicken wings up to this point.
Yeah, I'd have done had me about 5 dippers. Good 5 dippers with some carrot and celery.
It feels weird. Us in the building generally for months we were every Thursday and Friday, and we enjoy hanging out with many of the folks that would come out and hang out with us. I'm drunk, I guess. Yeah, I've done better about it, but yeah, man, it's weird to be out, but enjoying it, loving it.
Yeah, hell yeah, we are.
Well,
good,
not loving. Wishing we were out there getting ready for a thirsty Thursday with a playoff game.
Because you really wish you were out there, because that means we'd have another
playoff game. Yeah,
okay, just making sure.
Yeah,
I'm kind of. I mean, that was we had a long season, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 20+ weeks of Thirsty Thursdays and Football Fridays. You want to talk about challenge a diet? Go hang your ass out in Buffalo Wild Wings every Thursday, and then another bar every Friday for 4+ hours.
Yeah, we had some good spots.
Test you.
We had some good spots.
Did it cross y'all's mind at all today? Like, oh wait, where are we going today?
Oh no,
not one time. That's usually what happens. That's what's happened on Thursday mornings for about 20 weeks. Is like, hey man, where are we at this week?
Where are we at? No,
do we know where we are?
How much gas are we spending today? That's where it was. No, man.
How much is this Bud Light deal for the station? How much is it going to cost me today?
To navigate over here? No, baby. But we love it. We have a good time every year, and we especially have a good time hanging out with y'all. But no, it is weird. We're inside, and we'll be in here tomorrow as well. Again, if you hear there's Colin. He is in with us today. As Tyler is out, not feeling good, under the weather. That thing is going around. So hopefully he'll get better soon and can join us.
Probably won't get better with this freeze rolling in.
Might not.
Whatever it is.
Might not. Yeah, man, covered up the pipes, man.
I think yeah, we got it. My wife already told me. You think we ought to be covering these pipes?
Yeah, let them cover.
I said, well, let me worry about them pipes outside. You just keep focused on the one inside.
Felt disturbed earlier today before the show started. I asked our guy Colin when's the last time he got some. Still haven't given us an answer.
I said it was a great question.
Hey man, don't be embarrassing, man. Colin, man.
That's not an answer. 713-572-4610.
Colin spends a lot of time up here, Sam. How old are you, Colin?
Turned 25 last November.
Oh, you ought to be a savage.
Go ahead,
on that
go to YouTube,
campus.
go to YouTube and Twitch. Go ahead and take a look at him. There's Colin. You can see Colin right there.
So Colin went over there to YouTube and Twitch.
We asked him earlier. When I say we, I mean me. When's the last time you got something, Colin? And we're like, hey man, he just said that's a great question. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. When did you give me a time frame? Last week, last month. Where do you think?
I mean, you would be even safe, I think, saying last year at this point.
No, I'm not gonna put him out like that.
It's
week,
22 days. I mean,
last year.
Everybody doesn't have to be the dog that we were.
Last year. I'm just curious. When do you think it is?
I mean, it's okay to have a little bit of couth, a little class.
My man looked, smiled, and said, that's a great question. That's a great question.
Boy, it came out of nowhere, too. You just busted in that door. Hey, Colin.
I wanted to keep him on his toes. John McClain's chain said, oh, he's a baby. That's what filed.
Oh, man.
That man said, that's a great question. All right, Clint, I want to say we're going to be moving when this season ends. We're going to be moving, and Nick Caserio already has. They've already made some signings for guys that they want to be a part in the summer program. But, Clint, the next thing is, all right, how are we going to handle this offseason, right? There's going to be free agency to add. There's going to be the draft. There's going to be contracts. There's going to be so many things that lead up to putting together the roster that they want to put together going into next season. And for me, I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but I would just hope, Clint, that their offseason is more like 2024 than it was 2025. And I'd say this understanding there were some failures in both, but I don't know about you guys. For me, at least in 2024, and you say this all the time, I could understand how they arrived at some of the places they got. I can get it. Like, maybe it failed. I can understand how they arrived with, all right, man, we're coming off that first year. We got Nico. Ooh, that's nice. We get Tank. Ooh, that's nice. Man, look at CJ. This guy's a top 10. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go add Diggs. Let's go. We got a rookie contract. Let's go. Let's go add. Let's go add Joe Mixon with the run game. It struggled. We couldn't get that. Let's add to it. Let's get Joe back there. Let's go get Daniil Hunter. Let's go while we got these guys on a rookie deal, right? Now, some places didn't work out, right? Like, I could get and understand them arriving to the point of Laramie Tunsil. We used a first-round draft pick, number 15. We set him down to get his body right. Kenyon Green. We used a second-round pick, moved up to get Juice Scruggs. Shaq Mason, at this point, didn't just fall off of an absolute map. You could see that. And then Titus, you could get to how they arrived to the moves they made and how and the decisions they made. Like, I thought that offensive line was going to be an improvement over the previous year and work and with Joe Mixon work. And week one it did. If you remember, it did. So I at least understand it. In 2025, Clint, like, we sat here immediately on multiple moves that they made, and we're like, whoa, what are we doing here? Right? We knew, all right, 8 sacks is the last time we saw them pressured all year long. So they go trade Tunsil, bring in Cam Robinson, bring in Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, Andrews. We know Tank is out. They go Christian Kirk and draft guys. Like, those moves, I think, backfired eventually, and some of them worked. But we walked into it, going into it, thinking like, man, this is like, I don't know if this is going to roll or make sense, make a lot of sense. So I would just hope that the move this year, or much closer to 2024, that at least they make sense. And to me, the failures that happened in 2024 were just like, yeah, man, I can understand how they arrived there. Like, I don't understand how they arrived with the offensive line and the issues that they ended up having to have all year long. Like, so I just hope these moves are moves that make more sense this year coming up.
I got to believe they're going to land somewhere in the middle, right? I think when you look at a couple of years back I think they not only made those moves, they also spoke it into existence of being, the more aggressive offense and stretching the field kind of deal. And so, which we know they're not going to do that. But I do expect them to be a little bit more aggressive, particularly at the O-line position. I think that's the one spot where, yes, they played well, but I think anybody in their right mind can understand where you can be better. Right? Your entire season can't hinge on Trent Brown, his health, or you're going to have to shuffle up your offensive line at 2 different positions.
Or finally stumble upon the Trent Brown thing because of the health.
Yeah, the running back position, the O-line room, I think you could see some upgrades. Not that the guys that had played this year were bad, but I think you see some upgrades. Re-up Ingram at right guard, and then I think that left guard center position could potentially be somewhere where you see them make an upgrade. And then the running back room, get a real one running back, slide Woody into that third down. It might be third down. I know some people hear that and it's disrespectful. That's not what I mean. But just maybe it's a little more in a third down back. But that role where you can really use his hands, you can really use his twitch and his route running ability instead of just, hey, man, run your head into this middle linebacker 20 times.
Yeah, like a lot of those things make sense. Like, I just like when we see off the top, like the plan was, let's make Titus a guard. Like that was the plan walking into. Now, ultimately, because of how you got there and the situation with Brown and Trent Brown and all that you got there is where the 5 was. But to walk into the season and say, man, let's make Titus a guard. Like that kind of stuff just didn't make a lot of sense to me. And I just hope it's more like I can understand Kenyon Green failed. Now the biggest complaint for me with that is that you didn't just bring somebody in to at least compete with him and to have a real contingency plan if he was going to be what he had been up with that time. But I can understand we drafted him 15th. We changed his body around. All right, he's going to be the one we're going to go with. I can get that plan. That was hard for me to understand. We're going to walk into the season and make the decision that Titus is going to be a guard.
Yeah, look,
and Cam Robinson is going to be a tackle.
Well, I would not that I don't run. I mean, I would argue that that's the one you can understand. Only because I mean striking out with Kenyon Green, striking out with Juice Scruggs, striking out with Lake and Tomlinson. I mean, good God, you know how bad you got to be to go 0 for 3 with those guys? A first-round pick.
And Scruggs.
And Scruggs, a second-round pick. And Lake and Tomlinson, a veteran that's been in the league. I mean, it's like, I mean, they, you know, I think that was.
But if you remember to start the season, though, they had him at guard.
Who?
Titus.
Oh, before all this happened. Yeah, before Ed Ingram emerged, right?
Yeah, the game plan. The game plan.
Good point.
Was,
no, good point.
They
good point.
walked in with a plan where we looked at each other like.
No, you're right. If I remember, because he was rebuilding his body, it looked like he looked different. No, you're right. I forgot about that.
Like that was the game plan. Like that just doesn't. Like that immediately jumped us into like, that's the answer to the biggest problem. I just hope it's more like, all right, these moves are made, got it, completely understand it. If it messes up, it doesn't fail. Like it's not because it didn't make sense. It's just things happen. All right, what you got coming up?
The noise around C.J. Stroud, y'all, is real. Whether you agree with it, like it, or love it, or whatever, like it or hate it, love it, hate it, whatever. National folks are catching on. Guys that have played ball, guys that cover it. I'm talking about guys that I think are probably highly respected guys, are at least discussing it. Not that it's right or wrong, but it's real. I'll give you that audio. We'll cuss and discuss next, right here on Sports Radio 610.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Give me a hell yeah.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it's one of them old Thirsty Thursdays, baby. You can have you a Thirsty Thursday at the house. You can have you a Thirsty Thursday wherever you're at. Maybe your local watering hole, wherever that may be, restaurant, ice house, backyard, man cave, whatever it may be. I don't advise that backyard. Well, I don't know. What is it right now? What is it right now? 65? Hell, you can still get outside right now. Get outside and enjoy that cold weather. We can that. Oh, damn. I didn't know what that was, Colin, but I like to turn me on a bit right there. Get out in that backyard and enjoy this warmer weather because it's fixing to get awfully January-ish here before too long. I think we're going to get a little cold snap. Like Ron mentioned earlier, make sure you get out there covered in pipes. Cover them pipes and your old well, if a little switch on your well, mine freezes up and what causes a real problem. My wife gets good and upset when it's cold out if she can't get in that bathtub and that water ain't hot. So I got to keep that rocking and rolling. So big shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings, by the way, for taking care of us all season long on our Thirsty Thursday tour right there. Big shout out. Buffalo Wild Wings are absolutely tremendous. The people are great. I can't say enough about all of the locations, the way they treat us. Nobody's better than Scarlett, by the way, but up in Willowbrook area. But I'm going to tell you, man, it's the crew. What do you think we hit, Ron, this year? You think about 10 different Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yeah.
Probably about 10 different Buffalo Wild Wings, man. And everywhere we go, the folks that work there, absolutely tremendous. I mean, top to bottom, never a problem.
Every location.
Man, always great. So big shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings for hosting us this season. We can't wait till next season rolls around where we get back out in them streets on every Thursday to make it happen. All right, we've got a lot going on here, and I'm telling you, the way the Texans season ended is not making it real easy to turn that page to the Rockets, who beat the Spurs not too long ago, which was a big win. And who they got, 76ers? Who is they go to Philly?
In Philly.
Go to Philly tonight. But the Texans, the way they finished that season, they're not making it really easy for us to turn the page, which I greatly appreciate. In our business, it is good. It is good for business. But the one thing that's interesting, and I think you mentioned this, the C.J. Stroud, the noise around C.J. Stroud has gone from, hey, man, maybe not a great fit, but, they're winning games. They win 10 in a row. This is still a guy that after year 3, you're going to re-up with a new contract and keep him around long term. This is your franchise quarterback. To all of a sudden now, at least an immediate reaction following the disaster that was the divisional round game versus New England, at least initially it was maybe knee-jerk to say, hey, man, I don't know if C.J. Stroud's the guy, man. Maybe there's a chance that the Texans could be on the outs and potentially trade C.J. Stroud. Thought that may be just something here locally, maybe just an emotional response to a game. Maybe it's just meant for all of us that cover the game and the team a little bit closer. But I do find it interesting that it seems like a few well-respected national folks are catching on maybe. And I can't tell yet if that's because it's a hot topic, a hot take, or is it real? But when I hear people that I personally respect, whether it be former players or coaches or just analysts, when I hear them lean in, I think at the very least we have to accept that it is a real conversation. It's not a flash in the pan, a knee-jerk reaction, that it's a real conversation. We heard Dan Orlovsky of ESPN, we heard him say 31 other quarterbacks in the league would have won that game for the Texans. Now, he has since gone back and apologized, which I'm not a big fan of the 3 days. Because clearly,
got away from him.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to apologize because it got away from you, but it seems like even his own words that he's apologizing because he heard people complaining and heard the pushback that he got from the people. I'm not a big fan of that. But I do find it interesting that he did apologize for the way he framed it, that 31 other quarterbacks could have won that game, should have won that game. I did not hear him apologize or backpedal on the thought that, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I believe he also followed that up with what does the offseason look like in Houston for the quarterback. And so that sheds a little light. But here's where I want to go on. And again, you don't have to like Patrick is it Fitzgerald? Patrick Fitzgerald? Fitzpatrick.
Oh, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Boy, I butchered that one, didn't I? Ryan, I got Fitz on here, and I'm like, oh, which one? Ryan Fitzpatrick. You don't have to love Ryan Fitzpatrick or hate him. I just think this is proof that it's a real conversation and that people that have played the game and been in the league for years and years and years and aren't very far removed from the game are having real conversations. There's no smirk on the face. There's no hot take. They're having real conversations about it. Here's Ryan Fitzpatrick on their podcast talking about the situation with C.J. Stroud in Houston.
If you're C.J. Stroud's agent, you're going in there and saying, look, all the other big-time quarterbacks, they got paid after their third year, and we want $60 million a year. I just think that the people in that building that are around him every day, C.J. Stroud, they're the ones that are going to have to make a decision on this guy. Is this guy we knows what C.J. Stroud does? I mean, if they don't give him the contract, is he going to sit and wait and say, guys, I'm not showing up until you pay me? Because that's probably the advice that his agent is going to give him. And so you look at their year overall, Davis Mills steps in, does a great job, placeholder for CJ when he was out with a concussion for those weeks. Did it feel like it was a huge drop-off when Davis Mills was in?
No.
I just think that this is one to keep an eye on because I think it could get ugly this offseason. But if you have hesitations about CJ being the face of your franchise, this is me not knowing anything. I think there's a chance maybe you trade him this offseason.
Yeah, by the way, that was Andrew Whitworth that also
chiming in. Yeah, they got a podcast together.
A long-time NFLer at the I believe tackle position for the Rams and the Bengals. But again, whether you agree with them or not is not the point here. The point is that nationally this is a real conversation. So it's obviously not crazy to have a conversation about C.J. Stroud's future here. Ron, and off of that audio right there, I'll say this. I think this thing could go one of two ways, and it is both ends of the spectrum. I think the Texans could be completely in love with C.J. Stroud the way that most believe that they are, DeMeco Ryans and even ownership, which, look, C.J.'s an easy guy to love. There's no doubt about that. And they could give him a hell of a deal this offseason and say, we're ride or die with C.J. Stroud. And everybody could be happy because C.J. gets his money. The agents have happy until rubber meets the road and you got to play games. I could also see, and it's dead-ass serious right now, I could also see where both parties could look at each other, get in a room as mature adults and talk and go, this could be a mutual parting of ways. I could see where C.J. Stroud could say, you know what, I've had 2 first-year play callers. My play has clearly regressed because in those systems things weren't right. You've seen what I'm capable of doing as top 10 MVP finisher along with the Rookie of the Year. And y'all are obviously pot committing to Nick Caley. Nick Caserio said that. I could see where him and his agent would go, we don't have a problem going to, starting over somewhere new with an organization that's doing things on the offensive side of the football a little differently. I don't think that's a stretch. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I don't think that's a stretch. On the other side of it, I could see where Nick Caserio, who again is pot committed to Nick Caley, obviously, and DeMeco Ryans is defensive-minded head coach. I could see where they could say, "Hey, we love CJ the man, and CJ is a very talented player. There's no doubt about it. We're not taking that away, but we got an unbelievable defense that we refuse to break up, and we got to spend money over there to keep it together, and we got an offensive system that, if we're all honest with each other right now, it's not a great fit between C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley and what they're doing. We don't know that investing $50 million a year in our quarterback to do what we want our quarterback to do in this system, I'm not real sure that you need to invest $50 million in that quarterback. And so let's just shake hands and make it happen and go opposite directions. I could legitimately see either one of those, which I know they're polar opposites on both sides of the spectrum. I could see where either one of those could be a reality in Houston. Is that crazy to think?
No, it's not crazy. I am a bit stunned that the conversation is taking its way to this place.
Yeah,
like that the conversation is even on the table. I'm a bit stunned by it. Like I wasn't surprised. Like after the game, I was thinking Sunday, like, and really not just after Sunday's game, but maybe even just how the playoffs went through with the Pittsburgh game too. The thought was, yeah, well, maybe this is a let's hold off and pick up a fifth-year option type of deal.
Yeah,
like I thought that was the conversation. Ryan Fitzpatrick and Whitworth aren't the only ones that I've heard that.
You sure it wasn't Patrick Fitzgerald?
No, I don't think it was Pat Fitzgerald. It sounds like a president.
That's the Michigan State head coach.
There
You're right,
you go.
You're right.
Damn.
Yeah, good
That makes
job.
me feel better about the butcher.
Not Northwestern. But I see people on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch, and not just them, but many others, people that are well respected in the sports world. Should they move on? How long is he going? Like I am surprised just when you say it out loud. A 24-year-old quarterback that has played 52 games, and I would say 75 to 80% of those 52 games, he's been either good to great in that time frame. That going into his last two games, it was much more – it was a thought that he would get an extension, not even a conversation piece of he's going to be traded. That the conversation is that conversation is even on the table. I am stunned that it has gone to that direction. I think maybe some people maybe need to get away from it a little bit, maybe need a vacation, maybe need more than a week or a month out to kind of think things, because you just don't see a 24-year-old 3 years, and in the 3 years he's been to Pro Bowls, he's a top 10, top 8 MVP finisher. And, you know, somebody that has helped a team have 3 straight winning seasons, gone to the playoffs, won 3 playoff games. Like you just generally don't see that be on the table. But it is clear that the last 2 games and that sample size for some people has become a bigger deal than the other 50. That's even a conversation on the table.
Well,
I'm surprised.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think the here I think sheds a little light on that, because as we've discussed multiple times, like I think the last 2 games really changed the dynamic of the conversation drastically. But I do believe that there's a regression that's been recurring, and you and I've talked about it on this show. Like you said, we take flack for it. There's been a regression that's been occurring for over a year now that I think has to be taken into consideration. Here's Greg Cosell, again, straight film watcher, man, straight film studier that talks the game. Absolutely great follow. Here's Greg Cosell talking about what he's seen on film from C.J. Stroud.
That's a great question. I mean, I can only go by watching tape. I don't know what's in his head, but C.J. Stroud has become a quarterback that plays incredibly fast. His mental and physical processes become speeded up way too soon. He perceives pressure that's often not there. When he can't play in rhythm, you can almost see his body language in the pocket. Everything becomes faster. I thought Troy Aikman spoke about it really well during the telecast. The last 2 years have been difficult. They've got to figure out what it is. You know, if he's the guy, you know, he's going into his 4th year. But the last 2 years, for the most part, with few exceptions, he's not been a comfortable player. Everything's happening too fast for him.
The more responsibility C.J. Stroud gets, the more control, at least we are told that he gets, the more difficult it is for him to consistently play the game the way they want him to play it, right? The way that because this may be a fit thing. But again, the only day is to lay out some well-respected folks in the industry that are still talking about this and talking about it with a straight face and laying out what I think is is really solid evidence to, hey, man, it could be a real conversation that goes into the offseason. Like I said, I don't think, by the way, as we discussed this, that this is a Texans, DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio dominant conversation. Ultimately, they're the ones that are going to make the decision, but I do believe that there's should be conversations being had between C.J. Stroud and his representation as well about kind of what's going on in Houston and what the future looks like in Houston for the young quarterback as well. So we shall see, man. It's a hell of a time to be alive, ain't it?
Do you think that, and I know you said you were out, and maybe we'll see, but you think he's completely lost it? Like he's completely lost what we thought? Because literally, like it was 2-3, maybe not exactly 2 weeks ago. There's been a trail down, but a month ago, I don't think most people would be saying these things. Most people wouldn't even been talking about he's going to have let's wait on the extension. I think there's still the majority of people like a month ago would have been like, hey man, you lock him down so you'd have to pay him more.
Look, I think there's a lot of people. I think there's a lot more people in your camp of the young talent you can't let out the door. I think just generally speaking, I think there's a lot of people that are, it's a generational talent, just throwing the football, and we've seen him be great before. I think that's a loud crowd. I think there's also a crowd here in Houston that it's the Texans quarterback, and they're gonna be in his corner no matter what. So I think there's a lot of there's a lot of different, I think, opinions that I think kind of muddy the waters with this thing. But I just, to me, it's not about it's. I'm removing my personal feelings from it. I just don't think CJ, I don't think you can pay $50 million, $60 million to a guy if he's not like an elite leader in your clubhouse. Whether that's because of his personality or it's his play or his brain or whatever it is. I don't think that you can pay that guy $50 to $60 million if he's 6 or 7 or 8 deep on the leadership role in your organization. I don't think you can pay $50 to $60 million for a guy that is on his second coordinator and still seems to have communication issues, right? I don't think you can pay $50 to $60 million to a guy that in the biggest moment of the organization, you factor in the opportunity that was there, you factor in how much he was asked to do with this defense. Like in that moment,
And that moment for you
everything I just said is I'm not knee-jerk reaction. I've talked about this. I'm not knee-jerk reacting to the game. Now the game is coming to a head and it's a big-ass deal. To me, the Pittsburgh game was a big-ass deal. We talked about that. I wasn't gonna minimize the Pittsburgh game. That's a big deal. It's just hard to even fathom paying somebody $50 to $60 million that, hey man, going on the road and some noise and some weather just completely throws him off. That's just where I'm at with. So I don't think it's that. It's a risk. To your point, it's a risk to start over. But I don't think, given all those things, like if I just look at his rookie year, yeah, it's like, man, you're crazy. What are you talking about? But that's just not what. That's not what's the sample size is anymore.
No, I'm looking. Yeah, I look at all 52 of them, all 52 games that he played. Again, we got a lot of time to discuss this. Some news here, potentially we're hearing maybe from the Texans. We'll let you know about that coming up on the other side.
Francisco this year, but Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive. Rose voted by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh boy, CJ's going to be the gift that keeps on giving on this show and this station, and it should be discussed. I'm going to come right out and say I think people have gone way too far on the swing on where CJ is. Now you're obviously entitled to your opinion. But I just think the saying it out loud, like, you know, in the last two games, that seems like that has superseded the sample size of 50. And I think that is aggressive. Someone just texted in. Now we're texting in things like this. Ron, what game this year did you watch where CJ carried the team and was elite? Where was this last week? Where was this last week? Where the hell were you all last week in this? When we would even dare to talk about the interceptions or the fumbles, and we're just hating. I'd say what you kept telling me last week. You know how many times you had to tell me about the San Francisco game last week? Y'all said he was elite then. I agree. Beat a San Francisco team without Nico Collins, without Christian Kirk, over 300 yards. Does that count? You all remember the Kansas City game? In spite of the awful situations his coordinator and his O-line put him in, and he made throws that had nothing to do with anything called that saved drives. There was a 3rd and 17 he had no business completing to Higgins, where he was immediately pressured. This is just a little. I think I get where Clint is. Clint is in the space. Clint saw it in his face. He saw it that is hard for him to recover. I would just, my thing is, we've watched them have big games and have big moments. Albeit, that was absolutely awful. Peed down his leg and everything. But we've also seen him have moments where he stood in the face and did things. And played big. Literally all the way up to that point, I would say the majority of you were like, CJ's the guy. It's too many of you all now texting in like he's out. Someone texting in, you're weak, Ron. No, you are. You're weak. You're weak. 2 games. Now you on his ass gone? Get out of here. All I've been sitting here, you've been telling us for a year. This is the guy. And all of that fast, that quick, get out of here, man. That quick. Not even just, hey man, let's play this sucker out. One more, let's see what happens with the fourth year. You out? Ignoring all of the other moments. It's just he's played 6 playoff games. I mean, every bit of 2, this is the last 2 playoff games was the first time that he was a negative to his team in these playoff games. All the other 4, that wasn't a reason. I just think this is swung just a bit much. Going past the lane, let's see what he does. In the 4th year, I'm just out. Get out. It is. And I guess this is where we're just going to disagree, Clint. I don't believe that C.J. Stroud has lost it. To me, if you are out and you're going past C.J., you feel like
that dude, that like I just can't see him. I can't see him getting anywhere close to where he was at his 8 picks. I just can't get there at this point. And maybe I'd pay for it because I would go for another year. Or maybe I'd be proven wrong on this. But I can't go over the last two, because it'd be one thing if he had played it, like if this was a deal of his, he plays in big games and he just comes up small. But that's not what CJ has been. Right? And for the life of me, when you like the thought to me is, Clint, when I look at as you, and you're right, he has taken steps down. There has been a regression. Like one of the first things I think about is, all right, we've had this cat for 3 years. I've seen this guy most of the time be an asset to the team, be good or great for this team. Seen a sample size of greatness of nearly 20 games. The first thought of mine is, well, what the hell's going on around him that has allowed him to drop from up here to down here? Like, that's got to be, like, before I'm out. I got to look at it. And you're right. There's something going on with him and corners. And maybe it's just him. Maybe it is him. But I got to figure that out. Right? And we have got to get to the bottom of how the hell this guy was up here where we were thinking this is a top 8 quarterback. This is a top 7 quarterback. There were people that used to play for the Packers and the Vikings. He's on Fox. Greg Jennings. He flat out had C.J. Stroud as the MVP. He wasn't alone. Multiple people picking him as the MVP. He was a top 5 favorite. What in the hell has happened that he has dropped from here to there? Like, even he's always had the emotional, weird swings. He's an emotional cat, right? Yes, I thought he was going to get in the ambulance with Tank. He's an emotional cat. That's always been there. But what also has always been there is he threw the ball on the money to Tank down the field that led to him breaking his leg. He threw that ball on the money. Now we've gotten to the point where that's not consistent. We've seen him be great, and right now he's being coached by somebody who's a tight ends coach. Like at some point it's got to be like, what the hell's around him that has led him to get here? Like, that's just, I'm really surprised how that is not as much the conversation and maybe people were like, that was what it was last year. I don't know, but I'm really surprised that you look at it and you say, all right, man, he's got a coordinator with not a ton of experience, and he's got an offensive line that's up and down and here, and like Greg Cosell said, I don't know what's happened in the last 2 years. I don't know. I can think of a couple of things around him that's happened in the last 2 years that may lead to being skittish and playing like that. So I'm really, I know I need to shut up. I just went through.
No, that's good
but
stuff.
It is. And you be such, the last text, Ron, you're being such a homer. When the hell has anyone called me a homer in Houston? Stop protecting. I'm just speaking honestly, right? Like, it's one thing. Hey, man, if he's been sitting here with Andy Reid for the past 2 years and we're just seeing this thing roll down, hey, man, I can't tell you. I got a laundry list of quarterbacks that have worked under him. All of a sudden, Nick Caley shows up and he can't communicate. All of a sudden, Nick Caley shows up and he only throws couple routes to Nico Collins. He can't complete. Like, all of a sudden he shows up. These things become a thing. They weren't having pre-snap penalties before this like this. We'll go to break. Coming up, we'll get Clint's side on this. I just took up all the whole lot.
No, that is
we'll get,
golden.
Because I know that Clint has some response to this. And no, he does not suck, guys. You can't, don't give me that. You were not saying he sucked last week. You weren't saying that. You weren't saying that. He sucked in the game against the Patriots. Yes, no one in here believes C.J. Stroud sucks, except Tony.
Coming up, we'll get Clint's thought on the other side.
All right, what's good, y'all? I got to tell y'all about Mokaram Injury Law.
Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. I've talked too much.
No, you hadn't, man. That was good, bro.
I looked up at the clock, and the clock was well past it by the time I was thinking to hand the ball off.
As much as I interrupt you and chew up all the oxygen in the room, hell, I can give you a 30-minute segment, man. Give me a 35 segment that you take to 38. That's okay, man. Hell with it. Good. It was good, man.
All right, yeah, and it's good. We see it in different spaces, and I think there are people on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch that I think some are seeing it in my space, and then some I think are more leaning towards, where you are on this thing. And I just, anything I said, your reaction to and your response.
To me, I don't disagree with your points. I don't at all. I am looking at it more big picture, I think, than you. I don't like if they came out and said, "Hey, we're moving on from Nick Caserio, we're going to go get Cliff Kingsbury and run a little bit more spread open offense that's a little bit more quarterback friendly, that literally was invented to do more with less, to ask your quarterback to understand spacing and limit the verbiage and literally be quarterback friendly from a mental perspective, right? Don't mentally overload them and just let them play free. Like, if that were the case, I'm right there with you. No chance you move him. No chance you do everything to keep him happy. But the reality of the situation right now is, especially after hearing the general manager say, I would expect Nick Caley back, we're talking about a defensive-minded head coach that if you look at all the defensive-minded head coaches over the years, some may lean towards helping a quarterback and building around a quarterback and bending the knee to the quarterback and really, really propping him up and building around him, but they don't buy all in. You look at the New England Patriot way of doing things, right? I mean, hell, if anybody, we know it here. Look how Bill O'Brien handled Deshaun Watson. Deshaun overcame a lot of it, but look what he had him handcuffed at the line of scrimmage half the time, eating up the damn play clock, trying to figure out how you protect himself. Like, that is who Nick, because that's all Nick knows. Caserio. That is where he comes from. That's what Bill Belichick did. That's what New England did, and that's all they know is more with less on the offensive side of the ball. You got a defensive-minded head coach, and then you look at it instead of just, hey man, this guy has of just greatness. There's also that regression. There's also that leadership piece. There's also that lack of ability to communicate. Again, that I don't see the pieces that are demanding elite communication and elite processing around him. I don't see those pieces changing anytime soon. And so for me, I'm viewing it from, if I thought to your point, I don't like, I've said it before. I think you look around the league at rookie quarterbacks, and I think he's been dealt a bad hand with multiple first-time play callers. Don't even need to get into the weeds of all the issues of whatever was going on with Bobby Sloak behind closed doors and whatever the communication processing issue is right now with Caley. You don't even need to get into the weeds.
And I'm not even going to say that he didn't have anything to do with. Was it
yeah.
I don't know, but I'm not going to just say he didn't have anything to do with the two.
And you look at what they're doing offensively, and I just don't believe that they believe that they need a $50 to $60 million physically gifted quarterback to win games and win Super Bowls. I feel like they need.
You think they've always thought that? Or do you think that?
I think I would like to think that when you hire Nick Caley, that's what you've discovered about you as a head coach, DeMeco Ryans, and this particular football team, and you hire Nick Caley, and that's what you're doubling down on Nick Caley. So I got to believe that's what is going to be, at least for another year, in trying to win football games. And so I just don't believe that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans sit there and go, yeah, we need a ball placement specialist. Yeah, we need a guy who his forte is stretching the field and accuracy at the second level, right? I believe that they're sitting there going, I tell you what, give me a high-level processor in this offense. And I don't mean overall. Give me a processor that is in the mold of this particular offense. Give me a guy that will blindly follow everything Nick Caley this system wants you to do, and give me a guy that's even keel and that's it. That's all I want.
I'm a ball placement specialist,
and I don't believe that they feel like they need that high end $50 to $60 million talent. I could be wrong. Maybe they give them the extension. I could be wrong. I just don't. I think there's a lot more layers to it than just, boy, C.J. Stroud is uber talented, and we've seen him play at an MVP level. Do everything you can to get that out of him. They're clearly not doing that.
You're right. It is insane to me that, yes, they feel like that they may not need that, right? Like it's like Baltimore. We're going to go to the 2000 Patriots or 2000 Ravens. Yeah, I'm sure Baltimore clearly didn't need somebody better than Trent Dilfer. They sure as hell probably thought, all right, we wouldn't mind having it. I bet you if they had somebody, because what happened the next year after they won the championship, they cut Trent and Elvis back because they thought he would give them a better shot. Now, I don't know if they were right on that, but that was the move because we can get better in that. I can understand that they may not need it, but once you have it and you've seen it, I don't know what makes you then turn on the emergency brake and say, no, let's take this talent and stifle it.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you call it stifle. I mean,
I know they may say it a different way.
Well, no, but I mean, but they don't. I mean, and look, we're speculating here. I don't think if that is the case, I don't think they look at it like stifle it. I think they look at it like, yeah, that talent was great. It won 10 games and got the doors blown off in the second round. And they look like with our defense, and if we're better within this system, then overall as a team, we will be significantly better. And that's, I think I believe that's where they're at. Now, do they give him another year and see if he can be that guy? And does he play well enough to convince them that, hey man, we can let some of these defensive pieces go and pay our quarterback 50 to 60? Then so be it. I just think they're at a crossroads right now where I think it's never going to be he's never going to be more valuable, right? And you're never going to be in a position more convinced that you could win with less ultimately at the quarterback position. So I don't know. I think it's real.
Yeah. I hope somebody within that piece just says to themselves what the Bears said.
Well, hell. Out there, the best center and the best guard on the market, free agent, and then went and hired the best offensive mind in the game as a head coach.
Yeah, what did they? But
we clearly ain't dealing with that.
But what did they? But what was the reason they did that?
Because they got a young quarterback, a young stud.
They want to get the best out of him.
We ain't got that.
And but they had it. I
didn't mean CJ. I mean we don't have that approach.
That is just wild to me. That
I mean, you got to come to terms. You got to come to terms with the general manager.
I'm not going.
But Ron, he talked to the media. He talked to the media yesterday after the head coach said everything is going to be evaluated. He said, "No, Nick Caley's going to be here."
No,
that entirely changes the game.
5 o'clock fire coming up next. Some news about one of these other parts that they've thrown to CJ. We'll let you know the latest on that. And surprising, a list that CJ, under these tutelage, probably never will join and I'm in a bad place. The NFL has released their MVP finalists.
what do you know? Couple of these young quarterbacks, they got offensive coaches that have experience. They're in it. We'll let you know the latest of that. And the Cowboys, they're making some moves. All of that as we continue right here coming up.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Here we go! We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show. And Big C, Big Collins in the building. He's in for T-Mill. Tyler is not feeling good. And hopefully he gets better. Hopefully he is able to come back with us soon as possible. But we're in capable hands with our guy Colin as he is in the building with us. A little 5 o'clock fire coming through, and I got to look at it. I got to see what Tyler did last night because Tyler was on a roll.
I know we won one.
You know he won one.
Yeah. I got that one with him, Chief.
You got that one with him. So
old buddy in Cleveland going under. You know how many points he scored?
12.
13.
He got 13. Man, they got him right. He averages 13 and a half. I couldn't remember the others. I had to. I think he got because I think he had Philly, the Raptors, and somebody, and I think they did get the over that 222. I believe he had. So yeah, I think he was probably in good shape, but no best bets today. But hopefully he gets back in tomorrow and get you some ability to make a little cash with these championship games coming up.
I don't like you being out sick, T. If you're hot, man, you got to be here so I can get on. So I can get on with you, Chief.
I believe Tyler's listening right now, and I believe he could have sent in his best bet. To be honest with you, Tyler, you still got a few minutes.
Check it out. Grizzlies money line over the Hawks. Did the Grizzlies?
Are you about to do this right now? Well, hold on. Well, let's do it at 5:30 in his time frame. Okay. So you're gonna step in for him.
I'll do a little digging.
You're gonna step in for him. Do you some digging, and you're gonna step in for him. All right. Let's start here. This is the latest news here, and there's a new coach. A coach vacancy has been filled in the AFC. An important one of the top ones, the Baltimore Ravens. They're going to stay defense. Well, not stay defense, go defense, because he was more special teams guy, was Harbaugh. But they were going to go with the Chargers defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter. He was also at Michigan with Jim Harbaugh before that, so they're really kind of staying in the Harbaugh family, to be honest with you. So Jesse Minter is going to be the new head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. He is the one who gets that defense and Lamar Jackson. And I think what is going to be the big key in case to this, Clint, is, and this is something he had to sell the guys in the front office who are making the decision, is who are you bringing in offensively to work with Lamar Jackson? Right, that's got to be the big. Lamar's 29 years old. Who are you bringing in to work with Lamar Jackson? And I think Jesse Minter is a really good coach. He's been under Harbaugh for all those years. And obviously you pick up some leadership stuff from him. And his defenses have been really good at both Michigan and since he's been with the Chargers. I like this hire, but I think all of it kind of depends on who he's going to bring in to be his OC.
Yeah, a lot of it does. And I'm going to tell you, this was one because I couldn't pin who the head coach would be for Baltimore. This was one where I was, I always like to do my little exercises of what coordinators would I don't care about head coaches. What coordinators would I like to see with these quarterbacks, right? And there's one coordinator out there right now that I want to see him in one or two places. One of them being Baltimore, one of them being Tennessee, and that's Cliff Kingsbury. I don't know what's going to happen with Cliff Kingsbury at this point. But I know Kingsbury, the year he had with Jaden Daniels, the year or two that he had with a healthy and an engaged Kyler Murray would be. I would love to see Lamar Jackson in that offense where it's all about spreading them out, playing with tempo, spreading them out, creating running lanes. We've seen him in a little the bunch everything up, put two backs in the backfield, the more power run game with some of the quarterback stuff off of it with Greg Roman, right? We've seen him in a college kind of a little bit of a spread style offense of late with what's my man's name that was at Georgia and then went to Baltimore. It's been OC there, Todd Monken, right? I maybe Bobby Petrino at Louisville when he won the Heisman and flirted with a national championship. Maybe that was the more spread pass happy that he's been in, the most spread kind of true quarterback friendly system. I think I would like to see him with Cliff Kingsbury.
I would like to see somebody that's creative and somebody that isn't going to, and I don't think you can do it with Lamar anyway, but force him into a pro style, we're going to throw it set.
Well, yeah, the interesting thing about Lamar, and I don't have the answer, right? But clearly out of the gate, everybody was wrong with the whole quarterback thing, right? And then he has shown, I've always said this, I think his arm talent, just the ability to drop the arm slot and deliver the football from different angles and stuff, he's not the best in the league, but he's in the conversation of the top five when it comes to that.
He's become a much better thrower.
Yeah, but I don't have the answer, but I think the offensive minds in the league do. Is like, where does Lamar Jackson really land? Like, it's not shocking that quarterbacks, and this is not a slight to Lamar, it's just the reality of it. Like, it's not a slight to say, hey, this guy throws the ball over the middle of the field a lot better than he does to the sideline, right? I mean, I would say that a lot of quarterbacks are more comfortable doing one or the other, or more talented at doing one or the other. And so figuring out, like, really what is his sweet spot and really rolling with it, man. It just seems every time real good back day, it just didn't seem like there was electric dudes around him. There were good, hard-nosed, downhill type. Even this year, like Derrick Henry obviously is great, and I love that combination. And you think by play style that the guys around him are electric. The little receiver out of Boston College that they've got.
Yeah, Zay Flowers.
Like, that's an explosive, but it really doesn't. When you watch him, it doesn't jump off. They went
after Hopkins.
It seems like they've always been reaching, and it just never has like taken off. And I would like to see a system with Lamar where you make them focus on the quarterback, and therefore everything around them is so much easier. I don't know that we've ever seen that with Lamar. He's been great, but I don't know.
He's been the reason everything's easier.
Yes.
Not.
Yeah. So I think I would like.
That is one of the intriguing things, because there are a lot of OCs, but some of them are starting to get pulled off the board. Like the top one, Mike McDaniel, which we would have loved to have seen that. He is off the board, so that'll be one to watch to see, because I think that's clearly he has a game plan, right? Clearly, I don't think he gets the job if he doesn't have a game plan and a game plan that was sold to them and Lamar, right? Lamar is involved in this. There's like, Lamar's got to be comfortable with Jesse Minter. This isn't a Nick Caserio thing.
Well, the OC that he just left was obviously Greg Roman. They're not going to go back down that route.
I don't think so. But I think that's.
I would love to see Cliff and
Lamar. Well, is he the top? Is Cliff the top OC candidate? If he doesn't get Cliff, Dable, just what about Brady?
If
Joe
Brady doesn't get
that would be what he's done with the running pass there.
I'd like to see Brady with CJ.
5 o'clock fire.
I almost got sucked into that. There's a lot. You just didn't name them. Who else would you rather see it with? All right. Update here for the Texans. Cade Stover, their tight end, who looked like he may have had a real serious injury, was able to avoid a major injury. He does have a partially torn MCL and PCL, but will not need surgery and could be back for off-season programs, according to Aaron Wilson. That's the latest report of as we know, one of CJ's complete misfires, almost injured, did injure, almost tore his knee up. But that is the latest there. But Clint, that is, speaking of Cade, to get to a conversation, I think that is a position, that tight end position, that is a position that I think the Texans thought that was potentially a strength. I think a position now that they've got to be a little bit more serious about adding, like, type of what we know we're going to get type players, because outside of Dalton Schultz, who just had a big bounce back season, behind him, I don't know how many guys you can actually trust, whether it's because of them not being able to be on the field or their play.
And I'll say this. I've done a 180 on Dalton Schultz. But with that said, that is one place where when you look at free agency, and I don't even know who's out there, but when you look at free agency, when you look at the draft, right, this team offensively, if they're going to be, again, Nick Caley's system, which is a very vanilla, stagnant offense that's going to be a find the mismatch type deal, they could use a tight end that is a game changer. I mean, like threaten vertically. I mean, a guy like, I mean, that's one thing about this system. I mean, Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski, it ain't like them. They didn't, and I love what Dalton Schultz has brought to the table here. But there's zero explosion. I mean, there's zero threat in the defense, put pressure on the defense.
But also look where they were when he had to come out of the game.
The playoffs,
look where they. I mean, that like Stover, Bryant. That's not gonna. I know they plan for Brevin Jordan, but I mean, you got to at this point you got to stop planning for Brevin Jordan.
Yeah,
almost.
I agree. I agree. But they're all hope other than Dalton Schultz, right? They're all hope at this point in time, and that's my point. Is it would be one thing if you had like a surefire, if you had George Kittle at the top and then you had a couple of dudes underneath and they were like, yeah, one's one's hope for a good inline tight end, one's got some hope to be an explosive weapon, but they can't stay healthy. I mean, you've got a tight end, Dalton Schultz, but overall you need more explosion. Like Nico can't carry all of it, and the other guys aren't. The point is I would love to see the Texans be aggressive, whether it's draft or free agency, and go get a tight end that can get vertical and that can be more of a playmaker.
Yeah,
Isaiah Likely,
he's a free agent, and they've already signed. They've already signed Clayton to a new contract. So I wonder if they would sign both of them and keep them both in house. So
sounds likely.
What about Andrews
again?
Oh, good one, Colin. He should have set that out. Should he have set that out? Isaiah Likely's kind of what I'm talking about, though.
He was stirring to get to that. I'm with you. Isaiah Likely is a young player that is going to be a hot commodity.
Well, you go Isaiah Likely and Dalton Schultz on the same offense. I mean, you've got a really, really, really good tight end tandem for a league that stays in 12 personnel as much. Like your second tight end in 12 personnel can't be a developmental tight end that can't stay healthy in Cade Stover, and it can't be a kind of a unique weapon in Brevin Jordan that can't stay healthy.
And you're right. They may have to just over-talent this thing to make the system work, like to make the offense work as well. Like if they're able to flood it with enough talent where you got two tight ends that can get open.
I wouldn't expect that to happen. I'm just leaning into their experience with tight ends and Kaylee's background.
I know, but I'm just saying if you get to a point where Tank is healthy and Nico is there, you got Likely and maybe Noel. Maybe you have so much talent out there that it like this way that they want to play can result into bigger plays or something like that. I don't know, but they have to get more serious about tight end because that, like you said, behind you can't roll with Stover, Bryant, and Latchy.
There's just a real opportunity at the running back position and at the tight end position. I don't know that there's much room to move at the wide receiver position. Nico Collins is obviously at the top. Christian Kirk, I'll be honest with you, he's out of contract, but you got about $10 million or $8 million worth of dead money because you extended, you renegotiated and pushed all his money into the next 3 years. So that may be something that you end up having to eat, but nonetheless, he can't be the answer, right? And Xavier Hutchinson, you can't get rid of him because, hell, he's your second most dependable wide receiver other than Nico Collins. And then you look at the two youngsters; they're not going anywhere; they're rookies. So I mean, it's just going to be hard to fathom them doing something at the wide receiver room. I think it's got to be running back and tight end, and I think there's legit options out there.
Yeah, text line. I think Stover could be really good. I do too, but I mean, I just don't think you can just say, all right, he's going to pencil him in. He's going to be our two.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. They have announced, and we'll get to the defensive player of the years coming up in a bit, but they've announced the offensive or the MVP finalists, and we'll be in San Francisco when that gets awarded and announced. Christian McCaffrey is the lone non-quarterback that is on this list of the 5 finalists, but it's Christian McCaffrey, Josh Allen, Drake May, Matt Stafford, and Trevor Lawrence. This feels like it's between Stafford and Drake May,
But damn, Trevor Lawrence being a finalist for the MVP based off of how people viewed him fairly, and to see what a difference of the new coach and staff brought in to get him to a space where he is a finalist for the MVP is insane, even though I think Stafford's probably going to win it.
Yeah, look, I think Stafford's going to win it. And I'll be honest with you, in them top 5, I saw this a little earlier, I'm a little surprised that Myles Garrett's not in it.
Oh, really?
I know the team ain't worth the damn.
You thought
he
that
broke
strong?
a record. I mean, best year of an edge rusher ever.
Yeah. I mean, if he's the walk-away with other good candidates. And like I said, we'll get to it. He's the walk-away winner for the defensive player. Yeah, but if they had a winning record, I think that might be
maybe in the cards.
Yeah, I think that might be.
I think Matthew Stafford wins this one, though. Old head.
Yeah, him or Drake. Yeah, I like when they lost to Seattle, for some reason he dropped, but then I think they lost the next week too, and that's where it really got hairy. But I mean, his numbers and their team's success is so through the roof. It's hard to see that he doesn't.
Well, it's hard too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I like Drake, man. I think Drake had a hell of a season, obviously. But when I watch, I haven't watched a ton of them, but when I watch New England, I don't see the same dude, the same defense that I see when I watch the Rams and Stafford.
I think there have been some games.
Some moments.
The Ravens game, the Bills game, like he's had some of their bigger games. He's had some moments. Those ones he didn't turn over 3 times. Or 2 or 3 times like he did against the Texans, but he's had some big moments. All right, coming up, we just talked about the MVP finalists. They have been announced. Will Anderson, he is a finalist for the MVP, for the Defensive Player of the Year, and now we're looking at this. Has he put together the type of season that will put him in a space where he becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in football? And what will that mean for the Texans if that is the case? We'll do that coming up next.
40.
Sports Radio 610 will be. All week long leading up to the big game, hear Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive live at Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up, Clint Mills best bets. Clint coming up here around 5:30-ish. We'll give you some bets to place. Now, Clint hit me up the other day. Was like, "Hey man, what do you think about?" He likes to hit me up with some of these basketball bets, and he hit me up about a lot of first quarter bets for Luka. And I'm like, yeah, and they all hit. It was about a good three of them.
They got smashed.
They all hit, and they hit before the first time out. And I told him, yep. I think it was make a three in the first quarter. It was 9.5 points in the first quarter.
First highlight I saw of that first quarter, before the first quarter was up, was him draining a three.
I'm saying, man, he plays a lot. He's the best first quarter scorer in the league, and the way that their rotation is, JJ keeps him in damn near the entire quarter. LeBron is the one who gets the rest at 6 minutes, and then when LeBron comes out, he gets even more shots. And baby, Colin, he hit them all before the first timeout for the first commercial. He had 12 points. He had made 2 threes. And guess what? Clint didn't bet him.
So that's the night Kevin.
I texted him as soon as the commercial break. I texted him all the stats. I said he's hit them all already.
That's the one Kevin Durant got me that night. I went Kevin Durant higher than 24.5, and he got me.
Yeah,
he must have heard you.
So Clint will step in for T Mill's best bets as he will hook you up here in just a bit. All right, I think some really good news. I know it's been a tough ending to the season, but and what a breakthrough season, and we thought last year was the breakthrough, or maybe the year before that. But he has improved each and every year, and now to the point that this year he had 12 sacks, which is an improvement of the 11 he had. But he led the league in pressures, led the league in a lot of different categories, top 5 in a lot of pressure hits, those categories. And with that, he is not only a Pro Bowler. He is not only a first-team All-Pro, he is now a finalist for the Defensive Player of the Year award. And I get the feel, Clint, I don't think he's going to win this because obviously Myles Garrett just had a record-breaking season. And if you're doing in the last segment what Clint is, where you say, I'm surprised that Myles Garrett didn't maybe crack the MVP vote, then he's probably going to win the Defensive Player of the Year award. But I do think he probably finishes second with Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson, as I said, Myles Garrett, and Nick Bonito. I think Will's got a shot to finish second. And Clint, when you are eligible to get a new deal and you hit the defensive first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, 12 sacks, elite in a lot of different categories. You're a finalist for the Defensive Player of the Year, potentially a top 2 for the year. You put yourself in really good position, Clint, when it comes to contract talks. And I think at this point, it will only be if the Texans are crazy, and I don't think they're crazy with this, or Will is taking a team discount. But I think Will Anderson has put himself in a position with the season he has had to take over what Micah Parsons set, and that is to be the highest paid defensive player and highest paid non-quarterback. in football. He's getting 46.5 per. I think Will has put himself in a spot with an amazing year, an amazing 3-year run to put himself in that position.
Yeah, man. I mean, you
They're
couldn't.
gonna bite the bullet.
The timing couldn't have been any better, man. I think obviously the play matches, and I'll say what's special. I think about or what's beyond special about his play is he's not just a good pass rusher. He's not just a guy that sets the edge. He is tremendous at creating chaos in run situations as well as pass situations. I mean, he can absolutely destroy a pass protecting concept. No chance are you blocking him with a back or a tight end. And he can absolutely destroy run concepts. Just to offensive linemen get knocked completely off their track. I mean, in a league of very few people that can play the game both versus a run and the pass the way that he does, his play warrants him setting the market itself. When you then come close to what he means to this organization. I mean, he is the face of the organization. He's got J.J. Watt type of intangibles.
I think he's definitely the face of the organization internally.
Yes,
I think inside
no
like that he is the.
No question about it. And so when you look at, I mean, it's one thing to draft a great player. It's one thing to draft a great player that then is actually better than you think he is going to be on the field. It's another thing to draft that player. He's that good. Then he's also, the leader, the alpha, the face, the pillar that you want to build this thing around. And so when that happens, when those stars align with one player, you don't even chance him getting out of the building. You don't even chance him being disgruntled. Yeah, man, after year 3, you pay Will Anderson whatever the hell he wants. If it's market setting money, good. Now you hope that Will Anderson, which I could see Will Anderson doing this, that Will Anderson understands, hey, it would be good to be a part of a top defense in the league for years to come. So maybe I don't set the market at $47 million a year. Maybe I give a little bit of a team-friendly discount to make sure that guy opposite me or them corners outside of me can cover, and their top-tier guys. Make sure we can pay the entire group. And so I could see Will Anderson doing that, but whatever he wants, Ron, I got the checkbook open.
Yeah, I think it will be whatever. If he wants to go that route, he'll endear himself even more to the Houston fan base. But if he wants to, which we don't know what the amount is going to be, but usually the salary cap is rising every year. If he wants to get, I think there is an argument internally that he is as untouchable as anybody in the building.
Yeah. There's no question.
And they're going to make sure
I think he's the most important player in Texans uniform right now. In the locker room.
In the locker room. I still lean to CJ, but I hear you. Just the quarterback. I mean, the quarterback for the future of this team. We just watched this defense do what they did this year, and they didn't make it out of the divisional round.
I thought you were about to go off again, man.
Oh no, I'm going off. But no, but I definitely, as we said, I definitely believe they view Will Anderson as he is everything that is Houston Texans football. I believe they view him that way. All right, T-Mill is out, but Clint, you got the best bets for the people. So listen to these.
Well, last night, T-Mill was 2 for 2. Little 2 for 2 night. Yeah, little 2 for 2 night. Luckily, I picked, because he's on a heater, I picked one, and I picked one of the right ones. He was 2 for 2 last night. I'm not going to go with an even number because I don't want no even split, Ron. I like to either win or lose here. And you got me once, not you, but I didn't follow your lead once, but it's not going to happen. Luka Doncic over 0.5, over half of a 3 in the first quarter. We need 1 3-pointer to go down from Luka in the first quarter.
Yeah, against the Clippers, that'll be probably up and down.
That's it. By the way, all 3 props here. All 3 props. 2 of them are Rockets, and one of them's Luka. Luka, we need 1 3 in the over-under there, Ron, was 10.5 in the first quarter. It's getting up there a little bit. By the way, they're playing the Clippers for what that's worth. All right, number 2, player prop number 2. I lost on this one a couple of days ago. Barely, not by much, but I only did it because KD decided to save all of his energy for defense with the big fella in San Antonio in town, right? But the number's the same, and I believe KD goes off. KD over 24.5 tonight. And then the last one, I thought this number was low, obviously, because they're playing the 76ers. But Şengün, his rebounds are typically 9.5.
They got a little lower?
Got a little lower. Şengün over 8.5 rebounds tonight. So I need 1 3-pointer out of Luka. I need KD to have 25 or more. I need Şengün to have 9 rebounds or more. Money. Book it. 3 for 3.
I definitely like the Luka and I definitely like the Luka and Şengün. I'm guessing Joel Embiid is a game time decision. I'm guessing they think Joel's going to play. That's why maybe his rebounds jump down a little bit, but doesn't mean he's going to play the whole time. And I like those two. The KD one, you're probably right. You probably think bounce back as he deferred a lot and didn't really get up a lot of shots against San Antonio.
And if he did not, but Ron, if he would have not, he missed a wide open three in that fourth quarter, and he missed a 2 a jumper from the elbow that would have got him. I mean, that I think that would have won it for me. But I mean, he was really close and was completely deferring from about midway through the third quarter on. I feel good about.
All right, some news that I think will make
Luka. Is that what they chant?
I don't.
Or do they have some kind of? So they had some kind of.
I don't think
Jose,
they're doing it.
Jose.
They're doing that. They call him the Don out there in.
Do they really?
Yeah,
that's good, boy.
The Don. Yeah,
that is good.
Yeah, the Don. All right, coming up, some news. I think will warm the heart of the Drive and the Drive family. This person is very near and dear to us. We'll let you know the latest on that as we continue coming up next.
presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not sure if what's going to happen with C.J. Stroud this offseason, but the general manager, Nick Caserio, he damn sure cleared up what is going to go on with offensive coordinator Nick Caley. That's for sure. Nick Caley will be back next year as the Texans offensive coordinator. And there's some things that we need to cuss and discuss. Obviously, this season wasn't great, but if you look at it in terms of a first-time play caller, there was probably some bumps along the way. As Nick Caserio said, hey, Nick Caley learned some things as a first-time play caller. I would like for my Texans to get out of this routine of first-time play callers and them guys, those guys learning something along the way instead of, hey, man, we didn't win a Super Bowl, so let's get this thing together and quit learning and just let's ride. No, they'll tell you never quit learning. Ron, I answered this question earlier. Hell, why don't you answer it for me now? What things do you expect from Nick Caley in year 2? Now that we know he's going to be back, what do you expect to see different out of Nick Caley in year 2 versus year 1?
As much as I fight the fact that this is the decision that they've gone with to bring him back, and I probably over the months will continue to fight that, but he's going to be back, and to me, there are many things. I think you've talked about it. We've talked about it. The pre-snap penalties and any of that stuff that is leading to having to call timeouts, and that didn't just happen in the last game. That's happened this season. That has led to delay of games. That's got to change. But Clint, they made games so much more difficult on themselves because they either turned the ball over in the red zone, turnover on downs. They were really good at that because they couldn't get yards on 4th down, or just kicked like what did Fairbairn kick 44 field goals? Like it's some sort of a record.
It's a record.
44. Come on, that's because they struggled so much in the red zone, and at times, Clint, it just looked like they were lost. They didn't know. Now I will say they did get better where they did some other things where they started using Woody and getting outside zone and doing some other things where they had some improvements, but it still was a struggle to be able to score touchdowns and not field goals. I think they have got to improve their, and they've got to get a lot better with that.
Yeah, I think here's the deal. They've got to get better personnel. I mean, obviously we talked about it, that they could be better at the back at the number 2 tight end or even the number 1 tight end, wherever you want to slot Schultz in. They need to get better at the running back position. They need to age and develop at the wide receiver position. I'm be honest with you, I'm not necessarily in the group that believes that you got to go out and get significantly better on the O-line, depending on what Trent Brown can do and what you want to do with Titus and kind of how you want to formulate that thing. I'd like for that to be figured out, but I think you can win games with what you had this year. But there's other than the personnel side of things, which is completely out of Nick Caley's control, for me it's an operational thing, right? I'm through expecting Nico Collins to be a higher volume guy in catches and targets for this team, right? I'm through asking for creativity in the run game or the pass game. I'm through asking for motions and shifts, and I'm not talking about where you jog across the ball and reset. I'm talking about real motions and shifts that that are in place to gain an advantage at the snap kind of deal. I'm through asking for all those things. For me, it's if this is the offense they're going to run, right, you've got to be better operationally. You can't get out of the huddle late. You can't 22 games into this thing still be talking about not being able to get out of the huddle in time, right? That rushes everybody. It causes your quarterback to get rattled. It increases the likelihood of penalties being called. It's a major problem in the red zone on the goal line, which we saw this year. So operationally, they got to be better in a big way. And I don't know what all's going into the communication issues with C.J. Stroud, but these both of these things kind of go hand in hand. Like at the very least, as a Texans fan, I can ask and expect to have a quarterback, whoever it is, right, is to have a quarterback that can communicate in the huddle, can communicate at the line of scrimmage, whether it's getting the play call or it's getting you out of a bad play and in a good play. I mean, these other quarterbacks around the league, Ron, are getting to the line of scrimmage, and they are putting on a damn clinic, whether it's taking advantage of matchups or it's using some quick motion and then changing the play, getting the defense to give you a
show their hand
a little bit. And I mean, what these other quarterbacks are doing, it's unfair. Even in a conservative system, the way that the Texans are planning on running, it's unfair if your guy can't do that. And I'm not saying C.J. Stroud, by the way. I'm saying the quarterback of the Houston Texans, and that is a offensive coordinator's job and a quarterback coach's job to get your quarterback in a comfort zone and allow him to play the position carefree, worry-free, right? Within your system, but carefree, worry-free with his instincts. And when you watch these other quarterbacks doing all these high-level things, and ours is still talking about getting out of the huddle, and not only that, we're using two timeouts in critical moments of a win or go home playoff game. Those kind of things, overall operation, and I think quarterback execution, if you will, those two things got to be cleared up, man. Those two things. I mean, that is the least that we should expect as a fan base here with the Texans.
Yeah, I mean, because it killed drives and took points off the board. Text line coming in. How are pre-snap penalties the OC's fault? I mean, at some point, these men on the line have to have responsibility at some point.
Well, you're either coaching it or you're allowing it. I mean, it's funny. We haven't seen how many busts do you think we've seen, or how many? Because it's not equal on the defensive side of the football, but it's clear defensively. Watch our defense line up and adjust to motions and for different formations, motions, and shifts. I mean, they are. I mean, I remember sitting there watching in this game against New England, watching Jalen Petrie work pre-snap and deciphering formations and movements. I mean, it is a work of art, and we've got. And I'm not saying it's a major issue. It's it's an issue that needs to be cleaned up. Speaking of the penalties, right? But I just believe that you're either coaching it or you're allowing it. When you got guys that are going up there and whether they're losing focus and lining up too deep, or they're not aware in moments when they should be really aware, and they're causing penalties or allowing to be, and operationally they got to be better.
Yeah, at some point though, if it's happening so much, like I can pull out multiple times they've had critical motion penalties that have taken away
big plays off the board.
Not just this last game where they had one take a touchdown off the board. Against Kansas City, they were going for it on a fourth down, and they had a touchdown to Dalton Schultz. They're going for it on a third down, a touchdown to Dalton Schultz that got taken away because two men were moving at the same time. Mm-hmm. And then on a fourth down, they had the fourth down taken away, and they had to move back because somebody jumped early on the tush push. Right? It's happened so much that it's beyond, and with so many different players.
Yeah.
Like, it's happened with so much and different guys. Like, at some point, it's like, we got to coach this. Like, we're not coaching this well enough. And as you said, and if we're not coaching it well enough, then somebody's got to get off the field. Yeah. Right? Like, and when just when they came out and accidentally, or maybe somebody did it on purpose, accidentally said that they practiced Tommy Togiai out there one time.
Yeah.
That is, well, hell, I'm not surprised that the defensive tackle going into the game that never lines up as a fullback didn't get his hand down in time. Like at some point, the amount of times it happened, it had to be past the player.
Yeah. Well, details that you've, again, to your point, is it's not some kind of exotic scheme. It's not asking you to do something that you don't know. It's not asking you to specialize in one player. It's just the base root fundamentals of good offensive football is being able to align, assign, and execute. I mean, that is I mean, that's the least we could ask the offense to look like, and I agree. I think they got to clean some of that stuff up. I'm with you, man.
Coming up behind us, Area 45 and Bijani and Patrick Creighton. I've already seen Sean Bijani here, and I wonder if that was Patrick Creighton. I'm gonna be honest with you. So apparently that was a quick break on me. All right, I like that was quick. All I did was go in there and take a leak and came back in here.